The Descent of Inanna into the Underworld. From the great above, she opened her ear to the great below. From the great above, the goddess opened her ear to the great below. From the great above, Inanna opened her ear to the great below. My lady abandoned heaven and earth to descend to the underworld. Inanna abandoned heaven and earth to descend to the underworld. In Uruk, she abandoned her temple. In Batibira, she abandoned her temple. In Zabalam, she abandoned her temple. In Adab, she abandoned her temple. In Nippur, she abandoned her temple. In Kish, she abandoned her temple. In Akkad, she abandoned her temple to descend into the underworld. She gathered together the 7 meh. She took them into her hands. With the meh in her possession, she prepared herself. She placed the shugura, the crown of the steppe, on her head. She arranged the dark locks of hair across her forehead. She tied the small lapis beads round her neck, let the double strand of beads fall to her breast, and wrapped the royal robe around her body. She daubed her eyes with ointment, called, "Let him come, let him come." Bound the breastplate, called, "Come, man, come," round her chest. Slipped the gold ring over her wrist, and took the lapis measuring rod in her lion hand. Inanna set out for the underworld. Ninshubur, her faithful servant, went with her. Ninshubur spoke to her, saying, "Ninshubur, my constant support, my Sukao, who gives me wise advice, my warrior who fights by my side, I am descending to the Kur, to the underworld. If I do not return, set up a lament for me by the ruins. Beat the drum for me in my assembly places. Circle the house of gods. Tear at your eyes and mouth and thighs. Dress yourself in a single garment like a beggar. Go to Nippur, to the temple of Enlil. When you enter his holy shrine, cry out, 'O Father Enlil, do not let your daughter be put to death in the underworld. Do not let your bright silver be covered with dust in the underworld. Do not let your precious lapis be broken into stone for the stoneworker. Do not let your fragrant boxwood be cut into wood for the woodworker. Do not let the holy priestesses of heaven be put to death in the underworld.' If Enlil will not help you, go to Ur, to the temple of Nana. Weep before Father Nana. If Nana will not help you, go to Eridu. Weep before Father Enki. Father Enki, the god of wisdom, knows the food of life. He knows the water of life, knows the secret. Surely he will not let me die." Inanna continued on her way to the underworld, and then she stopped and said, "Go now, Ninshubur. Do not forget the words I have commanded you." When Inanna arrived at the outer gates of the underworld, she knocked loudly, cried out in a fierce voice, "Open the gate, gatekeeper. Open the door, Neti. I alone would enter." Neti, the chief gatekeeper of the Kur, asked, "Who are you?" She answered, "I am Inanna, the Queen of Heaven, on my way to the east." Neti said, "If you are truly Inanna, Queen of Heaven, on your way to the east, why has your heart led you on the road from which no traveler returns?" Inanna answered, "Because of my older sister, Ereshkigal. Her husband, Gugalana, the bull of heaven, has died. I have come to witness the funeral rites. Let the beer of his funeral rites be poured into this cup." "Let it be done," Neti spoke. "Stay here, Inanna. I will speak to my queen. I will give her your message." Neti, the chief gatekeeper of Kur, entered the palace of Ereshkigal, queen of the underworld, and said, My queen, a maid as tall as heaven, as wide as the earth, as strong as the foundations of the city wall, waits outside the palace gates. She has gathered together the 7 meh. She has taken them in her hands. With the meh in possession, she has prepared herself. On her head, she wears the shurgara, crown of the steppe. Across her forehead, her dark locks of hair are carefully arranged. Around her neck, she wears the small lapis beads. At her breast, she wears the double strand of beads. Her body is wrapped in the royal robe. Her eyes adorned with the ointment. Let him come, let him come. Around her chest, she wears the breastplate called Come, man, come. On her wrist, she wears the gold ring. In her hand, she carries the lapis measuring rod and line. She slapped her thigh and bit her lip. She took the matter into her heart and dwelt upon it, and then she spoke. Come, Neti, my chief gatekeeper of Kur. Hear my words. Bolt the 7 gates of the underworld. Then one by one, open each gate a crack. Let Inanna enter. As she enters, remove her royal garments. Let the holy priestess of heaven enter bowed low. Neti heeded the words of his queen. He bolted the 7 gates of the underworld. Then he opened the outer gate. He said to the maid, Come, Inanna, enter. When she entered the first gate, from her head the shugura, crown of the steppe, was removed. Inanna asked, What is this? She was told, Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned. When she entered the second gate, from her neck the small lapis beads were removed. She asked, What is this? Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. When she entered the third gate, from her breast the double strands of beads were removed. What is this? The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned. She entered the fourth gate. From her chest the breastplate called Let Him Come was removed. Inanna asked, What is this? Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. When she entered the fifth, the wrist of her gold ring was removed. What is this? Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned. At the sixth gate, the lapis measuring rod was removed. She was told, The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned. And at the seventh gate, from her body the royal robe was removed. What is this? Quiet, Inanna. The underworld ways are perfect, and they may not be questioned. Naked and bowed low, Inanna entered the throne room. Ereshkigal rose from her throne. Inanna started toward her. The Anuna, the judges of the underworld, surrounded her. They passed judgment upon her. Then Ereshkigal fastened on Inanna the eyes of death. She spoke against her word of wrath. She uttered against her cry of guilt. She struck her. Inanna was turned into a corpse, a piece of rotting meat, and was hung from a hook on the wall. When after 3 days and 3 nights, Inanna had not returned, Ninshubur set up a lament for her by the ruins. She beat the drum for her in the assembled places. She circled the house of gods, tore at her eyes and mouth and thighs. She dressed herself in a single garment like a beggar. Alone, she set out for Nippur and the temple of Enlil. And when she entered the holy shrine, she cried out, O Father Enlil, do not let your daughter be put to death in the underworld. Do not let your bright silver be covered with dust, your precious lapis be broken into stone, your fragrant boxwood be cut from the woodworker. Do not let the holy priestess of heaven be put to death in the underworld. Father Enlil answered angrily, My daughter crave the great above, Inanna, the great below. She who receives the underworld does not return. She who goes to the dark city stays there forever. Father Enlil would not help. Ninshubur went to and the temple of Nana. When she entered the holy shrine, she cried out, Father Nana, do not let your daughter be put to death in the underworld. Your bright silver covered with dust, precious lapis broken into stone, your fragrant boxwood be cut into pieces. Do not let the holy priestess be put to death in the underworld. Father Nana answered angrily, My daughter crave the great above, Inanna crave the great below. She who receives the mare of the underworld does not return. She who goes to the dark city stays there. Father Nana would not help. Ninshubur went to Eridu and the temple of Enki. O Father Enki, do not let your daughter be put to death in the underworld. Do not let your bright silver be covered with dust, your precious lapis broken into stone, your fragrant boxwood cut into pieces from the woodworker. Do not let the holy priestess of heaven be put to death. Father Enki said, What has happened? What has my daughter done? Inanna, queen of all lands, holy priestess of heaven, what has happened? I am troubled. I am grieved. From under his fingernail, Father Enki brought forth dirt. He fashioned the dirt into a Kurgara, a creature neither male nor female. From under the fingernail of his other hand and brought forth dirt. He fashioned the dirt into a Galatur, a creature neither male nor female. He gave the food of life to the Kurgara. He gave the water of life to the Galatur, saying, Go to the underworld, enter the doors like flies. Ereshkigal, queen of the underworld, is moaning with cries of a woman about to give birth. No linen is spread upon her body. Her breasts are uncovered. Her hair swirls about her head like leeks. When she cries, cry also. When she cries, Oh, my outside, cry also, Oh, our outside. The queen will be pleased. She will offer you a gift. Ask her only for the corpse that hangs from the hook on the wall. One of you will sprinkle the food of life upon it. The other will sprinkle the water of life, and Inanna will arise. The Kurgara and Galatur heeded Enki's words, and they set out for the underworld. Like flies they slipped through the cracks of the gates. They entered the throne room of the queen of the underworld. No linen was spread on her body. Her breasts were uncovered. Her hair swirled round her head like leeks, and she was moaning, Oh, my inside. They moaned, Oh, your inside. She moaned, Oh, my outside. They moaned, Oh, our outside. She groaned, Oh, my belly. They groaned, Oh, your belly. She groaned, Oh, my back. Oh, your back. My heart. Your heart. My liver. Your liver. Ereshkigal stopped. She looked at them and asked, Who are you? Moaning, groaning, and sighing with me. If you are gods, I will bless you. If you are mortals, I will give you a gift. I will give you the water gift, the river in its fullness. The Kurgara and Galatur answered, We do not wish it. Ereshkigal said, I will give you the grain gift, the fields in harvest. The Kurgara and Galatur said, We do not wish it. Ereshkigal spoke, Speak then. What do you wish? We wish only for the corpse that hangs from the hook on the wall. Ereshkigal said, That corpse, it belongs to Inanna. They said, Whether it belongs to our queen, whether it belongs to our king, that is what we wish. The corpse was given to them. The Kurgara sprinkled the food of life on the corpse. The Galatur sprinkled the water of life on the corpse, and Inanna arose. Inanna was about to ascend from the underworld when the Anuna, the judges of the underworld, seized her. They said, No one ascends from the underworld unmarked. If Inanna wishes to return from the underworld, she must provide someone in her place. As Inanna ascended from the underworld, the Gala, demons of the underworld, clung to her side. The Gala were demons who know no food, no drink, eat no offerings, drink no libations, accept no gifts, enjoy no love-making. They have no sweet children to kiss. They tear the wife from the husband's arm. They tear the child from the father's knee. They steal the bride from her marriage home. The demons clung to Inanna. The small Gala who accompanied Inanna were like reeds the size of low picket fences. The large Gala were like reeds the size of large picket fences. The one who walked in front of Inanna was not a minister, yet he carried a scepter. The one who walked behind her was not a warrior, yet he carried a mace. Ninshubur, dressed in a soiled sackcloth, waited outside the palace gates. When she saw Inanna, surrounded by the Gala, she threw herself in the dust at Inanna's feet and said, Walk on, Inanna. We shall take Ninshubur in your place. Inanna cried, No, Ninshubur is my constant support. She is my Sugal who gives me wise advice. She is my warrior who fights by my side. She did not forget my words. She set up a lament for me by the ruins, beat the drum for me at the assembly places, circled the houses of the gods, tore at her eyes and mouth and thighs, dressed herself in a single garment like a beggar. Alone, she set out for Nippur and the temple of Enlil. She went to Ur and the temple of Nana, to Eridu, the temple of Enki. Because of her I was saved. I will never give Ninshubur to you. The Gala said, Walk on, Inanna. We will accompany you to Uma. In Uma, at the holy shrine, Shara, the son of Inanna, was dressed in a soiled sackcloth. When he saw Inanna, surrounded by the Gala, he threw himself into the dust at her feet. The Gala said, Walk onto your city, Inanna. We shall take Shara in your place. Inanna cried, No, not Shara. He is my son who sings hymns to me. He is my son who cuts my nails, smooths my hair. I will never give Shara to you. Then walk on, Inanna. We will accompany you to Baptibira. In Baptibira, at the holy shrine, Lulal, the son of Inanna, was dressed in a soiled sackcloth. When he saw Inanna surrounded by the Gala, he threw himself in the dust at her feet. The Gala said, Walk on, Inanna. We will take Lulal in your place. Inanna cried out, No, not Lulal. He is my son. He is a leader among men. He is my right arm. He is my left arm. I will never give Lula to you. The Gala said, Walk on to your city, Inanna. We will go with you to the big apple tree in Uruk. In Uruk, by the big apple tree, the husband of Inanna was dressed in his shining garment. He sat on his magnificent throne that did not move. The Gala seized him by the thighs. They poured milk out of his 7 churns. They broke the reed pipe which the shepherd was playing. Inanna fastened on Dumuzi the eye of death. She spoke against him the word of wrath. She uttered against him the cry of guilt. Take him away. Take Dumuzi away. The Gala, who know no food, know no drink, who eat no offerings, who drink no libations, accept no gifts, seized Dumuzi. They made him stand up. They made him sit down. They beat the husband of Inanna. They gashed him with axes. Dumuzi let out a wail. He raised his hands to heaven, to Utu, the god of justice, and beseeched him, O Utu, you are my brother-in-law. I am the husband of your sister. I brought cream to your mother's house. I brought milk to Ningal's house. I am the one who carried food to the holy shrine. I am the one who brought wedding gifts to Uruk. I am the one who danced on the holy knees, the knees of Inanna. Utu, you who are a just, merciful god. Change my hands into the hands of a snake. Change my feet into a snake. Let me escape from my demons. Do not let them hold me. The merciful Utu accepted Dumuzi's tears. He changed the hands of Dumuzi into snake hands. He changed the feet of Dumuzi into snake feet. Dumuzi escaped from his demons. They could not hold him. The Epic of Gilgamesh, from the Assyrian International News Agency. Prologue. Gilgamesh, King in Uruk. I will proclaim to the world the deeds of Gilgamesh. This was the man to whom all things were known. This was the king who knew the countries of the world. He was wise. He saw mysteries and knew secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, was weary, worn out with labor. Returning when he rested, he engraved on a stone the whole story. When the gods created Gilgamesh, they gave him a perfect body. Shamash, the glorious sun, endowed him with beauty. Adad, the god of the storm, endowed him with courage. The great gods made his beauty perfect, surpassing all others, terrifying like a great wild bull. 2/3 they made him god, and 1/3 man. In Uruk he built walls, a great rampart, and the temple of blessed Eanna, for the god of the firmament Anu, and for Ishtar, the goddess of love. Look at it still today. The outer wall where the cornice runs, it shines with the brilliance of copper, and the inner wall, it has no equal. Touch the threshold, it is ancient. Approach Eanna, the dwelling of Ishtar, our lady of love and war, the like of which no latter-day king, no man alive can equal. Climb upon the wall of Uruk, walk along it. I say, regard the foundation terrace and examine the masonry. Is it not burnt brick and good? The 7 sages laid the foundations. Section 1. The Coming of Enkidu. Gilgamesh went abroad in the world, but he met with none who could withstand his arms, till he came to Uruk. But the men of Uruk muttered in their houses. Gilgamesh sounds the tocsin for his amusement. His arrogance knows no bounds by day or night. No son is left with his father, for Gilgamesh takes them all, and the children, yet the king should be a shepherd to his people. His lust leaves no virgin to her lover, neither the warrior's daughter nor the wife of the noble. Yet this is the shepherd of the city. wise, comely, and resolute. The gods heard their lament. The gods of heaven cried to Lord of Uruk, to Anu, the god of Uruk. A goddess made him, strong as a savage bull. None can withstand his arms. No son is left with his father, for Gilgamesh takes them all. And this is the king, the shepherd of his people? His lust leaves no virgin to her lover, neither the warrior's daughter nor wife of the noble. When Anu heard their lamentation, the gods cried to Aruru, the goddess of creation. You made him, O Aruru. Now create his equal. Let it be as like him as his own reflection, his second self. Stormy heart for stormy heart. Let them contend together, and leave Uruk in quiet. So, the goddess conceived an image in her mind, and it was of the stuff of Anu and of the firmament. She dipped her hands in water and pinched off clay. She let it fall in the wilderness, and noble Enkidu was created. There was virtue in him of the god of war, of Ninurta himself. His body was rough. He had long hair like a woman's. It waved like the hair of Nisaba, the goddess of corn. His body was covered with matted hair like Samugan's, the god of cattle. He was innocent of mankind. He knew nothing of the cultivated land. Enkidu ate grass in the hills with the gazelle, and lurked with wild beasts at the water holes. He had joy of the water with the herds of wild game. But there was a trapper who met him one day face to face at the drinking hole, for the wild game had entered his territory. On 3 days he met him face to face, and the trapper was frozen with fear. He went back to his house with the game that he had caught, and he was dumb, benumbed with terror. His face was altered like that of one who has made a long journey. With o'er his heart he spoke to his father. Father, there is a man unlike any other, who comes down from the hills. He is the strongest in the world. He is like an immortal from heaven. He ranges over the hills with wild beasts and eats grass. The ranges through your land and comes down to the wells. I am afraid, and dare not go near him. He fills the pits which I dig, and tears up my traps set for game. He helps the beasts to escape, and now they slip through my fingers. His father opened his mouth and said to the trapper, My son, in Uruk lives Gilgamesh. No one has ever prevailed against him. He is strong as a star from heaven. Go to Uruk, find Gilgamesh, extol the strength of this wild man. Ask him to give you a harlot, a wanton from the temple of love. Return with her and let the woman's power overpower this man. When next he comes down to drink at the wells, she will be there, stripped naked, and when he sees her beckoning, he will embrace her, and then the wild beasts will reject him. So the trapper set out on his journey to Uruk, and addressed himself to Gilgamesh, saying, A man unlike any other, is roaming now in the pastures. He is as strong as a star from heaven, and I am afraid to approach him. He helps the wild game to escape. He fills in my pits and pulls up my traps." Gilgamesh said to him, "Trapper, go back, take with you a harlot, a child of pleasure. At the drinking hall she will strip, and when he sees her beckoning he will embrace her, and the game of the wilderness will surely reject him." Now the trapper returned, taking the harlot with him. After a 3 days' journey they came to the drinking hall, and there they sat down, the harlot and the trapper sat, facing one another, and waited for the game to come. For the first day, and for the second day, the two sat waiting. But on the third day the herds came. They came down to drink, and Enkidu was with them. The small, wild creatures of the plain were glad of the water, and Enkidu with them, who ate grass with the gazelle, and was born in the hills. And she saw him, the savage man, come from far off in the hills. The trapper spoke to her. "There he is. Now, woman, make yourself bare, have no shame. Do not delay, but welcome his love. Let him see you naked. Let him possess your body. When he comes near, uncover yourself and lie with him. Teach him, the savage man, your woman's art. For when he murmurs love to you, the wild beasts that shed his life in the hills will reject him." She was not ashamed to take him. She made herself naked, and welcomed his eagerness. As he lay on her, murmuring love, she taught him the woman's art. For 6 days and 7 nights they lay together, for Enkidu had forgotten his home in the hills. But when he was satisfied, he went back to the wild beasts. Then, when the gazelles saw him, they bolted away. When the wild creatures saw him, they fled. Enkidu would have followed, but his body was bound as though with a cord. His knees gave way when he started to run. His swiftness was gone. And now the wild creatures had all fled away. Enkidu was grown weak, for wisdom was in him, and the thoughts of a man were in his heart. So he returned and sat down at the woman's feet, and listened intently to what she said. "You are wise, Enkidu, and now you have become like a god. Why do you want to run wild with beasts in the hills? Come with me. I will take you to the strong-walled Uruk, to the blessed temple of Ishtar and Anu. Of love and of heaven, there Gilgamesh lives, who is very strong, and like a wild bull he lords it over men." When she had spoken, Enkidu was pleased. He longed for a comrade, for one who would understand his heart. "Come, woman, take me to that holy temple, to the house of Anu and Ishtar, and to the place where Gilgamesh lords it over the people. I will challenge him boldly. I will cry out aloud in Uruk, I am the strongest here. I have come to change the old order. I am he who was born in the hills. I am he who is strongest of all." She said, "Let us go, and let him see your face. I know very well where Gilgamesh is in great Uruk. Oh, Enkidu, there all the people are dressed in their gorgeous robes. Every day is a holiday. The young men and the girls are wonderful to see. Ah, how sweet they smell. All the great ones are roused from their beds. Oh, Enkidu, you who love life, I will show you Gilgamesh, a man of many moods. You shall look at him well in his radiant manhood. His body is perfect, in strength and maturity. He never rests by day or night. He is stronger than you, so leave your boasting. Shamash, the glorious sun, has given favors to Gilgamesh, and Anu of the heavens, and Enlil, and Ea the wise has given him deep understanding. I tell you, before you even have left the wilderness, Gilgamesh will know in his dreams that you are coming. Now Gilgamesh got up to tell his dream to his mother, Ninsun, one of the wise gods. Mother, last night I had a dream. I was full of joy. The young heroes were round me, and I walked through the night under the stars of the firmament. And one, a meteor of the stuff of Anu, fell down from heaven. I tried to lift it, but it proved too heavy. All the people of Uruk came round to see it. The common people jostled, and the nobles thronged to kiss its feet. And to me its attraction was like the love of a woman. They helped me. I braced my forehead, and I raised it with thongs and brought it to you, and you yourself pronounced it my brother. Then Ninsun, who is well beloved and wise, said to Gilgamesh, "This is Star of Heaven, which descended like a meteor from the sky, which you tried to lift but found too heavy. When you tried to move it, it would not budge, and so you brought it to my feet. I made it for you, a goad and spur, and you were drawn as though to a woman. This is the strong comrade, the one who brings help to his friend in his need. He is the strongest of wild creatures, the stuff of Anu, born in the grasslands, and the wild hills reared him. When you see him, you will be glad. You will love him as a woman, and he will never forsake you. This is the meaning of the dream." Gilgamesh said, "Mother, I dreamed a second dream. In the streets of strong-walled Uruk there lay an axe. The shape of it was strange, and the people thronged around. I saw it and was glad. I bent down, deeply drawn towards it. I loved it like a woman, and wore it at my side." Ninsun answered, "That axe which you saw, which drew you so powerfully like the love of a woman, that is the comrade who I give you, and he will come in his strength like one of the host of heaven. He is the brave companion who rescues his friend in necessity." Gilgamesh said to his mother, "A friend, a counselor, has come to me from Enlil, and now I shall befriend and counsel him." So Gilgamesh told his dreams, and the harlot retold them to Enkidu. And now she said to Enkidu, "When I look at you, you have become like a god. Why do you yearn to run wild again with the beasts in the hills? Get up from the ground, the bed of a shepherd." He listened to her words with care. It was good advice that she gave. She divided her clothing in two. With one half she clothed him, and with the other half herself. And holding his hand, she led him like a child to the sheepfolds and into the shepherd's tents. It was there all the shepherds crowded round to see him. They put down bread in front of him, but Enkidu could only suck the milk of wild animals. He fumbled and gaped, at a loss of what to do or how he should eat the bread and drink the strong wine. Then the woman said, "Enkidu, eat bread, it is the staff of life. Drink the wine, it is the custom of the land." So he ate until he was full and drank strong wine, 7 goblets. He became merry, his heart exalted, and his face shone. He rubbed down the matted hair of his body and anointed himself with oil. Enkidu had become a man, but when he had put on man's clothing, he appeared like a bridegroom. He took arms to hunt the lion, so that shepherds could rest at night. He caught wolves and lions, and the herdsmen lay down in peace, for Enkidu was their watchman, that strong man who had no rival. He was merry living with the shepherds, till one day, lifting his eyes, he saw a man approaching. He said to the harlot, "Woman, fetch that man here. Why has he come? I wish to know his name." She went and called the man, saying, "Sir, where are you going on this weary journey?" The man answered, saying to Enkidu, "Gilgamesh has gone into the marriage house and shut out the people. He does strange things in Uruk, the city of great streets. At the roll of the drum, work begins for the men and work for the women. Gilgamesh, the king, is about to celebrate marriage with the queen of love, and he still demands to be first with the bride, the king be first and the husband to follow. For that was ordained by the gods from his birth, from the time the umbilical cord was cut. But now the drums roll for the choice of the bride, and the city groans." At these words Enkidu turned white in the face. "I will go to the place where Gilgamesh lords it over the people. I will challenge him boldly, and I will cry aloud in Uruk, 'I have come to change the old order, for I am the strongest here.'" Now Enkidu strode in front, and the woman followed behind. He entered Uruk, that great market, and all the folk thronged around him where he stood in the street in strong-walled Uruk. The people jostled. Speaking of him, they say, "He is the spit of Gilgamesh. He is shorter. He is bigger of bone. This is the one reared on the milk of wild beasts. His is the greatest strength." The men rejoiced. Now Gilgamesh has met his match, this great one, this hero whose beauty is like a god. He is a match even for Gilgamesh. In Uruk the bridal bed was made, fit for the goddess of love. The bride waited for the bridegroom, but in the night Gilgamesh got up and came to the house. Then Enkidu stepped out. He stood in the street and blocked the way. Mighty Gilgamesh came on, and Enkidu met him at the gate. He put on his foot and prevented Gilgamesh from entering the house. So they grappled, holding each other like bulls. They broke the doorposts, and the walls shook. They snorted like bulls locked together. They shattered the doorposts, and the walls shook. Gilgamesh bent his knee with his foot planted on the ground, and with a turn Enkidu was thrown. Then immediately his fury died. When Enkidu was thrown, he said to Gilgamesh, "There is not another like you in the world, Ninsun, who is as strong as a wild ox in the byre. She was the mother who bore you. And now you are raised above all men, and Enlil has given you the kingship, for your strength surpasses the strength of men." So Enkidu and Gilgamesh embraced, and their friendship was sealed. Chapter 2. The Forest Journey. Enlil of the mountain, the father of the gods, had decreed the destiny of Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh dreamed, and Enkidu said, "The meaning of the dream is this. The father of the gods has given you kingship, such is your destiny. Everlasting life is not your destiny. Because of this, do not be sad at heart, do not be grieved or oppressed. He has given you power to bind and to loose, to be the darkness and the light of mankind. He has given you unexampled supremacy over people, victory in battle from which no fugitive returns, in forays and assaults from which there is no going back. But do not abuse this power. Deal justly with your servants in the palace. Deal justly before Shamash." The eyes of Enkidu were filled with tears, and his heart was sick. He sighed bitterly, and Gilgamesh met his eye and said, "My friend, why do you sigh so bitterly?" But Enkidu opened his mouth and said, "I am weak. My arms have lost their strength. The cry of sorrow sticks in my throat. I am oppressed by idleness." It was then that Lord Gilgamesh turned his thoughts to the country of the living, on the land of cedars. The Lord Gilgamesh reflected. He said to his servant Enkidu, "I have not established my name stamped on the bricks as my destiny decreed. Therefore I will go up to the country where the cedar is felled. I will set up my name in the place where the names of famous men are written, and where no man's name is written. Yet I will wise a monument to the gods. Because of the evil that is in the land, we will go to the forests and destroy the evil, for in the forest lives Humbaba, whose name is Hugeness, a ferocious giant." But Enkidu sighed bitterly and said, "When I went with the wild beasts ranging through the wilderness, I discovered the forest. Its length is 10,000 leagues in every direction. Enlil has appointed Humbaba to guard it, and armored him 7-fold terrors. Terrible to all flesh is Humbaba. When he roars, it is like the torrent of the storm. His breath is like fire, and his jaws are death itself. He guards the cedars so well that when the wild heifer stirs in the forest, though she is 60 leagues distant, he hears her. What man would willingly walk into that country and explore its depths? I tell you, weakness overpowers whoever goes near it. It is not an equal struggle when one fights with Humbaba. He is a great warrior, a battering ram." Gilgamesh, the watchman of the forest, never sleeps. Gilgamesh replied, "Where is the man who can clamber to heaven? Only the gods live forever with glorious Shamash. But as for us men, our days are numbered. Our occupations are a breath of wind. How is this? Already you are afraid. I will go first, although I am your lord, and you may safely call out, Forward, there is nothing to fear. Then if I fall behind, me a name that endures, men you will say of me, Gilgamesh has fallen in fight with ferocious Humbaba. Long after the child has been bony in my house, they will say, and remember. Enkidu spoke again to Gilgamesh. Oh, my lord, if you will enter that country, go first to the hero Shamash. Tell the sun god, for the land is his. The country where the cedar is cut belongs to Shamash. Gilgamesh took up a kid, white without spot, and a brown one with it. He held them against his breast, and he carried them into the presence of the sun. He took in his hand a silver scepter, and he said to glorious Shamash, I am going to that country, O Shamash. I am going. My hands supplicate. So let it be well with my soul, and bring me back to the key of Uruk. Grant, I beseech your protection, and let the omen be good. Glorious Shamash answered, Gilgamesh, you are strong, but what is the country of the living to you? O Shamash, hear me, Shamash, let my voice be heard. Here in my city man dies oppressed at heart. Man perishes with despair in his heart. I have looked over the wall, and I see bodies floating on the river, and that will be my lot also. Indeed, I know it is so. For whoever is tallest among men cannot reach the heavens, and the greatest cannot encompass the earth. Therefore, I would enter that country, because I have not established my name stamped on brick as if my destiny decreed. I will go to that country where the cedar is cut. I will set up my name where the names of famous men are written, and where no man's name is written, I will raise a monument to the gods. The tears ran down his face, and he said, Alas, it is a long journey that I must take to the land of Humbaba. If this enterprise is not to be accomplished, why did you move me, Shamash, with the restless desire to perform it? How can I succeed if you will not succor me? If I die in that country, I will die without rancor, but if I return, I will make a glorious offering of gifts and of praise to Shamash. So Shamash accepted his sacrifice of his tears. Like the compassionate man, he showed him mercy. He appointed strong allies for Gilgamesh, sons of one mother, and stationed them in mountain caves. The great winds he appointed, the north wind, the whirlwind, the stone and the icy wind, the tempest and the scorching wind. Like vipers, like dragons, like a scorching fire, like a serpent that freezes the heart, a destroying flood and the lightning's fork, such were they, and Gilgamesh rejoiced. He went to the forge and said, I will give orders to the armorers. They shall cast us our weapons while we watch them. So they gave orders to the armorers, and the craftsmen sat down in conference. They went into the groves of the plain, and cut willow and boxwood. They cast them for axes of 90 pounds, and great swords they cast with blades of 60 pounds each one, with pommels and hilts of 30 pounds. They cast for Gilgamesh the axe, might of heroes, and the bow of Anshan. And Gilgamesh was armed, and Enkidu, and the weight of arms they carried was 30 pounds. The people collected, and the councillors in the streets in the marketplace of Uruk. They came through the gate of 7 bolts, and Gilgamesh spoke to them in the marketplace. I, Gilgamesh, go to see that creature of whom such things are spoken, the rumor of whose name fills the world. I will conquer him in his cedar wood, and show the strength of the sons of Uruk. All the world shall know of it. I am committed to this enterprise, to climb the mountain, to cut down the cedar, and leave behind me an enduring name. The councillors of Uruk, the great market, answered him. Gilgamesh, you are young. Your courage carries you too far. You cannot know what this enterprise means which you plan. We have heard that Humbaba is not like men who die. His weapons are such that none can stand against them. The forest stretches for 10,000 leagues in every direction. Who would willingly go down to explore its depths? As for Humbaba, when he roars, it is like the torrent of a storm. His breath is like fire, and his jaws are death itself. Why do you crave to do this thing, Gilgamesh? It is no equal struggle when one fights with Humbaba, that battering ram. When he heard these words of the councillors, Gilgamesh looked at his friend and laughed. How shall I answer them? Shall I say that I'm afraid of Humbaba? I will sit at home and rest all of my days. Then Gilgamesh opened his mouth again and said to Enkidu, My friend, let us go to the great palace, to Egal-Ma, and stand before Ninsun the queen. Ninsun is wise with deep knowledge. She will give us counsel for the road we must go. They took each other by the hand as they went to Egal-Ma, and they went to Ninsun, the great queen. Gilgamesh approached. He entered the palace and spoke to Ninsun. Ninsun, will you listen to me? I have a long journey to go to the land of Humbaba. I must travel an unknown road and fight a strange battle. From the day I go until I return, till I reach the cedar forest and destroy the evil which Shamash abhors. Pray for me to Shamash. Ninsun went into her room. She put on a dress becoming to her body. She put on jewels to make her breast beautiful. She placed a tiara on her head, and her skirts swept the ground. Then she went up to the altar of the sun. Standing upon the roof of the palace, she burned incense and lifted her arms to Shamash as the smoke ascended. "O Shamash, why did you give this restless heart to Gilgamesh, my son? Why did you give it? You have moved him, and now he sets out on a long journey to the land of Humbaba, to travel an unknown road and fight a strange battle. Therefore, from the day that he goes till the day that he returns, until he reaches the cedar forest, until he kills Humbaba and destroys the evil thing which you, Shamash, abhor, do not forget him. But let the dawn, Aya, your dear bride, remind you always, and when day is done, give him to the watchman of the night to keep him from harm." Then Ninsun, the mother of Gilgamesh, extinguished the incense, and she called to Enkidu with this exhortation. "Strong Enkidu, you are not the child of my body, but I will receive you as my adopted son. You are my other child, like the foundlings they bring to the temple. Serve Gilgamesh as a foundling serves the temple and the priestess. who reared him. In the presence of my women, any votaries and hierophants, I declare it." Then she placed the amulet for a pledge around his neck, and she said to him, "I entrust my son to you. Bring him back to me safely." And now they brought to them the weapons. They put in their hands the great swords in their golden scabbards, and the bow and the quiver. Gilgamesh took the axe. He swung the quiver from his shoulder, and the bow of Anshan, and buckled the sword to his belt. And so they were armed and ready for the journey. Now all the people came and pressed on them and said, "When will you return to the city?" The counselors blessed Gilgamesh and warned him, "Do not trust too much in your own strength. Be watchful. Restrain your blows at first. The one who goes in front protects his companion. The good guide who knows the way guards his friend. Let Enkidu lead the way. He knows the road to the forest. He has seen Humbaba and is experienced in battles. Let him press first into the passes. Let him be the pitfalls of the road." We, the counselors of Uruk, entrust our king to you, O Enkidu. Bring him back safely to us. Again to Gilgamesh they said, "May Shamash give you your heart's desire. May he let you see with your eyes the things accomplished which your lips have spoken. May he open a path for you where it is blocked, and a road for your feet to tread. May he open the mountains for your crossing, and may the night time bring you the blessings of night. And Lugalbanda, your guardian god, stand beside you for victory. May you have victory in the battle, as though you fought with a child. Wash your feet in the river of Humbaba, to which you are journeying. In the evening, dig a well, and let there always be pure water in your water skin. Offer cold water to Shamash, and do not forget Lugalbanda." Then Enkidu opened his mouth and said, "Forward there is nothing to fear. Follow me, for I know the place where Humbaba lives, and the paths where he walks. Let the counselors go back. Here is no cause for fear." When the counselors heard this, they sped the hero on his way. "Go, Gilgamesh. May your guardian god protect you on the road and bring you back safely to the key of Uruk." After 20 leagues they broke their fast. After another 30 leagues they stopped for the night. 50 leagues they walked in one day. In 3 days they had walked as much as a journey of a month and 2 weeks. They crossed 7 mountains before they came to the gate of the forest. Then Enkidu called out to Gilgamesh, "Do not go down into the forest. When I opened the gate, my hand lost its strength." Gilgamesh answered him, "Dear friend, do not speak like a coward. Have we got the better of so many dangers and travelled so far to turn back at last? You who are tried in wars and battles, hold dose to me now, and you will feel no fear of death. Keep beside me, and your weakness will pass, the trembling will leave your hand. Would my friend rather stay behind? No, we will go down together into the heart of the forest. Let your courage be roused by the battle to come. Forget death and follow me, a man resolute in action, but one who is not foolhardy. When 2 go together, each will protect himself and his shield companion, and if they fail, they leave an enduring name." Together they went down into the forest, and they came to the green mountain. There they stood still. They were struck dumb. They stood still and gazed at the forest. They saw the height of the cedar. They saw the way into the forest and the track where Humbaba was used to walk. The way was broad, and the going was good. They gazed at the mountain of cedars, the dwelling place of the gods and the throne of Ishtar. The hugeness of the cedar rose in front of the mountain. Its shade was beautiful, full of comfort. Mountain and glade were green with brushwood. There Gilgamesh dug a well before the setting sun. He went up the mountain and poured out fine metal on the ground and said, "O mountain, dwelling of the gods, bring me a favorable dream." Then they took each other by the hand and lay down to sleep, and sleep that flows from the night lapped over them. Gilgamesh dreamed, and at midnight sleep left him, and he told his dream to his friend. "Enkidu, what was it that woke me if you did not?" "My friend, I have dreamed a dream. Get up, look at the mountain precipice. The sleep that the gods sent me is broken. Ah, my friend, what dreams I have had. Terror and confusion. I seized hold of a wild bull in the wilderness. It bellowed and beat up the dust until the whole sky was dark. My arm was seized and my tongue bitten. I fell back on my knee. Then someone refreshed me with water from his water skin." Enkidu said, "Dear friend, the god to whom we are traveling is no wild bull, though his form is mysterious. That wild bull which you saw is Shamash the Protector. In our moment of peril, he will take our hands. The one who gave water from his water skin. That is your own god who cares for your good name, your Lugalbanda. United with him, together we will accomplish a work, a fame of which we will never die." Gilgamesh said, "I dreamed again. We stood in a deep gorge of the mountain, and beside it we were two like the smallest of swamp flies, and suddenly the mountain fell. It struck me and caught my feet from under me. Then came an intolerable light blazing out, and in it was whose grace and whose beauty were greater than the beauty of this world. He pulled me out from under the mountain. He gave me water to drink, and my heart was comforted, and he set my feet on the ground." Then Enkidu, the child of the plains, said, "Let us go down from the mountain and talk this thing over together." He said to Gilgamesh, "Your dream is good. Your dream is excellent. The mountain which you saw is Humbaba. Now surely we will seize and kill him, and throw his body down the mountain fell on the plain." The next day, after 20 leagues, they broke their fast, and after another 30, they stopped for the night. They dug a well before the sun had set, and Gilgamesh ascended the mountain. He poured out a fine meal on the ground and said, "O mountain, dwelling of the gods, send a dream for Enkidu. Make him a favorable dream." And the mountain fashioned a dream for Enkidu. It came, an ominous dream. A cold shower passed over him. It caused him to cower like the mountain barley under a storm of rain. But Gilgamesh sat with his chin on his knees, till the sleep which flows over all mankind lapped over him. Then, at midnight, sleep left him. He got up and said to his friend, Did you call me? Or why did I wake? Did you touch me? Or why am I terrified? Did not some god pass by, for my limbs are numb with fear? My friend, I saw a third dream, and this dream was altogether frightful. The heavens roared, and they roared again. Daylight failed, and darkness fell. Lightning flashed. Fire blazed out. The clouds lowered, and they rained down death. Then the brightness departed. The fire went out, and all was turned to ashes fallen about us. Let us go down from the mountain and talk this over, and consider what we should do. When they came down from the mountain, Gilgamesh seized the axe in his hand. He felled the cedar. When Humbaba heard the noise far, far away, he was enraged and cried out, "Who is this who has violated my woods and cut down my cedar?" But glorious Shamash called out to heaven, "Go forward, do not be afraid." But now Gilgamesh was overcome by weakness, for sleep had seized him suddenly. Profound sleep held him. He lay on the ground, stretched out speechless, as though in a dream. When Enkidu touched him, he did not rise. When he spoke to him, he did not reply. "O Gilgamesh, lord of the plain of the Kulab, the world grows dark. The shadows have spread over it. Now is the glimmer of dusk. Shamash has departed. His bright head is quenched in the bosom of his mother Ningal. O Gilgamesh, how long will you lie like this asleep? Never let the mother who gave you birth be forced into mourning in the city square." At length Gilgamesh heard him. Lai put on his breastplate, the voice of heroes, of 30 shekels weight. He put it on, as though it had been a light garment that he carried, and it covered him altogether. He straddled the earth like a bull that snuffs the ground, and his teeth were clenched. "By the life of my mother Ninsun, who gave birth to me, and the life of my father, divine Lugalbanda, let me live to be the wonder of my mother, as when she nursed me on her lap." A second time he said to him, "By the life of Ninsun, my mother, who gave my birth, and by the life of my father, divine Lugalbanda, until we have fought thus man, if man he is, this God, if God he is, the way I took to the country of the living will not turn back to the city." Then Enkidu, the faithful companion, pleaded, answering, "O my lord, you do not know this monster, and that is the reason you are afraid. I, who know him, am terrified. His teeth are dragon's fangs. His countenance is like a lion. His charge is the rushing of a flood. With his look he crushes like trees of the forest and reeds in the swamp. Oh, my lord, you may go on if you choose into this land, but I will go back to the city. I will tell the lady, your mother, all your glorious deeds till she shouts for joy, and then I will tell the death that follows until she weeps for bitterness." But Gilgamesh said, "Immolation and sacrifice are not yet for me. The boat of the dead shall not go down, nor the 3-ply cloth be cut for my shrouding. Not yet will my people be desolate, nor the pyre be lit in my house, and my dwelling burnt on the fire. Today give me your aid, and you shall have mine. What then can go amiss with us two? All living creatures born in the flesh shall sit at last in the boat of the west, and when it sinks, when the boat of Magillum sinks, they are gone. But we shall go forward and fix our eyes on this monster. If your heart is fearful, throw away fear. If there is terror, throw away terror. Take your axe in your hand and attack. He who leaves the fight unfinished is not at peace. Humbaba came out from his strong house of cedar, and Enkidu called out, "O Gilgamesh, remember now your boasts in Uruk. Forward, attack, son of Uruk, there is nothing to fear." When he heard these words, his courage rallied, and he answered, "Make haste, close in. If the watchman is there, do not let him escape to the woods where he will vanish. He has put on the first of his 7 splendors, but not yet the other 6. Let us trap him before he is armed." Like a raging wild bull he snuffed the ground. The watchman of the woods turned full of threatenings. He cried out. Humbaba came from his strong house of cedar. He nodded his head and shook it, menacing Gilgamesh. And on him he fastened his eye, the eye of death. Then Gilgamesh called out to Shamash, and his tears were flowing. "O glorious Shamash, I have followed the road you commanded. But now if you send no succor, how shall I escape?" Glorious Shamash heard his prayer, and summoned the great wind, the north wind, the whirlwind, the storm, and the icy wind, the tempest, and the scorching wind. They came like dragons, like a scorching fire, like a serpent that freezes the heart, a destroying flood and the lightning's fork. The 8 winds rose up against Humbaba. They beat against his eyes. He was gripped, unable to go forward or back. Gilgamesh shouted, "By the life of Ninsun, my mother, and divine Lugalbanda, my father, in the country of the living, in this land I have discovered your dwelling. My weak arms and small weapons I have brought to this land against you, and now I will enter your house." So he felled the first cedar, and they cut the branches and laid them at the foot of the mountain. At the first stroke Humbaba blazed out, but they still advanced. They felled 7 cedars and cut the bound branches and laid them at the foot of the mountain, and 7 times Humbaba loosed his glory upon them. As the 7th blaze died out, they reached his lair. He slapped his thigh in scorn. He approached like a noble wild bull roped on the mountain, a warrior whose elbows are bound together. The tears started to his eyes, and he was pale. "Gilgamesh, let me speak. I have never known a mother, no, nor a father who reared me. I was born of the mountain. He reared me, and Enlil made me the keeper of this forest. Oh, let me go free, Gilgamesh, and I will be your servant. You shall be my lord. All the trees of the forest that I tended on the mountain shall be yours. I will cut them down and build you a palace." He took him by the hand and led him to his house, so that the heart of Gilgamesh was so moved with compassion. He swore by the heavenly life, by the earthly life, by the underworld itself. O Enkidu should not have snared. Bird returned to its nest, and the captive man returned to its mother's arms. Enkidu answered, "The strongest of men will fall to fate if he has no judgment. Namtar, the evil fate that knows no distinction between men, will devour him. If the snared bird returns to his nest, if the captive man returns to his mother's arms, then you, my friend, will never return to the city where the mother is waiting who gave you birth. He will bar the mountain road against you, and make pathways impassable." Humbaba said, Enkidu, what you have spoken is evil. You, a hireling, dependent for your bread. In envy and for fear of a rival, you have spoken evil words. Enkidu said, Do not listen, Gilgamesh. This Humbaba must die. Kill Humbaba first, and his servants after. But Gilgamesh said, If we touch him, the blaze and the glory of the light will be put out in confusion. The glory and glamour will vanish. Its rays will be quenched. Enkidu said to Gilgamesh, Not so, my friend. First entrap the bird, and where shall the chicks run then? Afterwards, we can search out the glory and the glamour, when the chicks run distracted through the grass. Gilgamesh listened to the word of his companion. He took the axe in his hand. He drew the sword from his belt, and he struck Humbaba with the thrust of the sword to the neck, and Enkidu, his comrade, struck the second blow. At the third blow, Humbaba fell. Then there followed confusion, for this was the guardian of the forest, whom they had felled to the ground. For as far as 2 leagues the cedars shivered when Enkidu felled the watcher of the forest, he at whose voice Hermon and Lebanon used to tremble. Now the mountains were moved, and all the hills, for the guardian of the forest was killed. They attacked the cedars. The 7 splendors of Humbaba were extinguished. So they pressed on into the forest, bearing the sword of 8 talents. They uncovered the sacred dwellings of the Anunnaki, and while Gilgamesh felled the first of the trees of the forest, Enkidu cleared their roots as far as the banks of the Euphrates. They set Humbaba before the gods, before Enlil. They kissed the ground, and dropped the shroud and set the head before him. When he saw the head of Humbaba, Enlil raged at them. Why did you do this thing? From henceforth may the fire be on your faces. May it eat the bread that you eat. May it drink where you drink. Then Enlil took again the blaze of the 7 splendors that had been Humbaba's. He gave the first to the river. He gave to the lion, to the stone of execration, to the mountain, and to the dreaded daughter of the queen of hell. O Gilgamesh, king and conqueror of the dreadful blaze, wild bull who plunders the mountain, who crosses the sea, glory to him, and from the brave the greater glory is Enki's. Chapter 3. Ishtar and Gilgamesh and the death of Enkidu. Gilgamesh washed out his long locks and cleaned his weapons. He flung back his hair from his shoulders. He threw off his stained clothes and changed them for new. He put on his royal robes and made them fast. When Gilgamesh had put on the crown, glorious Ishtar lifted her eyes, seeing the beauty of Gilgamesh. She said, Come to me, Gilgamesh, and be my bridegroom. Grant me seed of your body. Let me be your bride, and you shall be my husband. I will harness for you a chariot of lapis lazuli and of gold, with wheels of gold and horns of copper, and you shall have mighty demons of the storm for draft mules. When you enter our house, in the fragrance of cedar wood, threshold and throne will kiss your feet. Kings, rulers, and princes will bow down before you. They shall bring you tribute from the mountains and the plain. Your ewes shall drop twins, and your goats triplets. Your pack donkey shall outrun mules, your oxen shall have no rivals, and your chariot horses shall be famous far off for their swiftness. Gilgamesh opened his mouth and answered glorious Ishtar, If I take your hand in marriage, what gifts can I give in return? What ointments and clothing for your body? I would gladly give you bread and all sorts of food fit for a god. I would give you wine and drink fit for a queen. I would pour out barley to stuff your granary. But as for making you my wife, that I will not. How would it go with me? Your lovers have found you like a brazier which smoulders in the cold, a back door which keeps out neither squall of wind nor storm, a castle which crushes the garrison, a pitch that blackens the bearer, a water skin that chafes the carrier, a stone which falls from the parapet, a battering ram turned back from the enemy, a sandal that trips the wearer. Which of your lovers did you ever love forever? What shepherd of yours has pleased you for all time? Listen to me while I tell you the tale of your lovers. There was Tammuz, the lover of your youth. From him you decreed wailing year after year. You loved the many-colored roller, but still you struck and broke his wing. Now in the grove he sits and cries, My wing, my wing. You have loved the lion, tremendous in strength. 7 pits you dug for him, and 7. You have loved the stallion, magnificent in battle, and for him you decreed whip and spur and a thong to gallop 7 leagues by force and to muddy the water before he drinks. And for his mother, silly lamentations. You have loved the shepherd of the flock. He made meal cake for you day after day. He killed kids for your sake. You struck and turned him into a wolf. Now his own herd boys chase him away. His own hounds worry his flanks. And did you not love Ishulanu, the gardener of your father's palm grove? He brought you baskets filled with dates without end. Every day he loaded your table. Then you turned your eyes on him and said, Dearest Ishulanu, come here to me. Let us enjoy your manhood. Come forward and take me. I am yours. Ishulanu answered, What are you asking from me? My mother has baked, and I have eaten. Why should I come to such as you for food which is tainted and rotten? For when was a screen of rushes sufficient protection from frosts? But when you had bared his answer, you struck him. He was changed to a blind mole, deep in the earth, one whose desire is always beyond his reach. And if you and I should be lovers, should not I be served in the same fashion as all those others whom you once loved? When Ishtar heard this, she fell into a bitter rage. She went up to high heaven. Her tears poured down in front of her father Anu and Antum, her mother. She said, My father Gilgamesh has heaped insults onto me. He has told me over all my abominable behavior, my foul and hideous acts. Anu opened his mouth and said, Are you a father of the gods? Did you not quarrel with Gilgamesh the king? So now he has related your abominable behavior, your foul and hideous acts. Ishtar opened her mouth and said again, My father Give me the bull of heaven to destroy Gilgamesh. Fill Gilgamesh, I say, with arrogance to his destruction. But if you refuse to give me the bull of heaven, I will break in the doors of hell and smash the bolts. There will be a confusion of people, those above with those from the lower depths. I shall bring up the dead to eat food like the living, and the hosts of the dead will outnumber the living. Anu said to great Ishtar, if I do what you desire, there will be 7 years of drought throughout Uruk, when corn will be seedless husks. Have you saved grain enough for the people and grass for the cattle? Ishtar replied, I have saved grain for the people, grass for the cattle, and 7 years of seedless husks. There is grain and there is grass enough. When Anu heard what Ishtar had said, he gave her the bull of heaven to lead by the halter down to Uruk. When they reached the gates of Uruk, the bull went to the river. With his first snort, cracks open into the earth, and 100 young men fell down. With his second snort, cracks open, and 200 men fell down to their deaths. With his third snort cracked open, Enkidu doubled over, but instantly recovered. He dodged aside and leapt on the bull and seized it by the horns. The bull of heaven foamed in his face. It brushed him with the thick of its tail. Enkidu cried out to Gilgamesh, My friend, we boasted that we would leave enduring names behind us. Now thrust your sword between the nape and the horns. So Gilgamesh followed the bull. He seized the thick of its tail. He thrust the sword between the nape and the horns and slew the bull. When they had killed the bull of heaven, they cut out its heart and gave it to Shamash. And then the brothers rested. But Ishtar rose tip and mounted the great wall of Uruk. She sprung on the tower and uttered a curse. Woe to Gilgamesh, for he has scorned me in the killing of the bull of heaven. When Enkidu heard these words, he tore out the bull's right thigh and tossed it in her face, saying to her, If I could lay my hands on you, it is this I should do to you, and lash the entrails to your side. Then Ishtar called together her people, the dancing and singing girls, the temple courtesans. Over the thigh of the bull of heaven she set up lamentation. But Gilgamesh called the smiths and the armorers, all of them together. They admired the immensity of the horns. They were plated with lapis lazuli 2 fingers thick. They were 30 pounds each in weight, and their capacity in oil was 6 measures, which he gave to his guardian god Lugalbanda. But he carried the horns into the palace and hung them on the wall. Then they washed their hands in the Euphrates. They embraced each other and went away. They drove through the streets of Uruk where heroes were gathered to see them, and Gilgamesh called to the singing girls, Who is the most glorious of heroes? Who is the most eminent among men? Gilgamesh is the most glorious of heroes. Gilgamesh is the most eminent among men. And now there was feasting, and celebrations and joy in the palace, till the heroes lay down, saying, Now we will rest for the night. When the daylight came, Enkidu got up, and he cried to Gilgamesh, Oh, my brother, such a dream I had last night. Anu, Enlil, Ea, and the heavenly Shamash took counsel together, and Anu said to Enlil, because they have killed the bull of heaven, and because they have killed Humbaba who guarded the cedar mountain, one of the two must die." Then glorious Shamash answered the hero Enlil, "It was by your command that they killed the bull of heaven, and killed Humbaba. And must Enkidu die, although innocent?" Enlil flung round in a rage at glorious Shamash. "You dare to say this? You who went about with them every day, like one of themselves." So Enkidu stretched out before Gilgamesh. His tears ran down in streams, and he said to him, "Oh, my brother, so dear as you are to me, brother, yet they will take me from you." Again he said, "I must sit down on the threshold of the dead, and never again will I see my dear brother with my eyes." While Enkidu lay down in his sickness, he cursed the gate as though it was living flesh. "You there, wood of the gate, dull and insensible, witless. I searched for you over 20 leagues until I saw the towering cedar. There is no wood for you like in our land. 72 cubits high and 24 wide, the pivot and the ferrule of the jambs are perfect. A master craftsman from Nippur has made you, but oh, if I had have known the conclusion. If I had have known that this was all the good that would come of it, I would have raised the axe and split you into pieces, and set up here a gate of wattle instead. If only some future king had brought you here, or some god had fashioned you. Let him obliterate my name and write his own, and the curse fall on him instead of on Enkidu." With the first brightening of the dawn, Enkidu raised his head and wept before the sun god. In the brilliance of the sunlight, his tears streamed down. "Sun god, I beseech you, about that vile trapper, that trapper of nothing, because whom I was to catch less than my comrade, let him catch least. Make his game scarce, make him feeble. Taking the smaller of every share, let his quarry escape from his nets." When he had cursed the trapper to his heart's content, he turned on the harlot. He was roused to curse her also. "As for you, woman, with a great curse I shall curse you. I will promise you a destiny to all eternity. My curse shall come on to you soon and sudden. You shall be without roof for your commerce, for you shall not keep the house with other girls in the tavern, but do your business in places fouled by the vomit of the drunkard. Your hire will be the potter's earth. Your thievings will be flung into the hovel. You will sit at the crossroads in the desert of the potter's quarter. You will make your bed on the dunghill at night, and by the day take your stand in the wall's shadow. Brambles and thorns will tear your feet. The drunk and the dry will strike your cheek, and your mouth will ache. Let you be stripped of your purple dyes. For I too, once in the wilderness with my wife, had all the treasure that I wished." When Shamash heard the words of Enkidu, he called to him from heaven, "Enkidu, why are you cursing the woman, the mistress who taught you to eat bread fit for the gods and drink the wine of kings? She put you upon a magnificent garment. Did she not give you the glorious Gilgamesh for your companion? And has not Gilgamesh, your own brother, made you rest on a royal bed and recline on a couch at his left hand? He has made the princes of the earth kiss your feet, and now all the people of Uruk lament and wail over you. When you are dead, he will let his hair grow long for your sake. He will wear a lion's pelt and wander through the desert. When Enkidu heard glorious Shamash, his angry heart grew quiet. He called back the curse and said, "Woman, I promise you another destiny. The mouth which cursed you shall bless you. Kings, princes, and nobles shall adore you. On your account, a man, though 12 miles off, will clap his hand to his thigh, and his hair will twitch. For you he will undo his belt and open his treasure, and you shall have your desire. Lapis lazuli, gold, and carnelian from the heap in the treasury. A ring for your hand, and a robe shall be yours. The priest will lead you into the presence of the gods, and your account, a wife, a mother of 7, was forsaken." As Enkidu slept alone in his sickness, in bitterness of spirit, he poured out his heart to his friend. It was I who cut down the cedar, I who leveled the forest, I who slayed Humbaba, and now see what has become of me. Listen, my friend. This is the dream I dreamed last night. The heavens roared. The earth rumbled back an answer. Between them stood I before an awful being, the sombre-faced man-bird. He had directed me on his purpose. He was a vampire face. His foot was a lion's foot, his hand was an eagle's talon. He fell on me, and his claws were in my hair. He held me fast, and I smouldered. Then he transformed me, so that my arms became wings covered with feathers. He turned his stare towards me, and he led me away from the palace of Irkala, the Queen of Darkness, to the house from which none who enters ever returns, down the road from which there is no coming back. There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food, and clay their meat. They are clothed like birds, with wings for covering. They see no light. They sit in darkness. I entered the house of dust, and I saw the kings of the earth with their crowns put away forever. Rulers and princes, all those who once wore kingly crowns and ruled the world in the days of old. They who had stood in the palace of gods like An and Enlil stood now like servants to fetch baked meats in the house of dust, to carry cooked meat and cold water from the water-skin. In the house of dust from which I entered were high priests and acolytes, priests of incantation and of ecstasy. There were the servers of the temple, and there was Etana, that king of Dish, whom the eagle carried to heaven in the days of old. I saw also Samarkand, the god of cattle, and there was Ereshkigal, the queen of the Underworld, and Befit Sheri, squatted in front of her, she who is the recorder of the gods and keeps the book of death. She held a tablet from which she read. She raised her head. She saw me and spoke. "Who has brought this one here?" Then I awoke like a man drained of blood, who wanders alone in the waste of rashes, like one whom the bailiff has seized. His heart pounds with terror. Gilgamesh had peeled off his clothes. He listened to his words and wept quick tears. Gilgamesh listened, and his tears flowed. He opened his mouth and spoke to Enkidu. "Who is there in strong-walled Uruk who has wisdom like this? Strange things have been spoken. Why does your heart speak strangely? The dream was marvelous, but the terror was great. We must treasure the dream. whatever the terror, for the dream has shown that misery comes at last to the healthy man. The end of life is sorrow. And Gilgamesh lamented, "Now I will pray to the great gods, for my friend had an ominous dream." This day on which Enkidu dreamed came to an end, and lay stricken with sickness. One whole day he laid on his bed, and his suffering increased. He said to Gilgamesh, the friend on whose account he had left the wilderness, "Once I ran for you, for the water of life, and now I have nothing." A second day he lay on his bed, and Gilgamesh watched over him, but the sickness increased. A third day he laid on his bed. He called out to Gilgamesh, rousing him up. Now he was weak, and his eyes were blind with weeping. 10 days he lay, and his suffering increased. 11 and 12 days he lay on his bed of pain. Then he called to Gilgamesh, "My friend, the great goddess has cursed me, and I must die in shame. I shall not die like a man fallen in battle. I feared to fall, but happy is the man who falls in battle, for I must die in shame." And Gilgamesh wept over Enkidu. With the first light of dawn, he raised his voice and said to the counselors of Uruk, "Hear me, great ones of Uruk, I weep for Enkidu my friend. Bitterly moaning like a woman mourning, I weep for my brother. Oh, Enkidu, my brother, you were the axe at my side, my hand's strength, the sword in my belt, the shield before me, a glorious robe, my fairest ornament. An evil fate has robbed me, a wild ass and a gazelle, that were father and mother, all long-tailed creatures that nourished you, weep for you. All the wild things of the plain and pastures, the paths that you loved in the forest of cedars, night and day murmur. Let the great ones of strong-walled Uruk weep for you. Let the finger of blessing be stretched out in mourning, Enkidu, young brother. There is an echo through all the country, like a mother warning. Weep all the paths where we walked together, and the beasts we hunted, the bear, the hyena, tiger and panther, leopard and lion, the stag and the ibex, the bull and the doe. The river along whose banks we used to walk, it weeps for you. Ula of Elam, and dear Euphrates, where once we drew water for the water skins, the mountain we climbed where we slew the watchman, weeps for you. The warriors of strong-walled Uruk, where the bull of heaven was killed, weep for you. All of the people of Eridu weep for you, Enkidu. Those who brought grain for your eating mourn for you now. Who rubbed oil on your back mourn for you now. Who poured beer for your drinking mourn for you now. The harlot who adjoined you in fragrant ointment laments for you now. The women of the palace who bought you a wife, a chosen ring of good advice, lament for you now. And the young men, your brothers, as though they were women, go long-haired in mourning. What is this sleep which holds you now? You are lost in the dark, and cannot hear me. He touched his heart, but it did not beat, nor did he lift his eyes again. When Gilgamesh touched its heart, it did not beat. So Gilgamesh laid a veil, as one veils the bride over his friend, He began to rage like a lioness robbed of her whelps. This way and that he paced round the bed. He tore out his hair and strewed it around. He dragged of his splendid robes and flung them down as though they were abominations. In the first light of dawn, Gilgamesh cried out, "I made you rest on a royal bed. You reclined on a couch at my left hand. The princes of the earth kissed your feet. I will cause all people of Uruk to weep over you, and raise the dirge of the dead. The joyful people will stoop with sorrow, and when you have gone to the earth, I will let my hair grow long for your sake. I will wander through the wilderness in the skin of a lion." The next day also, in the first light, Gilgamesh lamented. 7 days and 7 nights he wept for Enkidu, until the worm fastened upon him. Only then he gave him up to the earth, for the Anunnaki, the judges, had seized him. Then Gilgamesh issued a proclamation through the land. He summoned them all, the coppersmiths, the goldsmiths, the stone workers, and commanded them, "Make a statue of my friend." The statue was fashioned with a great weight of lapis lazuli for the breast and of gold for the body. A table of hard wood was set out, and on it a bowl of carnelian filled with honey, and a bowl of lapis lazuli filled with butter. These he exposed and offered to the sun, and weeping, he went away. Chapter 4. The Search for Everlasting Life. Bitterly Gilgamesh wept for his friend Enkidu. He wandered over the wilderness as a hunter. He roamed over the plains. In his bitterness he cried, "How can I rest? How can I be at peace? Despair is in my heart. What my brother is now, that shall I be when I am dead. Because I am afraid of death, I will go as best as I can to find Utnapishtim, whom they call the Far Away, for he has entered the assembly of the gods." So Gilgamesh travelled over the wilderness. He wandered over the grasslands, a long journey, in search of Utnapishtim, whom the gods took after the deluge, and they set him in to live in the land of Dilmum, in the garden of the sun, and to him alone of men they gave everlasting life. At night, when he came to the mountain passes, Gilgamesh prayed, "In these mountain passes long ago I saw lions. I was afraid, and I lifted my eyes to the moon. I prayed, and my prayers went up to the gods. So now, O moon god Sin, protect me." When he had prayed, and he lay down to sleep, until he was woken from out of a dream, he saw the lions round him glorying in life. Then he took his axe in his hand. He drew his sword from his belt, and he fell upon them like an arrow from the string, and struck and destroyed and scattered them. So at length Gilgamesh came to Mashu, the great mountains about which he had heard many things, which guard the rising and setting suns. Its twin peaks are as high as the wall of heaven, and its paps reach down to the underworld. At its gate the scorpions stand guard, half man and half dragon. Their glory is terrifying. Their stare strikes death into men. Their shimmering halo sweeps the mountains that guard the setting and rising sun. When Gilgamesh saw them, he shielded his eyes for the length of a moment only. Then he took courage and approached. When they saw him so undismayed, the man-scorpion called to his mate, "This one who comes to us is now flesh of the gods." The mate of the man-scorpion answered, "2/3 is God, but 1/3 is man." Then he called to the man Gilgamesh. He called to the child of the gods. "Why have you come so great a journey? For what have you traveled so far, crossing those dangerous waters? Tell me the reason for your coming." Gilgamesh answered, "For Enkidu. I loved him dearly. Together we endured all kinds of hardships. On his account I have come, for the common lot of man has taken him. I have wept for him day, and I have wept for him night. I will not give up his body for burial. I thought my friend would come back because of my weeping. Since he went, my life is nothing. That is why I have traveled here, in search of Utnapishtim, my father, for men say he has entered the assembly of the gods, and has found everlasting life. I have a desire to question him, concerning the living and the dead." The man-scorpion opened his mouth and said, speaking to Gilgamesh, "No man born of woman has done what you have asked. No mortal man has gone into the mountain. The length of it is 12 leagues of darkness. In it there is no light, but the heart is oppressed with darkness. From the rising of the sun to the setting of the sun, there is no light." Gilgamesh said to him, "Although I should go into sorrow and pain, with sighing and with weeping, still I must go. Open the gate of the mountain." And the man-scorpion said, "Go, Gilgamesh. I permit you to pass through the mountain of Marshu, and through the high ranges. May your feet carry you safely home. The gate of the mountain is open." When Gilgamesh heard this, he did as the man-scorpion had said. He followed the sun's road to his rising through the mountain. When he had gone 1 league, the darkness became thick around him, for there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 2 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 3 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. After 4 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. At the end of 5 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. When he had gone 7 leagues, the darkness was thick. There was no light. When he had gone 8 leagues, Gilgamesh gave a great cry, for the darkness was thick, and he could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 11 leagues, the dawn light appeared. At the end of 12 leagues, the sun streamed out. There was the garden of the gods. All round him stood bushes bearing gems. Seeing it, he went down at once, for there was fruit of carnelian, with the vine hanging from it, beautiful to look at. Lapis lazuli leaves hung thick with fruit, sweet to see. For thorns and thistles there were hematite and rare stones, agate and pearls from out of the sea. While Gilgamesh walked in the garden by the edge of the sea, Shamash saw him, and he saw that he was dressed in the skins of animals and ate their flesh. He was distressed, and he spoke and said, "No mortal man has gone this way before. nor will, as long as the winds drive over the sea. And to Gilgamesh he said, "You will never find the life for which you are searching." Gilgamesh said to the glorious Shamash, "Now that I have toiled and strayed so far over the wilderness, am I to sleep and let the earth cover my head forever? Let my eyes see the sun until they are dazzled with looking. Although I am no better than a dead man, still let me see the light of the sun." Besides the sea, she lives, the woman of the vine, the maker of wine. Siduri sits in the garden at the edge of the sea with the golden bowl and the golden vats that the gods gave her. She is covered with a veil, and where she sits, she sees Gilgamesh coming towards her, wearing skins, the flesh of the gods in his body, but despair in his heart, and his face like the face of one who has made a long journey. She looked, and she scanned the distance. She said in her own heart, "Surely this is some felon. Where is he going now?" And she barred her gate against him with the crossbar and shot home the bolt. But Gilgamesh, hearing the sound of the bolt, threw up his head and lodged his foot in the gate. He called to her, "Young woman, maker of wine, why do you bolt the door? What did you see that made you bar your gate? I will break in your door and burst in your gate, for I am Gilgamesh, who seized and killed the bull of heaven. I killed the watchman of the cedar forest. I overthrew Humbaba, who lived in the forest, and I killed the lions in the passes of the mountain." Then Siduri said to him, "If you are that Gilgamesh who seized and killed the bull of heaven, who killed the watchman of the cedar forest, who overthrew Humbaba that lived in the forest and killed the lions in the passes of the mountain, why are your cheeks so starved? And why is your face so drawn? Why is despair in your heart and your face like the face of one who has made a long journey? Yes, why is your face burned from heat and cold? And why do you come here, wandering over the pastures in search of the wind?" Gilgamesh answered her, "And why should not my cheeks be starved and my face drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has made a long journey. It was burned with heat and cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures in search of the wind? My friend, you see, my younger brother, he who hunted the wild ass of the wilderness and the panther of the plains, nay, friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven and overthrew Humbaba in the cedar forest, my friend who was very dear to me, and who endures dangers beside me. Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved. The end of mortality has overtaken him. I wept for him 7 days and nights till the worm fastened upon him. Because of my brother, I am afraid of death. Because of my brother, I stray through the wilderness, and I know no rest. But now, young woman, maker of wine, since I have seen your face, do not let me see the face of death which I dread so much." She answered, "Gilgamesh, where are you hurrying to? You will never find that life for which you are looking. When the gods created man, they allotted him to death, but life they retained in their own keeping. As for you, Gilgamesh, fill your belly with good things, day and night, night and day. Dance and be merry, feast and rejoice. Let your clothes be fresh, Bathe yourself in water, cherish the little child that holds your hand, and make your wife happy in your embrace. For this, too, is the lot of man." But Gilgamesh said to Siduri, the young woman, "How can I be silent? How can I rest, when Enkidu, whom I love, is dust, and I too shall die and be laid in the earth? You live by the seashore and look into the heart of it, young woman. Tell me now, which is the way to Utnapishtim, the son of Ubarututu? What directions are there for the passage? Give me the directions. I will cross the ocean if it's possible. If it is not, I will wander still farther in the wilderness." The winemaker said to him, "Gilgamesh, there is no crossing the ocean. Whoever has come since the days of old has not been able to pass that sea. The sun in his glory crosses the ocean, but who besides Shamash has ever crossed it? The place and the passage are difficult, and the waters of death are deep which flow between. Gilgamesh, how will you cross the ocean? When you come to the waters of death, what will you do?" "But, Gilgamesh, down in the woods you will find Urshanabi, the ferryman of Utnapishtim. With him are the holy things, the things of stone. He is fashioning the serpent prow of the boat. Look at him well, and if it is possible, perhaps you will cross the waters with him. But if it is not possible, then you must go back." When Gilgamesh heard this, he was seized with anger. He took his axe in his hand, and his dagger from his belt. He crept forward, and he fell on them like a javelin. Then he went into the forest and sat down. Urshanabi saw the dagger flash, and heard the axe, and he beat his head, for Gilgamesh had shattered the tackle of the boat in his rage. Urshanabi said to him, "Tell me, what is your name?" "I am Urshanabi, the ferryman of Utnapishtim, the far away." He replied to him, "Gilgamesh is my name. I am from Uruk, from the house of Anu." Then Urshanabi said to him, "Why are your cheeks so starved and your face so drawn? Why is despair in your heart, and your face like the face of one who has made a long journey? Yes, why is your face burned with heat and cold? And why do you come here wandering over the pastures in the search of the wind?" Gilgamesh said to him, "Why should my cheeks not be starved, and my face not drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has indeed made a long journey. I was burned with the heat and the cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures? My friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven and overthrew Humbaba in the cedar forest, that friend who was very dear to me and who endured dangers beside me. Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved. The end of mortality has taken him. I wept for him 7 days and nights till the worm fastened upon him. Because of my brother I am afraid of death. Because of my brother I stray through the wilderness. His fate lies heavily upon me. How can I be silent? How can I rest? He is dust, and I too shall die and be laid in the earth forever. I am afraid of death. Therefore, Urshanabi, tell me which is the road to Utnapishtim. If it is possible, I will cross the waters of death. If not, I will still wander farther through the wilderness." Urshanabi said to him, "Gilgamesh, Your own hands have prevented you from crossing the ocean. When you destroyed the tackle of your boat, you destroyed its safety." Then the two of them talked it over, and Gilgamesh said, "Why are you so angry with me, Ushabti? For you yourself cross the sea day and night. At all seasons you cross it." "Gilgamesh, those things you destroyed, their property is to carry me over the water to prevent the waters of death from touching me. It was for this reason that I preserved them. But you have destroyed them, and the Urnu snakes with them. But now, go into the forest, Gilgamesh. With your axe cut poles, 120. Cut them 60 cubits long, paint them with bitumen, set them on ferrules, and bring them back." When Gilgamesh heard this, he went into the forest. He cut the poles 120. He cut them 60 cubits long and painted them with bitumen. He set them on the ferrules, and he brought them to Ushabti. Then they boarded the boat, Gilgamesh and Ushabti together, launching it out to the waves of the ocean. For 3 days they ran on it, as it were a journey of a month and 15 days. And at last, Ushabti brought the boat to the waters of death. Then Ushabti said to Gilgamesh, "Press on, take a pole and thrust it in, but do not let your hands touch the waters." Gilgamesh took a second pole, and a third. He took a fourth pole. "Now, Gilgamesh, take a fifth, take a sixth, and seventh pole. Gilgamesh, take an 8th and 9th and 10th pole, an 11th and 12th pole." After 120 thrusts, Gilgamesh had used the last pole. Then he stripped himself. He held up his arms for a mast, and his covering for a sail. So Ushabti the ferryman brought Gilgamesh to Utnapishtim, whom they call the Far Away, who lives in Ti-Nun, at the place of the sun's transit, eastward of the mountain. To him alone of men and gods have given everlasting life. Now, Utnapishtim, where he lay at ease, looked into the distance and said in his heart, musing to himself, "Why does the boat sail here without tackle and a mast? Why are their sacred stones destroyed? Why does the master not sail the boat? That man who comes is none of mine. Where I look, I see a man whose body is covered with skins of beasts. Who is this who walks up upon the shore behind Ushabti? For surely he is no man of mine." So Utnapishtim looked at him and said, "What is your name, you who have come here wearing the skins of beasts, with your cheeks starved and your face drawn? Where are you hurrying to now? For what reason have you made this great journey, crossing the seas whose passage is difficult? Tell me the reason for your coming." He replied, "Gilgamesh is my name. I am from Uruk, from the house of Anu." Then Utnapishtim said to him, "If you are Gilgamesh, why are your cheeks so starved and your face so drawn? Why is despair in your heart and your face like the face of that who has made a long journey? And why is your face so burned with the heat and the cold? And why do you come here, wandering over the wilderness in search of the wind?" Gilgamesh said to him, "Why should not my cheeks be starved and my face not drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has made a long journey. It was burned with heat and cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures? My friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven, and overthrew Umbaba in the cedar forest, my friend who was very dear to me, and endured dangers beside me. Enkidu, my brother who I loved, the end of mortality has overtaken him. I wept for him, 7 days and 7 nights, till the worm fastened upon him. Because of my brother I am afraid of death. Because of my brother I stray through the wilderness. His fate lies heavily upon me. How can I be silent? How can I rest? He is dust, and I shall die also and be laid in the earth forever. Again Gilgamesh said, speaking to Utnapishtim, It is to see Utnapishtim, whom we call the far away, that I have come to this journey. For this I have wandered over the world. I have crossed many difficult ranges. I have crossed the seas. I have wearied myself with the traveling. My joints are aching, and I have lost acquaintance with sleep which is sweet. My clothes were worn out when I came to the house of Siduri. I have killed the bear and the hyena, the lion, the panther, the tiger, the stag, the ibex, all sorts of wild game and small creatures in the pastures. I ate their flesh and wore their skins, and that was how I came to the gate of the young woman, the maker of wine, who barred her gate of pitch and bitumen against me. From her I had the news of the journey. So then I came to Ushanabi, the ferryman, and with him I crossed over the waters of death. Oh, Father Utnapishtim, you who have entered the assembly of the gods, I wish to question you concerning the living and the dead. How shall I find the life for which I am searching? Utnapishtim said to Gilgamesh, There is no permanence. Do we build a house to stand forever? Do we seal a contract to hold for all time? Do brothers divide an inheritance to keep forever? Does the flood time of rivers endure? It is only the nymph of the dragonfly who sheds her larva and sees the sun in his glory. From the days of old there is no permanence. The sleeping and the dead, how alike they are. They are like a painted death. What is there between the master and the servant when both have fulfilled their doom? When the Anunnaki, the judges, come together, and the Mametun, the mother of destinies, together they decree the fates of men. Life and death they allot, but the day of death they do not disclose. Then Gilgamesh said to Utnapishtim the faraway, I look at you now, Utnapishtim, and your appearance is no different from mine. There is nothing strange in your features. I thought I should find you like a hero prepared for battle, but you be here taking your ease on your back. Tell me truly, how was it that you came to enter the company of the gods and to possess everlasting life? Utnapishtim said to Gilgamesh, I will reveal you a mystery. I will tell you a secret of the gods. Chapter 5. The Story of the Flood. You know the city Shuruppak. It stands on the banks of the Euphrates. That city grew old, and the gods that were in it were old. There was Anu, lord of the firmament, their father, and warrior Enlil, their counselor, Ninurta the helper, and Ennugi, watcher over canals, and with them also was A. In those days the world teemed, the people multiplied, the world bellowed like a wild bull, and the great god was aroused by the clamor. Enlil heard this clamour, and he said to the gods' council, "The uproar of mankind is intolerable, and sleep is no longer possible by any reason of the babel." So the gods agreed to exterminate mankind. Enlil did this, but because of his oath, warned me in a dream. He whispered their words to my house of reeds. Reed house, wall, O wall, hearken, reed house, wall, reflect, O man of Shuruppak, son of Ubaru Tutu, tear down your house and build a boat, abandon possessions and look for life, despise worldly goods and save your soul alive. Tear down your house, I say, and build a boat. These are the measurements of the bark as you shall build her. Let hex beam equal her length. Let her deck be roofed like the vault that covers the abyss. Then take up into the boat the seed of all living creatures. When I had understood, I said to my lord, "Behold, what you have commanded I will honor and perform. But how shall I answer the people, the city, the elders?" Then opened his mouth and said to me, his servant, "Tell them this. I have learned that Enlil is wrathful against me. I dare no longer walk in his land nor live in his city. I will go down to the gulf to dwell with my lord. But on you he will rain down abundance, rare fish and shy wild fowl, a rich harvest tide. In the evening the rider of the storm will bring you wheat in torrents." In the light of the first dawn, all my household gathered round me. The children brought pitch, and the men whatever was necessary. On the 5th day, I laid the keel and the ribs. Then I made fast the planking. The ground space was 1 acre. Each side of the deck measured 120 cubits, marking a square. I built 6 decks below, 7 in all. I divided them into 9 sections with bulkheads between. I drove in wedges where needed. I saw to punt poles and laid in supplies. The carriers brought oil in baskets. I poured pitch into the furnace and asphalt and oil. More oil was consumed in the caulking, and more again the master of the boat took into his stores. I slaughtered bulls for the people, and every day I killed sheep. I gave the shipwrights wine to drink, as though it were river water, raw wine, and red wine, and oil, and white wine. There was feasting then, as there is at the time of the New Year's festival. I myself anointed my head. On the 7th day, the boat was complete. Then was the launching full of difficulty. There was shifting of ballast above and below, till 2/3 was submerged. I loaded into her all that I had of gold, and of all living things, my family, my kin, the beast of the field, both wild and tame, and all the craftsmen. I sent them on board, for the time that Shamash had ordained was already fulfilled, when he said, "In the evening, when the rider of the storm sends down the destroying rain, enter the boat and batten her down." The time was fulfilled. The evening came. The rider of the storm sent down the rain. I looked out at the weather, and it was terrible. So I too boarded the boat and battened her down. All was now complete, the battening and the caulking. So I handed the tiller to Puzur Umuri the steersman. with the navigation and the care of the whole boat. With the first light of dawn, a black cloud came from the horizon. It thundered within where Adad, the lord of the storm, was rising. In front over the hill and the plain Shulat and Hanish, heralds of the storm, both led on. The gods of the abyss rose up. Nergal pulled out the dams of the nether waters, Ninurta the warlord threw down dikes, and the 7 judges of hell, the Anunnaki, raised their torches, lighting the land with their living flame. A stupor of despair went up to heaven when the god of the storm turned daylight to darkness, when he smashed the land like a cup. One whole day the tempest raged, gathering fury as it went. It poured over the people like the tides of battle. A imam could not see his brother, nor the people be seen from heaven. Even the gods were terrified of the flood. They fled to the highest heaven, the firmament of An. They crouched against the walls, cowering like curs. Then Ishtar, the sweet-voiced queen of heaven, cried out like a woman in travail. Alas, the days of old are turned to dust because I commanded evil. Why did I command thus evil in the council of all gods? I commanded wars to destroy the people, but they are not my people, for I brought them forth. Now, like the spawn of fish, they float in the ocean. The great gods of heaven and the hell wept. They covered their mouths. For 6 days and 6 nights, the winds blew. Torrent and tempest and flood overwhelmed the world. Tempest and flood raged together like warring hosts. When the 7th day dawned, the storm from the south subsided. The sea grew calm, and the flood was stilled. I looked at the face of the world, and there was silence. All mankind was turned to clay. The surface of the sea stretched as flat as a rooftop. I opened a hatch, and the light fell upon my face. Then I bowed low. I sat down and I wept. The tears streamed down my face, for on every side was the waste of water. I looked for land in vain, but 14 leagues distant there appeared a mountain, and there a boat grounded. On the mountain of Nisir, the boat held fast. She held fast and did not budge. On the day she held, and a 2nd day on the mountain of Nisir, she held fast and did not budge. A 3rd day and a 4th day she held fast on the mountain and did not budge, a 5th and a 6th day. When the 7th day dawned, I loosed a dove and let her go. She flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. Then I loosed a swallow, and she flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. I loosed a raven, and she saw that the waters had retreated. She ate, she flew around, she cawed, and she did not come back. Then I threw everything open to the 4 winds. I made a sacrifice and poured out a libation on the mountain top. 7 and again 7 cauldrons I set up in their stands. I heaped up wood and cane and cedar and myrtle. When the gods smelled the sweet savor, they gathered like flies over the sacrifice. Then, at last, Ishtar also came. She lifted her necklace with the jewels of heaven that once the Anu had made to please her. "O you gods here present, by the lapis lazuli round my neck I shall remember these days as I remember the jewels of my throat. These last days I shall not forget. let all the gods gather around the sacrifice, except Enlil. He shall not approach this offering, for without reflection he brought the flood. He consigned my people to destruction. When Enlil had come, he saw the boat. He was wrath and swelled with anger. Has any of these mortals escaped? Not one was to have survived the destruction. Then the god of the wells and canals, Ninurta, opened his mouth and said to the warrior Enlil, "Who is there of the gods that can devise without A? It is A alone who knows all things." And then A opened his mouth and spoke to the warrior Enlil. "Wisest of the gods, hero Enlil, how can you so senselessly bring down the flood? Lay upon the sinner his sin, lay upon the transgressor his transgression. Punish him a little when he breaks loose, do not drive him too hard, or he perishes. Would that a lion had ravaged mankind, rather than he the loud. Would that a wolf had ravaged mankind rather than the flood. Would the famine had wasted the world rather than the flood. Would that pestilence had wasted mankind rather than the flood. It was not I that revealed the secret of the gods. The wise man learned it in a dream. Now take your counsel. What shall be done with him?" Then Enlil went up to the boat. He took me by the hand and my wife and made us enter the boat, and kneel down on either side, he standing between us. He touched our foreheads to bless us, saying, "In time past, Utnapishtim was a mortal man. Henceforth he and his wife shall live in the distance at the mouth of the rivers. Thus it was that the gods took me and placed me here to live in the distance, at the mouth of the rivers." Chapter 6. The Return. Utnapishtim said, "As for you, Gilgamesh, who will assemble the gods for your sake, so that you may find that life from which you are searching? But if you wish, come and put into the test. Only prevail against sleep 6 days and 7 nights." But when Gilgamesh sat there resting on his haunches, a mist of sleep like soft wool teased from the fleece drifted over him. And Utnapishtim said to his wife, "Look at him now, the strong man who would have everlasting life. Even now the mists of sleep are drifting over him." His wife replied, "Touch the man to wake him, so that he may return to his own land in peace, going back through the gate by which he came." Utnapishtim said to his wife, "All men are deceivers. Even you he will attempt to deceive. Therefore, bake loaves of bread, each day 1 loaf, and put it beside his head, and make a mark on the wall to number the days he has slept." So she baked loaves of bread, each day 1 loaf, and put it beside his head, and she marked the wall the days that he slept. And there came a day when the first loaf was hard, the second was like leather, the third was soggy, the crust on the fourth had mold, and the fifth was mildewed, the sixth was fresh, and the seventh was still in the embers. Then Utnapishtim touched him, and he woke. Gilgamesh said to Utnapishtim the far away, "I hardly slept when you touched and roused me." But Utnapishtim said, "Count those loaves and learn how many days you slept. For your first is hard, your second is like leather, your third is soggy, the crust of the fourth has mold, the 5th is mildewed, the 6th is fresh, and your 7th was still over the glowing embers when I touched and woke you." Gilgamesh said, "What shall I do, Utnapishtim? Where shall I go? Already in the thief of the night has hold of my limbs. Death inhabits my room. Wherever my foot rests, it's there I find death." Then Utnapishtim spoke to Urshanabi the ferryman. "Woe to you, Urshanabi! Now and forevermore you have become hateful to this harborage. It is not for you, nor for you are the crossings of this sea. Go now, banished from the shore. But this man before you, whom you walked, bringing him here, whose body is covered with foulness and the grace of whose limbs has been spoiled by wild skins, take him to the washing place. There he shall wash his long hair clean as snow in the water. He shall throw his skins and let the sea carry them away. And the beauty of his body shall be shown. The fillet on his forehead shall be renewed, and he shall be given clothes to cover his nakedness. Till he reaches his own city and his journey is accomplished, these clothes will show no sign of age. They will wear like a new garment." So Urshanabi took Gilgamesh and led him to the washing place. He washed his long hair as clean as the snow in the water. He threw off his skins which the sea carried away, and showed the beauty of his body. He renewed the fillet on his forehead, and to cover his nakedness gave him clothes which would show no sign of age, but would wear like a new garment until he reached his own city, and his journey was finally accomplished. Then Gilgamesh and Urshanabi launched the boat on the water and boarded it, and they made ready to sail away. But the wife of Utnapishtim the faraway said to him, "Gilgamesh came here wearied out. He is worn out. What will you give him to carry him back to his own country?" So Utnapishtim spoke, and Gilgamesh took a pole and brought the boat to the bank. "Gilgamesh, you came here a man wearied out. You have worn yourself out. What shall I give you to carry you back to your own country?" "Gilgamesh, I shall reveal a secret thing. It is a mystery of the gods that I am telling you. There is a plant that grows underwater. It has a prickle like a thorn, like a rose. It will wound your hands, but if you succeed in taking it, then your hands will hold that which restores his lost youth to a man." When Gilgamesh heard this, he opened the sluices, so the sweet water current may carry him out to the deepest channel. He tied heavy stones to his feet, and they dragged him down to the waterbed. There he saw the plant growing. Although he pricked him, he took it in his own hands. Then he cut away the heavy stones from his feet, and the sea carried him, threw him out onto the shore. Gilgamesh said to Urshanabi the ferryman, "Come here and see this marvelous plant. By its virtue a man may win back all his former strength. I will take it to Uruk of the strong walls. There I will give it to the old men to eat. Its name shall be, 'The Old Men Are Young Again.' And at last I shall eat it myself, and have back all my lost youth." So Gilgamesh returned by the gate through they had come. Gilgamesh and Urshanabi went together. They travelled their 20 leagues, and then they broke their fast. After 30 leagues, they stopped for the night. Gilgamesh saw a well of cool water, and he went down and bathed, But deep down in the pool there was lying a serpent, and the serpent sensed the sweetness of the flower. It rose out of the water and snatched it away, and immediately it sloughed its skin and returned to the well. Then Gilgamesh sat down and wept, his tears running down his face, and he took the hands of Urshanabi. Oh, Urshanabi, was it for this that I toiled with my hands? Is it for this that I have wrung out my heart's blood? For myself I have gained nothing, not I, but the beast of the earth has joy of it now. Already the stream has carried it 20 leagues back to the channels where I found it. I found a sign, and now I have lost it. Let us leave the boat on the bank and go. After 20 leagues, they broke their fast. 30 leagues they stopped for the night. In 3 days they had walked as far as a journey of a month and 15 days. When the journey was accomplished, they arrived at Uruk, the strong-walled city. Gilgamesh spoke to him, to Urshanabi the ferryman. Urshanabi, climb up on the wall of Uruk, inspect its foundation terrace, and examine well the brickwork. See if it is not of burnt bricks. And did not the 7 wise men lay these foundations? 1/3 of the whole is city, 1/3 is garden, 1/3 is field. With the precinct of the goddess Ishtar, these parts and the precinct are all Uruk. This too was the work of Gilgamesh, the king, who knew the countries of the world. He was wise. He saw mysteries and knew secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, was weary, worn out with labor, and returning, engraved on a stone the whole story. Chapter 7. The Death of Gilgamesh. The destiny was fulfilled which the father of the gods Enlil of the mountain had decreed for Gilgamesh. In nether earth the darkness will show him a light. Of mankind, all that are known, none will leave a monument for generations to come to compare with his. The heroes, the wise men, like the new moon, have their waxing and waning. Men will say, who has ever ruled with might and with power like him? As in the dark month, the month of shadows, so without him there is no light. O Gilgamesh, this was the meaning of your dream. You were given the kingship, such was your destiny. Everlasting life was not your destiny. Because of this, do not be sad at heart. Do not be grieved or oppressed. He has given you power to bind and to loose, and to be the darkness and the light of mankind. He has given you unexampled supremacy over people, victory in battle from which no fugitive returns, in forays and assaults from which there is no going back. But do not abuse this power. Deal justly with your servants in the palace. Deal justly before the face of the sun. The king has laid himself down, and will not rise again. The Lord of Kulab will not rise again. He overcame evil. He will not come again. Though he was strong of arm, he will not rise again. He had wisdom and a comely face. He will not come again. He has gone into the mountain. He will not come again. On the bed of fate he lies. He will not rise again. From the couch of many colors, he will not come again. The people of the city, great and small, are not silent. They lift up, they lament, All men of flesh and blood lift up the lament. Fate has spoken. Like a hooked fish, he lies stretched on the bed, like a gazelle that is caught in a noose. Inhuman Namtar is heavy upon him, Namtar that has neither hand nor foot, that drinks no water and eats no meat. For Gilgamesh, son of Ninsun, they weighed out their offerings. His dear wife, his son, his concubine, his musicians, jester, household servants, stewards, all who lived in the palace, weighed out their offerings for Gilgamesh, the son of Ninsun, the heart of Uruk. They weighed out their offerings to Ereshkigal, the queen of death, and to all the gods of the dead. To Namtar, who is fate, they weighed out the offering. Bread for Ned, the keeper of the gate. Bread for Ningizida, the god of the serpent, the lord of the tree of life. For Dumuzi also, the young shepherd. For Enki and Ninki. For Endukuga and Nindukuga. For Enmul and Ninmul. All the ancestral gods, forebears of Enlil. A feast for Shulpe, the god of feasting, for Samukan, the god of the herds, for thy mother Ninhursag, and the gods of creation in the place of creation, for the host of heaven, priest and priestess, weighed out the offering of the dead. Gilgamesh, the son of Ninsun, lies in the tomb. At the place of offerings, he weighed the bread offering. At the place of libation, he poured out the wine. In those days, Lord Gilgamesh departed, the son of Ninsun, the king, peerless, without an equal among men, who did not neglect Enlil his master. O Gilgamesh, lord of Kulab, great is thy praise. The instruction of Ptah-hotep, dealing with the ethics of argument, manners for guests, treatment of servants, and friendship. The instruction of the governor of his city, the vizier Ptah-hotep, in the reign of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Isosi, living forever to the end of time. A. The governor of his city, the vizier Ptah-hotep, he said, O prince, my lord, the end of life is at hand. Old age descendeth upon me. Feebleness comes, and childishness renewed. He that is old lieth down in misery every day. The eyes are small, the ears are deaf. Energy is diminished, the heart hath no rest, the mouth is silent, and he speaketh no word. The heart stoppeth, and he remembereth not yesterday. The bones are painful throughout the body, good turns to evil. All taste departs. These things doeth old age for mankind, being evil in all things. The nose is stopped, and it breathes not for weakness, whether standing or sitting. Command me, thy servant, therefore to make over my princely authority to my son. Let me speak unto him the words, then hearketh to thy counsel of men and old time, those that hearketh unto gods. I pray, let this thing be done, that sin may be banished from among persons of understanding, that thou may enlighten the lands. Said the majesty of his God, instruct him then in the words of old time. May he be wonder unto the children of princes, that they may enter and hearken with him. Make straight all their hearts, and discourse with him without causing weariness. Here begin the proverbs of fair speech, spoken by the hereditary chief, the Holy Father, beloved of the god, the eldest son of the king, of his body, the governor of the city, the vizier, Ta-Hotep, when instructing the ignorant in the knowledge of exactness in fair speaking, the glory of him that obeyeth, the shame of him that transgressed them. He said unto his son, Be not proud because thou art learned, but discourse with the ignorant man as with the sage. For no limit can be set to skill, neither is there any craftsman that possesseth full advantage. Fair speech is more rare than the emerald that is found by slave maidens on the pebbles. If thou find an arguer talking, one that is well disposed and wiser than thou, let thine arms fall behind thy back. Be not angry with him if he agree not with thee. Refrain from speaking evilly. Oppose him not at any time when he speaketh. If he addresses thee as one ignorant of the matter, thine humbleness shall bear away his contention. If thou find an arguer talking, thy fellow, one that is within thy reach, keep not silence when he saith aught is evil. So shalt thou be wiser than he. Great will be the applause on the part of the listeners, and thy name shall be good in the knowledge of princes. If thou found an arguer talking, a poor man, that is to say, not thine equal, be not scornful toward him because he is lowly. Leave him alone. Then he shall confound himself. Question him not to please thine heart, nor pour out thy wrath upon him that is before thee. It is shameful to confuse a mean mind. If thou be about to do that which is thine heart, overcome it as a thing rejected of princes. If thou be a leader, as one directing the conduct of the multitude, endeavor always to be gracious, that thine own conduct be without defect. Great is the truth, appointing a straight path. Never hath it been overthrown since the reign of Osiris. One that overstep the laws shall be punished. Overstepping is by the covetous man, but degradations bear off his riches, for the season of his evil doing never ceases. For he saith, I will obtain by myself, for myself. And he saith not, I will obtain because I am allowed. But the limits of justice are steadfast. It is with what a man repeateth from his father. Cause not fear among men, for this the God punishes likewise. For there is a man that saith, Therein is life, and he is bereft of the bread of his mouth. There is a man that saith, Power is therein, and he saith, I seize for myself that which I perceive. Thus a man speaketh, and he is smitten down. It is another that attaineth by giving unto him that hath not that he causeth men dread. For it happens that what the God hath commanded, even that thing cometh to pass. Live, therefore, in the house of kindliness, and men shall come and give gifts of themselves. If thou be among the guests of a man that is greater than thou, accept that with which he giveth, putting it to thy lips. If thou look at him that is before thee, thine host, pierce him not with many glances. It is a board of the soul to stare at him Speak not till he addresses thee. One knoweth what may be evil in his opinion. Speak when he questions you. So shall thy speech be good in his opinion. The noble who sitteth before food divideth it as his soul moveth him. He giveth unto him that he would favour. It is the custom of the evening meal. It is his soul that he guideth of his hand. It is the noble that bestows, not the underling that attains. Thus the eating of bread is under the providence of the gods. He is an ignorant man that disputes it. If thou be an emissary sent from one noble to another, be exact after the manner of him that sent thee. Give his message even as he hath said it. Beware of making enmity towards thy words, setting one noble against the other by perverting the truth. Overstep it not, neither repeat that which any man, be he prince or peasant, saith in opening the heart. It is abhorrent to the soul. If thou have ploughed, gather thine harvest in the field, and the gods shall make it great under thine hand. Fill not thy mouth at the neighbour's table. If a crafty man be the possessor of wealth, he stealeth like a crocodile from the priests. Let not a man be envious that hath no children. Let him be neither downcast nor quarrelsome on account of it. For a father, though great, may be grieved. As to the mother of the children, she hath less peace than another. Verily, each man is created to his destiny by the gods, who is the chief of a tribe, trustful in following him. If thou be lowly, serve a wise man, that all thine actions may be good before the gods. If thou have known a man of none account that hath been advanced in rank, be not haughty toward him on account of which thou knowest concerning him, but honour him that hath been advanced, according to that which hath he yet become. Behold, riches come not of themselves. It is the rule for him that desireth them. If he bestir him and collect them himself, the god shall make him prosperous. But he shall punish him if he be slothful. Follow thine heart during thy lifetime. Do not more than is commanded of you. Diminish not the time of the following the heart. It is abhorred of the soul, that its time of ease be taken away. Shorten not the daytime more than is needed to maintain thine house. When riches are gained, follow the heart, for riches are of no avail, if one be weary. If thou wouldest be a wise man, beget a son for the pleasing of the god. If he make straight his course after thine example, if he arrange thine affairs in due order, do unto him all that is good, for thy son is he, begotten of thine own soul. Sunder not thine heart from him, or thine own begotten shall curse thee. If he be heedless and trespass thy rules of conduct, and is violent, if every speech that cometh from his mouth be a vile word, then beat him, that his talk may be fitting. Keep him from those that make light of what is commanded, for it is them that make him go rebellious. And they are not guided, go not astray, but they lose their bearings and cannot find a straight course. If thou be in the chamber of the council, act always according to the steps enjoined on thee, and at the beginning of the day. Do not be absent, or thou shalt be expelled. But be ready in entering and making report. Wide is the seat that one hath made address. The council chamber acteth by strict rule, and all its plans are in accordance with method. It is the gods that advanceth one to a seat therein. The like is not done for elbowers. If thou be among people, make for thyself love, the beginning and end of the heart. One that knoweth not his course shall say in himself, seeing thee, he that ordereth himself duly becometh the owner of wealth. I shall copy his conduct. Thy name shall be good, though thou speak not. Thy body shall be fed, thy face shall be seen among thy neighbours. Thou shalt be provided with what thou lacks. As to the man whose health obeyeth his belly, he calleth disgust in place of love. His heart is wretched, his body is gross. He is insolent toward those endowed of the gods. He that obeyeth his belly hath an enemy. Report thine actions without concealment. Discover thy conduct when in council with thine overlord. It is not evil for the envoy that his report be not answered. Yes, I know it by the prince, for that which he knoweth includeth not this. If he the prince think that he will oppose him on account of it, he thinketh he will be silent because I have spoken. If thou be a leader, cause that the rulers that thou hast enjoined be carried out, and do all things as one as remembereth the days coming after, when speech availeth not. Be not lavish of favours, it leads to servility, producing slackness. If thou be a leader, be gracious when thou hearkenest unto the speech of the suppliant. Let him not hesitate to freely deliver himself out of which he had thought to tell thee, but be desirous of removing his inquiry. Let him speak freely, that the thing for which he hath come to thee may be done. If he hesitate to open his heart, it is said, is it because the judge doeth wrong that no entreaties are made to him concerning it by those whom it happened? But a well-taught heart hearkens readily. If thou desire to continue a friendship in the abode wherein thou enterest, be it as master, as brother, or as friend, wheresoever thou goest, beware of consorting with women. No place prospers wherein that is done, nor is it prudent to take part in it. 1,000 men have been ruined for the pleasure of a little short time as a dream. Even death is reached thereby. It is a wretched thing. As for the evil liver, one leaveth him for what he had done, and he is voided. If his desires be not gratified, he regards no laws. If thou desire that thine actions may be good, save thyself from all malice, and beware of the quality of covetousness, which is a grievous inner malady. Let it not chance that thou fall thereinto. It setteth a variance, fathers-in-laws and kinsmen of daughters-in-law. It sundereth the wife and the husband. It gathers unto itself all evils. It is the girdle of all wickedness. But the man that is just flourishes. Truth goes in his footsteps, and he maketh habitations therein, not in the dwelling of covetousness. Be not covetous as touching shares, in seizing that which is not thine own property. Be not covetous towards thy neighbours, for with a gentle man praise availeth more than might. He that is covetous cometh empty from among his neighbours, being void of the persuasion of speech. One hath remorse for even a little covetousness when his belly cooleth. If thou would be wise, provide for thine house, and love thy wife that is in thine arms. Fill her stomach, clothe her back. Oil is the remedy of her limbs. Gladden her heart during thy lifetime, for she is in a state profitable unto its Lord. Be not harsh, for gentleness mastereth her more than strength. Give to her that for which she yet sigheth, and that toward which her eye looks. So shalt thou keep her in thine house. Satisfy thine hired servants out of such things as thou hast. It is the duty of one that hath been favoured of the god. In sooth, it is hard to satisfy hired servants. For one saith, he is a lavish person. One knoweth not which may come from him. But on the morrow he thinketh, he is a person of exactitude, parsimony, content therein. And when favours have been shown unto servants, they say, we go. Peace dwells not in that town wherein dwell servants that are wretched. Repeat not extravagant speech, neither listen thereto, for it is the utterance of a body heated by wrath. When such speech is repeated to thee, hearken not thereto. Look to the ground. Speak not regarding it, that he that is before thee may know wisdom. If thou be commanded to do a theft, bring it to pass that the command be taken off thee, for it is a thing hateful according to law. That which destroyeth a vision is the veil over it. If thou wouldest be a wise man, and when sitting in council with his overlord, apply thine heart unto perfection. Silence is more profitable unto thee than abundance of speech. Consider how thou may be opposed by an expert that speaketh in council. It is such a foolish thing to speak on every kind of work, for he that disputes thy words shall put them unto proof. If thou be powerful, make thyself to be honoured for knowledge and gentleness. Speak with authority, that is, not as if following injunctions, for he that is humble when highly placed falls into errors. Exalt not thine heart, that it be not brought low. Be not silent, but beware of interruption, and of answering words with anger. Put it far from thee. Control yourself. The wrathful heart speaks fiery words. It darteth out of the man of peace that approacheth, stopping his path. One that reckoneth accounts all the day passeth not a happy moment. One that gladdeneth his heart all the day provideth not for his house. The bowman hits the mark, the steersman reaches the land by diversity of aim. He that obeyeth his heart shall command. Let not a prince be hindered when he is occupied, neither oppress the heart of him that is already laden, For he shall be hostile toward one that delayeth him, but shall bear in his soul unto one that loves him. The disposal of souls is with the gods, and that which he loveth is his creation. Set out, therefore, after a violent quarrel. Be at peace with him that is hostile unto thee his opponent. It is such souls that make love to grow. Instruct a noble in such things as be profitable unto him. Cause that he be received among men. Let his satisfaction fall on his master. For thy provision dependeth upon his will. By reason of it, thy belly shall be satisfied, thy back will be clothed thereby. Let him receive thine heart, that thine house may flourish, and thine honour, if thou wish it to flourish thereby. He shall extend thee a kindly hand. Further, he shall implant the love of thee in thy bodies of thy friends. Forsooth, it is a soul loving to hearken. If thou be the son of a man of the priesthood, and an envoy to conciliate the multitude, speak thou without favouring one side. Let it not be said, his conduct is that of the nobles, favouring one side in his speech. Turn thy name towards exact judgments. If thou had been gracious at a former time, having forgiven a man to guide him aright, shun him, remind him not after the first day that he hath been silent to thee concerning it. If thou be great, after being of none account, and hast gotten riches after squalor, being foremost in these the city, and hast knowledge concerning useful matters, so that promotion is come unto thee, then swathe not thine heart in thine hoard, for thou art become the steward of the endowments of the gods. Thou art is not the last. Another shall be thine equal, and to him shall come the like fortune and the like station. Bend thy back unto thy chief, thine overseer in the king's palace, for thine house dependeth upon his will, and thy wages in their season. How foolish it is that one quarrels with his chief, for one liveth only while he is gracious. Plunder not the house of tenants, neither steal the things of a friend, lest he accuse thee in thine hearing, which trusteth back to the heart. If he know of it, he will do thee an injury. Quarrelling in place of friendship is a foolish thing. If thou would seek out the nature of a friend, ask it not of any companion of his, but pass a time with him alone, that thou injure not his affairs. Debate with him after a season. Test his heart in an occasion of speech. When he hath not told thee his past life, he hath made an opportunity that thou may either be ashamed for him or be familiar with him. Be not reserved with him when he openeth speech. Neither answer him after a scornful manner. Withdraw not thyself from him, neither interrupt him whose matter is not yet ended, whom it is possible to benefit. Let thy face be bright, with time thou livest. That which goeth into the storehouse must come out therefrom, and the bread is to be shared. He that is grasping in entertainment shall himself have an empty belly. He that causeth strife cometh himself to sorrow. Take not such an one from thy companion. It is a man's kindly acts that are remembered of him in the years after his life. Know well thy merchants, From when thine affairs are in evil case, thy good repute among thy friends is a channel which is filled. It is more important than the dignities of man, and the wealth of one passeth to another. The good repute of a man's son is a glory unto him, and a good character is for remembrance. Correct chiefly, instruct comfortably. Vice must be drawn out, that virtue may remain. Nor is the matter of misfortune, for one that is a gainsayer becometh a strife maker. If thou make a woman to be ashamed, wanton of heart, one known by her townsfolk to be falsely placed, be kind unto her for a space. Send her not away, give her to eat. The wantonness of her heart shall esteem thy guidance. If thou obey these things that I have said unto thee, all thy demeanour shall be of the best. For verily, the quality of truth is among their excellences. Set the memory of them in the mouths of the people, for their proverbs are good. Nor shall any word that hath here been set down cease out of this land forever, but shall be made a pattern whereby princes shall speak well. They, my words, shall instruct a man how he shall speak after he hath heard them. Yea, he shall become as one skilful in obeying, excellent in speaking, after he hath heard them. Good fortune shall always befall him, for he shall be of the highest rank. He shall be gracious to the end of his life. He shall be content always. His knowledge shall be his guide into a place of security, wherein he shall prosper while on earth. The scholar shall be content in his knowledge. As to the prince, in his turn, his heart shall be happy, his tongue made straight. And in these proverbs his lips shall speak, his eyes shall see, and his ears shall hear that which is profitable for his son, so that he deal justly, void of deceit. A splendid thing is the obedience of an obedient son. He cometh in and listens obediently. Excellent in hearing, excellent in speaking, is every man that obeys what is noble, and the obedience of an obeyer is a noble thing. Obedience is better than all things that are. It marketh good will. How good it is that a son should take that from his father by which he hath reached old age. That which is desired by the god is obedience. Disobedience is abhorred of God. Verily, it is the heart that maketh its master to obey or disobey, for the safe and sound life of a man are his heart. It is the obedient man that obeyeth what is said. He that loveth to obey, the same shall carry out commands. He that obeys becomes obeyed. It is good indeed when a son obeys his father, and he, his father, that hath spoken hath great joy of it. Such a son shall be mild as a master, and he that heareth him shall obey him that hath spoken. He shall be comely in body, and honoured by his father. His memory shall be in the mouths of the living, those upon earth, as long as they exist. Let a son receive the word of his father, not being heedless of any rule of his. Instruct thy son thus, for the obedient man is one that is perfect in the opinion of princes. if he direct his mouth by what hath been enjoined them, watchful and obedient, thy son shall be wise, and his goings seemly. Heedlessness leadeth unto disobedience on the morrow, but understanding shall stabilize him. As for the fool, he shall be crushed. As for the fool, devoid of obedience, he does nothing. Knowledge he regards as ignorance, profitable things as hurtful things. He doeth all kinds of errors, so that he is rebuked therefore every day. He liveth in death therewith. It is his food. At chattering speech he marvels, as at the wisdom of princes, living in death every day. He is shunned because of his misfortunes, by reason of the multitude of afflictions that cometh upon him every day. A son that hearkeneth is a flower of Horus. He is good after he hearkeneth. He groweth old, he reaches honour and reverence. He repeateth in like manner to his sons and daughters, so renewing the instruction of the father. Each man instructeth as he did his begetter, repeating it unto his children. Let him in turn speak with their sons and daughters, that they may be famous in their deeds. Let that which thou speakest implant true things, and just in the life of thy children. Then the highest authority shall arrive, and sins depart from them, and such men as see these things shall say, surely that man have spoken to good purpose, and they shall do likewise. Or, but surely that man was experienced. And all the people shall declare, it is they that shall direct the multitude. Dignities are not complete without them. Take not any word away, neither add one. Set not one in the place of another. Beware of opening in thyself. Be wary of speech when a learned man hearketh unto thee. Desire to be stablished for the good in the mouth of those that hear thee speaking. If thou have entered as an expert, speak with exact lips, that thy conduct may be seemly. Be thine heart overflowing, but refrain from thy mouth. Let thy conduct be exact while amongst nobles, and seemly before your Lord, doing that which he hath commanded. Such a son shall speak unto them that hearken to him. Moreover, his begetter shall be favoured. Apply thine heart, what time thou speakest, to saying things that such the nobles who listen declare, how excellent is that which cometh out of his mouth. Carry out the behest of thy Lord to thee. How good is the teaching of a man's father, for he hath come from him, who hath spoken of his son while he was yet unborn, and that which done for him the son is more than that which is commanded him. Forsooth, a good son is the gift of the God. He doeth more than is enjoined on him. He doeth right, and he putteth his heart into all his goings. If now thou attain my position, thy body shall flourish, the kings shall be content in all that thou doest, and thou shalt gather the years of life, not fewer than I have passed upon the earth. I have gathered even 60 years of life, for the king has bestowed upon me favours more than upon my forefathers. This because I wrought truth and justice for the king unto mine old age. It is finished, from its beginning to its end, even as found in writing, the end of the instructions of Ptah-hotep. Right, so the next one we have is the instruction of Gilgamesh. This is subtitled On Avoiding Offense. Let's begin. The instruction of Gilgamesh. The cautious man flourishes. The exact one is praised. The innermost chamber openeth unto the man of silence. Wide is the seat of the man gentle of speech, but knives are prepared against the one that forces a path, that he advance not, save in due season. If thou sit with a company of people, desire not the bread that thou likest. Short is the time of restraining the heart, and gluttony is an abomination. Therein is the quality of a beast. A cup of water quencheth the thirst, and a mouthful of melon supporteth the heart. A good thing standeth for goodness, but some small thing standeth for plenty. A base man is he that is governed by his belly. He departeth only when he is no longer to fill full his belly in men's houses. If thou sit with a glutton, eat with him, then depart. If thou drink with a drunkard, accept drink, and his heart shall be satisfied. Refuse not meat when with a greedy man. Take that which he giveth thee. Set it not on the side, thinking that it will be a courteous thing. If a man be lacking in good fellowship, no speech hath any influence over him. He is sour of face toward the glad-hearted that are kindly to him. He is a grief unto his mother and friends, and all men say, Let thy name be known. Thou art silent in the mouth when thou art addressed. Be not haughty because of thy might in the midst of thy young soldiers. Beware of making strife, for one knoweth not the things that the god will do when he punishes. The vizier caused his sons and daughters to be summoned. Then when he had finished the rules of the conduct of men, and they marveled when they came to him, then he said unto them, Hearken unto everything that is in this writing in this book, even as I have said in adding unto profitable sayings. And they cast themselves onto their bellies, and they read it, even as it was in writing. And it was better in their opinion than anything in this land unto its limits. Now, they were living when His Majesty the King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Heuni, departed, and His Majesty the King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Senforu, was enthroned as a gracious king over the whole of the land. Then was Gilgamesh made governor of his city and vizier. It is finished. The end of the instructions of Gilgamesh. The next reading is the instruction of Amenemhet. And we begin reading the subtitle in mind, A Palace Conspiracy. Hail and farewell. Beginneth here the instruction made by the Majesty of the King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Sehotep-eb-Re, son of the Sun, Amenemhet the Justified. He speaketh thus in discovering words of truth unto his son, the Lord of the world. Shine forth, he saith, even as the God. Hearken to that which I say unto thee, that thou may reign over the land, that thou may govern the world, that thou may excel in goodness. Let one withdraw himself from his subordinates entirely. It befalleth that mankind give their hearts unto one that causeth them fear. Mix not among them alone. Fill not thine heart with a brother, no, not a trusted friend. Make for thyself no familiar dependence. In these things is no satisfaction. When thou liest down, have care for thy very life, since friends exist not for a man in the day of his misfortunes. I give to the beggar, and cause the orphan to live. I made him that had not to attain, even as he that had. But it was the eater of my food that made insurrection against me. To whom I gave mine hands, he created disturbance thereby. They that had arrayed them in fine linen regarded me a shadow, and it was they that anointed themselves with my spices that entered my harem. My images are among the living, and my achievements are among men, but I have made a heroic story that had not been heard, a great feat of arms that had not been seen. Surely one fights for a lassoed ox that forgetteth yesterday, and good fortune is of no avail unto one that cannot perceive it. It was after the evening meal, and night had come. I took for myself an hour of ease. I lay down upon my bed, for I was weary. My heart began to wander. I slept, and lo, weapons were brandished, and there was conference concerning me. I acted as the serpent of the desert. I awoke to fight. I was alone. I found one struck down. It was the captain of the guard. Had I received quickly from the arms from his hand, I had driven back those by smiting around. But he was not a brave man on that night, nor could I fight alone. On occasion of prowess cometh not to one surprised. Thus was I. Behold then the vile things that came to pass, for I was without thee. The courtiers knew not that I had passed unto thee thy power. I sat not with thee on the throne. Let me, then, make thy plans, because I awed them not. I was not unmindful of them. But mine heart bringeth not to remembrance the slackness of the servants. It is the custom of women to gather together assailants, is it not? Are assassins reared within my palace? Was the opening done by cutting through the ground? The underlings were deceived as to what they did. But misfortunes had not come in my train since my birth, nor have there existed to me equal as a doer of valiance. I forced my way up to Elephantine. I went down unto the coast lakes. I have stood upon the boundaries of the land, and I have seen its center. I have seen limits of might, by my might, in my deeds. I raised corn. I loved Nopi. The Nile begged of me every valley. In my reign none hungered, none thirsted therein. They were contented in that which I did, saying concerning me, every commandment is met. I overcame lions. I carried off crocodiles. I cast Nubians under my feet. I carried off the southern Nubians. I caused the Asiatics to flee, even as hounds. I have made me a house, adorned with gold, its ceiling lapis lazuli, its walls having deep foundations, its doors are of copper. Their bolts are of bronze. It is made for everlasting. Eternity is in awe of it. I know every dimension thereof. O Lord of the world. There are diverse devices in this building. I know the pronouncements of men when inquiring into its beauties, but they know not that it was without thee. Ah, my son, Senweset, life, safe and sound, be to thee. But thy feet do I walk. Thou art after mine own heart. By thine eyes do I see. Born in the hour of delight, with spirits that rendered thee praise. Behold, that which I have done at the beginning, let me set in order for thee at the end. Let me be the landing place of that which is in thine heart. All men together set the white crown on the offspring of the god, fixing it unto its due place. I shall begin thy praises when in the boat of Ra. Thy kingdom hath been from primeval time. Raise up monuments. Make beautiful thy tomb. I have fought against him whom thou knowest, for I desire not that he should be beside thy majesty. Life, safe and sound, be to thee. It is finished. The end of the instructions of Amenemhet. Ancient Egyptian Legends by M.A. Murray, first edition, published January 1913, London. A link to this public domain work is in the description. If you like this kind of stuff, like and subscribe to the channel. You know you'll get more. Let's begin with the first tale. The Princess and the Demon. It was in the reign of King Ramesses, son of the sun, beloved of Amun, king of the gods. A mighty warrior was Ramesses in the day of the battle to Mentu, god of war. Very valorous was he, like the son of the sky goddess. Now, his majesty was in Naharena, where the great river Euphrates rolls down to the sea, and he received the tribute of vassal princes, for he was the conqueror of the 9 archer tribes, and none could stand before his face when he came forth equipped with all his weapons of war. The princes prostrated themselves before him, bowing their foreheads to the ground, breathing the earth which his feet had trodden. Great and splendid was their tribute. Gold and precious stones of all colors, blue lapis lazuli and green turquoise, sacred to Hathor, goddess of love and joy. And slaves came, bearing on their backs sweet-scented woods, perfumed and aromatic, like the trees in the land of the gods. The prince of Bekten came also, and with him his eldest daughter, and he placed her in front of the slaves, for she was the choicest part of his tribute. Very beautiful was she, fair in her limbs, tall and slender as a palm tree, and the heart of the king turned to her with delight, and he loved her more than anything on earth. He made her the great royal wife, and he gave her a name by which she should be known in the land of Egypt, Neferu Ra. The beauty of Ra she was called, for her beauty was like the shining of the sun. And the name was written in the royal oval, as is the custom of the kings of Egypt and their queens. Then King Ramesses returned to Egypt, and with him went the great royal wife, Queen Neferu-Ra. And when they came to the Black Land, the land of Egypt, she performed all the ceremonies of a queen in the temples of Egypt. Now it happened that King Ramesses was in Thebes, the mighty one, on the 22nd of the month Paini. And he went into the temple of Ammon, for this day of so beautiful the festival of the god, when the boats go up and down the water with torches and lights, and the sacred bark, adorned with gold and painted with glorious colors, is borne aloft, that men may see the figure of Ammon-Ra himself within. And Queen Neferu-Ra with his majesty, for the great royal wife of Egypt, has ever been the worshipper of Ammon-Ra, the king of the gods. There came into the temple courtiers of the king to announce the arrival of a messenger from the prince of Bekten. Loaded was he with the gifts for Neferu-Ra, the queen of Egypt, daughter of the prince of Bekten, and he carried also a message to the king. When he entered the royal presence, he bowed to the earth, saying, "Glory to thee, O son of the 9 archer tribes. May we live before thee." Then he bowed to the earth again, and spoke the message that he had brought from the prince of Bekten to Ramesses, king of Egypt. "I come to thee, O living king, my lord, on account of Bent Reshi, the little sister of the great royal wife Neferu-Ra, for there is a malady in all her limbs. Send, therefore, a learned man that he may see and heal her." The king turned to his courtiers and said, "Bring hither a scribe of the house of life, and bring also those who speak the hidden things of the inner chamber." And the courtiers hastened and brought them into the presence forthwith. And the king said to them, "I have brought you hither to hear this manner. Tell me then of a man, learned and skillful, to send to the prince of Bekten." Then they took counsel among themselves as to a learned and skillful man, and they brought the scribe Tehuti-em-Heb before the king. And the king bade him go with the messenger of the prince of Bekten to heal Bent Reshi, the little sister of the great royal wife. When the scribe Tehuti-em-Heb came to Bekten, he was brought into the presence of Bent Reshi. He was a learned and skillful man, and he found the princess under the dominion of a spirit that was hostile to him, against whom his learning and skill were of no avail, who set his magic arts at naught. But then the prince of Bekten was sad, and sorrow was in his heart. But Tehuti-em-Heb the scribe counselled him to send again to Egypt to implore the help of Khonsu, the expeller of demons, to cast out the evil spirit from Bent Reshi, the little sister of the great royal wife. Now, so great was the distance from Bekten to Egypt, that from the time that Tehuti-em-Heb and the scribe departed out to Thebes till the second message came to King Ramesses was 3 years. And throughout that time, the evil spirit dwelt in the body of Bent Reshi, and would not be cast out. And when the second messenger arrived, King Ramesses was again in Thebes, and it was the first of the month Pacons, the month that is sacred to Khonsu. He entered the temple, and with him came his courtiers, and the messenger of the prince Bekten. In the temple were two statues of Khonsu. Very marvelous figures were these, very sacred, very holy. The one was called Khonsu in Thebes, Neferhotep, and the other Khonsu, the expeller of demons. Now Khonsu is the god of the moon, the son of Amun-Ra and of Mut, lady of Ashru, and men represent him with a curled lock of youth, for he is ever young and ever beautiful. Then the king stood before the great statue of Khonsu in Thebes, Neferhotep, and said, O my good lord, I come again into thy presence on account of the daughter of the prince of Bekten. Then the priests lifted the statue of Khonsu in Thebes, Neferhotep, and placed it in front of Khonsu, the expeller of demons. And the king spoke again before Khonsu in Thebes, Neferhotep, and said, My good lord, turn thy face to Khonsu, the expeller of demons. Grant that he may go to Bekten. Khonsu in Thebes, Neferhotep, inclined his head twice in token of assent. Very marvelous was the figure of Khonsu in Thebes, Neferhotep. And yet again King Ramesses spoke, Let thy protection be with him. Grant that I may send the majesty of Khonsu to Bekten to save Bent Reshi, the little sister of the great royal wife. Khonsu in Thebes, Neferhotep, inclined his head twice in token of assent. Very marvelous was the figure of Khonsu in Thebes, Neferhotep, and he gave his magical protection 4 times to Khonsu, the expeller of demons. Then King Barnases gave command, and Khonsu, the expeller of demons, was placed in the great boat, and around the great boat were 5 small boats, with chariots and horses, numerous and splendid on the right hand and on the left. The retinue of Khonsu, expeller of demons, was the retinue of a king. For a year and 5 months they journeyed until they finally reached Bekten. The prince of Bekten came out with his bowmen and his courtiers to meet Khonsu, the expeller of demons, with his royal welcome, and they entered into his presence as into the presence of a king. The prince of Bekten fell on his knees and laid his forehead on the ground at the feet of Khonsu, and said, Thou hast come to us. O be kind to us according to the words of Ramesses, the king of Egypt. They brought Khonsu to the chamber of Bent Reshi, the little sister of the great royal wife, and he made a magical protection over her. Lo, there happened a wonder and a marvel, for she was well in all but a moment. Then the spirit who had been in her spoke in the presence of Khonsu, the expeller of demons. Thou hast come in peace, O great God, expeller of demons. Bekten is thy city, its people are thy slaves. I bow before thee, for I am also thy slave. I will go to that place from which I came, that thy heart may have peace. But ere I go, let the majesty of Khonsu give command that a holy day be made for me by the prince of Bekten. When he said these words, Khonsu, the expeller of demons, inclined his head to the priest and said, Let the prince of Bekten make a great sacrifice for this spirit. The prince of Bekten and all his soldiers and courtiers heard the voices of the spirit and of the god, and they trembled. They were exceedingly afraid. they obeyed the command of the god and prepared a great sacrifice for Khonsu, the expeller of demons, and for the spirit that came out of Bent Reshi, the little sister of the royal wife, the daughter of the prince of Bekten. And they made a holy day with offerings, sacrifices, and libations. So the spirit in the form of a shining one went his way in peace out of the land of Bekten, and he went whithersoever it pleased him, as Khonsu, the expeller of demons, had commanded. The prince of Bekten was glad, and his heart rejoiced, and all the people rejoiced also that the spirit had been driven out of Bent Reshi, and out of the land of Bekten. But in the midst of his joy and gladness, fear came upon the heart of the prince of Bekten, lest the spirit should return and take up his abode again in the land when Khonsu, the expeller of demons, had departed. He took counsel with himself and said, I will keep Khonsu, the expeller of demons, in Bekten. I will not let him return to Egypt. And so Khonsu remained for 3 years, 4 months, and 5 days in Bekten, but the prince of Bekten would not let him go. And at the end of the time that the prince of Bekten lay upon his bed at night and slept, and while he slept a vision passed before his eyes. He dreamed that he stood before the shrine of Khonsu. The great doors of the shrine were folded, and the god came forth. Stepping out between the doors, he changed into the form of a hawk with feathers of gold, burnished and beautiful, and soared high into the air with wings outspread, and like an arrow he darted towards Egypt. When the prince of Bekten awoke, he was afraid, for he feared the wrath of the gods, and he sent for the priest of Khonsu, the expeller of demons, and said to him, The god is estranged from us. He has returned to Egypt. Let his chariot also return to Egypt. The prince of Bekten gave command that the god should be taken back, and he loaded the god with gifts. Great and numerous were the gifts of all manner of beautiful things that the prince of Bekten gave to Khonsu. For many months they journeyed, and with them an escort of soldiers and horses from the land of Bekten. They arrived safely at Thebes, and entered into the temple of Khonsu in Thebes Neferhotep. Then Khonsu, the expeller of demons, gave Khonsu in Thebes Neferhotep all the gifts, the rich and costly, which he had received from the prince of Bekten. Nothing did he keep for himself. And thus ended the journey of Khonsu, the expeller of demons, the great god. The King's Dream. Long, long ago lived Thothmes, king of Egypt. Lord of the 2 lands was he, wearer of the double diadem, he whom the gods loved. But he was not that Thothmes, the mighty bull who conquered Syria, Nubia, and the 9 archer tribes, but he bore the same name, and was a great and valorous king. Syria bowed before him. Nubia was his servant, and he trod the 9 archer tribes beneath his feet. When he was a child, he was like unto Harpocrates, the son of Isis, he who was born in the marshes of the north country. Beautiful was he, with the beauty of the gods, in form like Horus, the avenger of his father. and in all manly sports he did excel. He hunted the wild game on the deserts both north and south of Memphis. He coursed the lions and the deer. He shot arrows at targets. He drove in his chariot, and his horses were fleeter than the wind. Alone did he hunt, or with 2 companions only, and none knew the path that he would follow. For in the desert none live save wild beasts. When his followers required rest in the heat of the day, he took them to the great statue of Harmachis, close to Ker-Aha, where the road of the god leads eastward to On. Of stone was this mighty figure, hewn out of living rock, his face the face of a man, stern and majestic, turned to the rising sun, his body that of a lion. Upon his brow is the death-dealing snake with head erect, ready to strike. Men call this figure Harmachis, and the Sphinx, and the father of terrors. Great and exalted is this figure of the god, resting in his chosen place. Mighty is his power, for the shadow of the sun is upon him. The temples of Memphis and the temples of every town on both sides adore him. They stretch out their hands to him in adoration. Sacrifices and libations are made before him. One day, here, Thothmes was not yet king. Before he had ascended the throne of Horus, the living one, it came to pass that he hunted alone in the desert, and it was noontide. Very fierce was the heat, blinding the sunbeams, and he rested in the shadow of the great god. And as he rested, heated and weary, in the coolness of the shadow, sleep very heavy and deep came upon him in the moment when the sun reached the zenith. Thus he slept at broad midday, and in his sleep dreams and visions came upon him. In his dream he stood before the giant figure of God, but no longer was it of stone, for behold, it was the God himself. The breath of life was in him, and his lips moved, and he spoke with gentle speech as a father speaks to a child, for his words were of blessing. See now, O my son Thothmes, he said, look at me, behold me. I am thy father. I am Harmachis, and Ra, and Khepra, and Atmu also. For I am the sun god, to whom all lands are subject. Through me alone shall the kingdom of Egypt come to thee. Thou shalt wear the white crown of the south land, and the red crown of the north land. Thou shalt sit upon the throne of Geb the inheritor. To thee shall belong the whole land in its length and breadth, the land which the universal Lord makes glorious. Want and trouble shall never come near thee, for gifts shall be brought to thee from every country, near and afar. The duration of thy life shall be for many years. My face shall be towards thee, and my heart shall incline to thee, if thou wilt do for me that which I desire. And Thothmes looked, and he saw that the figure lay half buried in the sand, and it seemed as though the god had struggled to free himself, for naught but the head appeared above the plain, and the sands came up about him, like the waves of the sea when they swallow up a ship that is on the rocks. Then the majesty of the god spoke once more, and he said, the sand of the desert on which I rest is about me. It overwhelms me. It covers me. Hasten to do that which my heart desires, for I know thou art a son who honors the behests of his father. Sleep fell from the eyelids of Thothmes, and he awoke. Here the inscription is broken away, and the end of the story is not known. The coming of the great queen. Now Amun-Ra, king of the gods, sat upon his throne, and around him stood the greatest of the gods and goddesses. On his right was Osiris, crowned with the great white crown of the Southland, and on his left was Mentu, the god of war. On the head of Mentu were two great feathers, and the flashing disk of the sun. With Osiris were the twin goddesses, Isis and Nephthys. Beside them stood Hathor, goddess of love, whom the Greeks call Aphrodite. Horus, the son of Iris, Isis, with far-seeing eyes of the hawk, and Anubis, the son of Nephthys, the faithful guardian of Isis. With Mentu were Atmu, the god of the sunset, Shu and his twin sister Tefnut, Geb, the earth god, and Nut, the sky goddess. These two are the oldest of the gods, from whom all others proceed. Amun-Ra, king of the gods, sat upon his throne and looked upon the land of Egypt. And he spoke, saying, I will create a queen to rule over Ta-Meri. I will unite the two lands in peace for her, and in her hands I will place the whole world. Egypt, Syria, Nubia, Punt, the land of the gods, shall be under her sway. And when he had spoken this, there was a silence among the gods. While he yet spoke, Thoth entered into his presence. Thoth, the twice great, the maker of magic, the lord of Kemenu. He listened to the words of Amun-Ra, king of the gods, and in the silence that followed, he spoke. O Amun-Ra, lord of the thrones of the two lands, king of the gods, maker of men, behold, in the black land, in the palace of the king is a maiden. Fair and beautiful is she in all her limbs. Ahmes is her name, and she is the wife to the king of Egypt. She alone can be the mother of the great queen, whom thou wilt create over to rule the two lands. She is in the palace of the king. Come, let us go to her. Now the form of Thoth is the form of an ibis, that he may fly swiftly through the air, and none may know him. And as an ibis he went to the palace of the king. But Amun-Ra took upon himself the shape of the king of Egypt. Great was the majesty of Amun-Ra, splendid his adornments. On his neck was the glittering collar of gold and precious stones. On his arms were bracelets of pure gold and electrum. And on his head were two plumes. By the plumes alone could men know the king of the gods. In one hand he carried the scepter of power, in the other the emblem of life. Glorious was he as the sun at midday, and the perfumes of the land of Punt were all around him. In the palace of the king of Egypt was Queen Ahmes, and it was night. she lay upon her couch, and sleep was upon her eyelids. Like a jewel was she in her beauty, and the chamber in which she slept was like the setting of a jewel, black bronze and electrum, acacia wood and ebony were the adornments of the palace, and her couch was in the form of a fierce lion. Through the two great doors of the palace went the gods. None saw them, none beheld them. And with them came Neith, the god of Sais, and Silk, the scorpion goddess. On the head of Neith were the shield and crossed arrows, on the head of Silk a scorpion bearing in each claw the emblem of life. The fragrance of the perfumes of Punt filled the chamber, and Queen Achmes awoke and beheld Amun-Ra, the king of the gods, maker of men. In majesty and beauty he appeared before her, and her heart was filled with joy. He held towards her the sign of life, and in her hand he laid the sign of life and the scepter of power. And Neith and Silk lifted the couch on which the queen reposed, and held it high in the air, that she might be raised above the ground on which mortal men live, while she spoke with the immortal gods. Then Amun-Ra returned, and was enthroned among the gods, and he summoned to his presence Khnum the Creator, he who fashions the bodies of men, who dwells beside the rushing waters of the cataract. To Khnum he gave the command, O Khnum, fashioner of the bodies of men, fashion for me a daughter, she who shall be the great queen of Egypt. For I will give to her all life and satisfaction, all stability, and all joy of heart forever. Khnum the Creator, the fashioner of the bodies of men, the dweller by the cataract, made answer to Amun-Ra, I will form for thee thy daughter, and her form shall be more glorious than the gods, for the greatness of her dignity as king of the south and the north. Then he brought his potter's wheel, and took clay, and with his hands fashioned the body of the daughter of Queen Achmes into the body of her Ka. And the body of the child and the body of the Ka were alike in their limbs and faces, and none but the gods could know them apart. Beauty were they with the beauty of Amun-Ra, more glorious were they than the gods. Beside the potter's wheel knelt Heqt, lady of Herur, the goddess of birth. In each hand she held the sign of life, and as the wheel turned and the bodies were fashioned, she held it towards them, that life might enter into the lifeless clay. Then Khnum, the fashioner of the bodies of men, and Heqt, the goddess of birth, came to the palace of the king of Egypt, and with them came Isis, the great mother, and her sister Nephthys, Meshkent, and also Ta-Urt, and Bes, the protector of children. The spirits of Pe and the spirits of Dep came with them to greet the daughter of Amun-Ra and of Queen Achmes. When the child appeared, the goddesses rejoiced, and the spirits of Pe and the spirits of Dep chanted praises to her honor, for the daughter of Amun-Ra was to sit upon the throne of Horus of the living, and rule the land of Egypt, to the glory of the gods. She was called Hatshepsut, chief of noble women, divine of diadems, favorite of the goddess, beloved of Amun-Ra. And to her the gods granted that she should be the mistress of all lands within the circuit of the sun, and that she should appear as a king upon the throne of Horus, before the glories of the great house, and upon her was the favour of Amun-Ra forever. The Book of Thoth. Now Ahura was the wife of Nefer-ka-Ptah, and their child was Merab. This was the name by which he was registered by the scribes in the House of Life. And Nefer-ka-Ptah, though he was the son of the king, cared for naught on earth but to read the ancient records written on papyrus in the House of Life, or engraved on stone in the temples. All day and every day he studied the writings of the ancestors. One day he went into the temple to pray to the gods, but when he saw the inscriptions on the walls he began to read them, and forgot to pray. He forgot the gods, he forgot the priests, he forgot all that was around him, until he heard laughter behind him. He looked round, and a priest stood there, and from him came the laughter. "Why laughest thou at me?" said Nefer-ka-Ptah. "Because thou readest these wordless writings," answered the priest. "If thou wouldst read these writings that are worth the reading, I can tell thee where the Book of Thoth lies hidden." Then Nefer-ka-Ptah was eager in his questions, and the priest replied, "Thoth wrote the book with his own hand, and in all its magic in the world. If thou readest the first page, thou wilt enchant the sky, the earth, the abyss, mountains, and sea. You will understand the language of the birds of the air, and know what the creeping things of the earth are saying. You will see the fishes from the darkest depths of the sea. And if thou readest the other page, even though thou wert dead and in the world of ghosts, thou could come back to the earth in the form thou once had. And beside this, thou wilt see the sun shining in the sky with the full moon and stars, and thou wilt behold the great shapes of the gods." Then said Nefer-ka-Ptah, "By the life of the Pharaoh, the book shall be mine. Tell me whatsoever it is that thou desirest, and I will do it." "Provide for my funeral," said the priest. "See that I am buried as a rich man, with priests and mourning women, offerings, libations, and incense. Then shall my soul rest in peace in the fields of Alu. 100 pieces of silver must be spent upon my burying." Then Nefer-ka-Ptah sent a fleet messenger to fetch the money, and he paid 100 pieces of silver into the priest's hands. When the priest had taken the silver, he said to Nefer-ka-Ptah, "The book is in Coptos, in the middle of the river. In the middle of the river is an iron box. In the iron box is a bronze box. In the bronze box is a Kete wood box. In the Kete wood box is an iron and ebony box. In the ivory and ebony box is a silver box. In the silver box is a gold box, and in the gold box is the Book of Thoth." Round about the greatest iron box are snakes and scorpions, and all manner of crawling things. And above all there is a snake which no man can kill. These are set to guard the Book of Thoth. When the priest had finished speaking, Nefer-ka-Ptah ran out of the temple, for his joy was so great, he knew not where he was. He ran quickly to find Ahura and tell her about the book, that he would go to Koptos and find it. But Ahura was very sorrowful and said, "Go not on this journey, for trouble and grief await thee in the southern land." She laid her hand upon Nefer-Ka-Ptah, as though she would hold him back from the sorrow that awaited him, but he would not be restrained, and he broke away from her and went to the king his father. He told the king all he had learned, and said, "Give me the royal barge, father, that I may go to the southern land with my wife Ahura and my son Merab, for the book of Thoth I must and will have." So the king gave the orders, and the royal barge was prepared, and in it Nefer-Ka-Ptah, Ahura, and Merab sailed up the river to the southern land as far as Koptos. When they arrived at Koptos, the high priest and all the priests of Isis of Koptos came down to the river to welcome Nefer-Ka-Ptah, Ahura, and Merab. And they went in a great procession to the temple of the goddess, and Nefer-Ka-Ptah sacrificed an ox and a goose, and poured a libation of wine to Isis of Koptos and her son Harpocrates. After this, the priests of Isis and their wives made a great feast for 4 days in the honor of Nefer-Ka-Ptah and Ahura. On the morning of the 5th day, Nefer-Ka-Ptah called to him a priest of Isis, a great magician, learned in all the mysteries of the gods. And together they made a little magic box, like the cabin of the boat, and they made men and a great store of tackle, and put the men and the tackle in the magic cabin. Then they uttered a spell over it, and the men breathed and were alive, and began to use the tackle. And Nefer-Ka-Ptah sank the magic cabin in the river, saying, "Workmen, workmen, work for me." And he filled the royal barge with sand and sailed away alone. While Ahura sat on the bank of the river at Koptos and watched and waited, she knew that sorrow must come for this journey to the southern land. The magic men in the magic cabin toiled all night and all day for 3 nights and 3 days along the bottom of the river, and when they stopped, the royal barge stopped also. Nefer-Ka-Ptah knew that he had arrived where the book lay hidden. He took the sand out of the royal barge and threw it into the water, and it made a gap in the river, a gap of Shonus long and Shonus wide. In the middle of the gap lay the iron box, and beside the box was coiled a great snake that no man could kill. And all around the box, on every side to the edge of the walls of water, were snakes and scorpions, and all manner of crawling thing. Then Nefer-Ka-Ptah stood up in the royal barge, and across the water he cried to the snakes and scorpions and crawling things a great and terrible cry, and the words were the words of magic. As soon as his voice was still, the snakes and scorpions and crawling things were still also, for they were enchanted by the means of the magical words of Nefer-Ka-Ptah, and they could not move. Nefer-Ka-Ptah brought the royal barge to the edge of the gap, and he walked through the snakes and scorpions and crawling things, and they looked at him, but could not move because of the spell that was upon them. And now Nefer-Ka-Ptah was face to face with the snake that no man could kill, and it reared itself up ready for battle. Neferkata rushed upon it and cut off its head, and at once the head and the body came together, each to each, and the snake that no man could kill was alive again, ready for the fray. Again, Neferkata rushed upon it, and so hard did he strike the head was flung far from the body. But at once the head and the body came together again, each to each, and again the snake that no man could kill was alive and ready to fight. Then Neferkata saw that the snake was immortal and could not be slain. It must be overcome by subtle means. Again he rushed upon it and cut it in two, and very quickly he put sand on each part, so that, when the head and the body came together, there was sand between them, and they could not join. And the snake, that no man could kill, finally lay helpless before him. Then Neferkata went to the great box where it stood in the gap in the middle of the river, and the snakes and scorpions and all the crawling things watched, but they could not stop him. He opened the iron box and found a bronze box. He opened the bronze box and found a Kete wood box. He opened the Kete wood box and found an ivory and ebony box. He opened the ivory and ebony box and found a silver box. He opened the silver box and found a gold box. He opened the gold box and he found the book of Thoth. He opened the book and read a page, and at once he had enchanted the sky, earth, abyss, mountains, and the sea, and he understood the language of birds, fish, and beasts. He read the second page, and he saw the sun shining in the sky with the full moon and stars, and he saw the great shapes of the gods themselves, and so strong was the magic that fishes came up from the darkest depths of the sea. So he knew what the priest had told him was true. Then he thought of Ahura waiting for him at Koptos, and he cast a magic spell upon the men that he made, saying, "Workmen, workmen, work for me, and take me back to the place from which I came." They toiled day and night until they came to Koptos, and there was Ahura sitting by the river, having eaten nothing and drunk nothing since Neferkata went away, for she sat waiting and watching for the sorrow that was to come upon them. But when she saw Neferkata returning in the royal barge, her heart was glad, and she rejoiced exceedingly. Neferkata came to her and put the book of Thoth into her hands, and bade her to read it. When she read the first page, she enchanted the sky, the earth, the abyss, the mountains, and the sea, and she understood the language of the birds, fish, and beasts. And when she read the second page, she saw the sun shining in the sky, with a full moon and stars, and she saw the great shapes of the gods themselves, and so strong was the magic that the fishes came up from the darkest depths of the sea. Neferkata now called for a piece of new papyrus, and for a cup of beer, and on the papyrus he wrote all the spells that were in the book of Thoth. Then he took the cup of beer and washed the papyrus in the beer, so that all the ink was washed off, and the papyrus had become as though it had never been written on. And Neferkata drank the beer, and at once he knew all the spells that had been written on the papyrus, for this is the method of the great magicians. Then Neferktar and Ahura went to the temple of Isis and gave offerings to Isis and Harpocrates. And they made a great feast. And the next day they went on board the royal barge and sailed joyfully down the river towards the northern land. But, behold, Thoth had discovered the loss of his book, and Thoth raged like a panther of the south, and he hastened before Ra and told him all, saying to him, Neferktar has found my magic box and opened it. He has stolen my book. Even the book of Thoth. He slew the guards that surrounded it. And the snake that no man can kill lay helpless before him. Avenge me, Ra, upon Neferktar, the son of the king of Egypt. The majesty of Ra answered, Take him and his wife and child, and do with them as thou wilt. And now the sorrow for which Ahura watched and waited was about to come upon them. For Thoth took with him a power from Ra to give him his desire upon the stealer of his book. As the royal barge sailed smoothly down the river, the little boy Merab ran out from the shade of the awning and leaned over the side watching the water. And the power of Ra drew him, so that he fell into the river and was drowned. When he fell, all the sailors on the royal barge and all the people walking on the river bank raised a great cry, but they could not save him. Neferktar came out to the cabin and read a magical spell over the water, and the body of Merab came to the surface, and they brought it on board the royal barge. Then Neferktar read another spell, and so great was its power that the dead one spoke and told Neferktar that all had happened among the gods, that Thoth was seeking vengeance, and that Ra granted him his desire upon the stealer of this book. Neferktar gave command, and the royal barge returned to Coptus, that Merab may be buried there with honor due to the son of a prince. When the funeral ceremonies were over, the royal barge sailed down the river towards the northern land. A joyful journey was it, no longer. Merab was dead, and Ahura's heart was heavy on account of the sorrow that was still to come, for the vengeance of Thoth was not yet fulfilled. They reached the place where Merab had fallen into the water, and Ahura came out from under the shade of the awning, and she leaned over the side of the barge, and the power of Ra drew her, so that she fell into the river and drowned. When she fell, all the sailors in the royal barge, and all the people walking on the river bank raised a great cry, but they could not save her. Neferktar came out of the cabin, read a magic spell over the water, and the body of Ahura came to the surface. Then Neferktar read another spell, and so great was its power that the dead one spoke, and told Neferktar all that had happened among the gods, and that Thoth was still seeking vengeance, and that Ra had granted him his desire upon the stealer of his book. Neferktar gave command, and the royal barge returned to Coptus, that Ahura might be buried there with the honor due to the daughter of a king. When the funeral ceremonies were over, the royal barge sailed down the river toward the northern land. A sorrowful journey for Ahura and Merab were dead, and the vengeance of Thoth was not yet fulfilled. They reached a place where Ahura and Merab had fallen into the water, and Nefer-Khtar felt the power of Ra drawing him. Though he struggled against it, he knew it would conquer him. He took a piece of royal linen, fine and strong, made it into a girdle, and with it he bound the Book of Thoth firmly to his breast, for he was resolved that Thoth should never have his book again. Then the power drew him, yet more strongly, and when he came from under the shade of the awning and threw himself into the river and was drowned. When he fell, all the sailors of the royal barge and all the people walking on the river bank raised a great cry. But once again, they could not save him. And when they looked for his body, they could not find it. So the royal barge sailed down the river till they reached the northern land and came to Memphis. And the chiefs of the royal barge went to the king and told him all that had happened. The king put on the mourning raiment. He and his courtiers, the high priest of all the priests of Memphis, the king's army, the king's household, were clothed in mourning apparel, and they had walked in procession to the haven of Memphis to the royal barge. When they came to the haven, they saw the body of Nefer-Khtar floating in the water besides the barge, close to the great steering oars. And this marvel came to pass because of the magical powers of Nefer-Khtar. Even in death, he was a great magician, by reason of the spells he had washed off the papyrus and drunk in the beer. Then they drew him out of the water, and they saw the Book of Thoth bound to him with a girdle of royal linen. And the king gave command that they should bury Nefer-Khtar with honor due to the son of a king, and that the Book of Thoth should be buried with him. Thus was the vengeance of Thoth fulfilled, but the book remained with Nefer-Khtar. The story of Osiris. In the beginning, Ra cursed Nut, and his curse was that none of her children should be born on any day of any year. And Nut cried to Thoth, who loved her, Thoth, the twice great, god of magic and learning and wisdom, he whom the Greeks called Hermes Trismegistos. Though the curse of the great god Ra, once uttered, could never be recalled, Thoth, by his wisdom, opened a way of escape. He went to the moon god, whose brightness was equal to that of the sun itself, and challenged him to a game of dice. Great were the stakes on either side, but the moon's were the greatest, for he wagered his own light. Game after game they played, and always the luck was with Thoth, till the moon would play no more. Then Thoth, the twice great, gathered up the light he had won, and by his power and might he formed it into 5 days. And since that time the moon has not had light enough to shine throughout the month, but dwindles away into darkness, and then slowly comes to his full glory for the light of 5 whole days that was taken from him. And these 5 days Thoth placed between the end of the old year and the beginning of the new year, keeping them distinct from both. And on these 5 days the 5 children of Nut were born, Osiris on the first day, Horus the second, Set on the third, Isis on the fourth, and Nephthys on the fifth. Thus the curse of Ra was both fulfilled and made no effect, for the days on which the children of Nut were born belonged to no year. When Osiris was born, wonders and marvels, prodigies and signs were heard and seen throughout the world, for a voice cried over the whole earth, "The Lord of all comes forth to the light." And a woman drawing water from the holy place of the temple was filled with the divine afflatus, and rushed forth, crying, "Osiris, the king, is born." Now Egypt was a barbarous country, where men fought together and ate human flesh. Nor did they know of the gods. Lawless were they, and savage. But Osiris became the king of Egypt, and he showed his people how to till the land and to plant corn and the vine. And he taught them the honor due to the gods, and made laws and abolished their barbarous and savage customs. Wherever he went, the people bowed at his feet, for they loved the very ground on which he trod, and whatever he commanded, that they did. Thus did Osiris rule over the Egyptians, till with music playing and banners flying, he passed out of Egypt to bring all nations beneath his gracious sway. But Set hated his brother Osiris, and he gathered to himself 72 conspirators, and with them was Aso, the queen of Ethiopia, and they made a plan that when Osiris returned, they should kill him and place Set on the throne. But they hid their plans, and with smiling faces went out to meet Osiris when he re-entered Egypt in triumph. In secret, they met again and again. In secret they also prepared a coffer made of costly wood, painted and decorated with rich designs and glowing color, an interweaving of tints, and a wealth of cunning workmanship, so that all who would have longed to have it for their own. Set, that wicked one, had in secret measured the body of Osiris, and the coffer was made to fit the body of the king, for this was part of the plan. When all was ready, Set bade his brother and the 72 conspirators to a feast in his great banqueting hall. But when the feast was over, they sung the chant of Maneros, as was the custom, and slaves carried around cups of wine and threw garlands of flowers round the necks of the guests and poured perfume upon them, till the hall was filled with sweet odors. And while their hearts were glad, slaves entered bearing the coffer, and old guests cried out at the sight of its beauty. And then Set stood up in his place, and he said, "He who lies down in this coffer, and whom it fits, to that man I will give it." His words were as sweet as honey, but in his heart was the bitterness of evil. One after one, the conspirators lay down in the coffer with jests and laughter. For one, it was too long, and for another, too short, and for a third, too wide, and for a fourth, too narrow. Then came Osiris to take his turn, and he, all unsuspecting, lay down inside it. At once the conspirators seized the lid and clapped it on. Some nailed it firmly in its place, while others poured molten lead into all the openings, lest he should breathe and live. Thus died the great Osiris, he who is called Unnefer the Triumphant, and by his death he entered the Duat, and became the king of the dead, and the ruler of those who are in the West. The conspirators lifted the chest, which was now a coffin, and carried it to the bank of the river. They flung it far into the water, and Hapi, the Nile god, caught it, and carried it upon his stream to the sea. The great green waters received it, and the waves bore it to Byblos, and lifted it into a tamarisk tree that grew by the shore. Then the tree shot forth great branches, and put out leaves and flowers, to make a fit resting place for the god, and the fame of its beauty went throughout the land. In Byblos ruled the king Malcander, and his wife, Queen Athanase. They came to the seashore to gaze upon the tree, for naught could be seen but leaves and blossoms which hid the coffin from all eyes. Then King Malcander gave command, and the tree was cut down and carried to the royal palace to make a pillar therein, for it was worthy to be used in a king's house. All men wondered at its beauty, though none knew that it held the body of a god. Now Isis feared Set exceedingly. His smooth words did not deceive her, and she knew of his enmity to Osiris, but the great king would not believe in his brother's wickedness. When the soul of Osiris passed from his body, at once Isis was aware that he was dead, though no man had told her. She took her little son, whom men call Harpocrates, or Horus the child, and fled with him to the marshes of the Delta, and hid him in the city of Pe. Ancient and grey was this city of Pe, and it stood on an island. There dwelt the goddess Uazet, whom men call also Buto and Latona, for she is worshipped by many names. Uazet took the child and sheltered him, and Isis by her divine power loosed the island from its moorings, and it floated on the surface of the great green waters, so that no man could tell where to find it. For she feared the power of Set, lest he should destroy the child, just as he had destroyed the father. As the souls of men cannot rest until the funeral rites are performed and the funeral sacrifices offered, she journeyed, solitary and alone, to seek the body of her husband, and bury it as became his greatness. Many people did she meet, both men and women, but none had seen the chest, and in this matter her power was of no avail. Then she thought to ask the children, and at once they told her of a painted coffer floating on the Nile. And to this day, children have prophetic power, and can declare the will of the gods and the things that are yet for to come. Thus, asking always of the children, Isis came to Byblos. There she sat by the great green waters, and the maidens of Queen Athene came to bathe and disport themselves in the waves. Then Isis spoke to them, and braided their hair and adjusted their jewels. The breath of the goddess was sweeter than the odors of the land of Punt, and it perfumed the hair and the jewels and the garments of the maidens. When they returned to the palace, Queen Athene asked them from whence they had attained the perfume, and they answered, "A woman, strange and sad, sat by the seashore when we went to bathe, and she braided our hair and adjusted our jewels, and from her came the perfume, though we do not know how." Queen Athene went to the shore to see the strange woman and conversed with her, and they spoke together as mothers would speak, for each had a little son. The son of Isis was far away, and the son of Athene was sick unto death. Then rose up Isis, the mighty in magic, the skillful healer, and said, "Bring me to your son." Together the goddess and the queen returned to the palace, and Isis took little Dictys in her arms and said, "I can make him strong and well, but in my own way will I do it, and none must interfere." Every day Queen Athene marveled at her son. From a little puling babe, he became a strong and healthy child, but Isis spoke no word, and none knew of what she did. Athene questioned her maidens, and they answered, "We know not what she does, but this we do know, that she feeds him not, and at night she bears the doors of the hall on the pillar, and piles the fire high with logs, and when we listen, naught can we hear but the twittering of a swallow." Athene was filled with curiosity, and hid herself at night in the great hall, and watched how Isis barred the doors, and piled the logs high up upon the fire, till the flames rose high and scorching. Then, sitting before the fire, she made a space between the blazing logs, a space that glowed red and crimson, and in that space she laid the child, and turning herself into the form of a swallow, she circled round the pillar, mourning, lamenting, and the lamentation was like the twittering of a swallow. Queen Athene shrieked and snatched the child from the fire and turned to flee, but before her stood Isis, the goddess, now tall, now terrible. "O foolish mother," said Isis, "why dost thou seize the child? But a few days longer, and all that is mortal within him would have been burned away, and as the gods would he have been, immortal and forever young." A great awe fell upon the queen, for she knew that she looked upon one of the gods. In humblest wise she and King Milkander prayed to the goddess to accept a gift. All the riches of Byblos were spread before her, but to her they were as naught. "Give me," she said, "give me what this pillar holds, and I shall be content." At once the workman was summoned, and they took down the pillar and split it open, and lifted out the coffin. And Isis took sweet spices and scented blossoms. These she strewed upon the pillar, and wrapped it in fine linen, and gave it to the king and the queen. And all the people of Byblos worship it to this very day, because once it held the body of a god. But Isis took the coffin on a boat, and sailed away from Byblos. And when the waves of the river Phaedrus, lashed by the wind, threatened to sweep the coffin away, she dried up the water by her magical spell. Then, in a solitary place, she opened the coffin, and gazing upon the face of the dead god, she mourned and lamented. Now, some say that when Isis left Byblos she took Dictys with her, and that he fell out of the boat and was drowned. Others say that the sound of her lamentation was so terrible in its grief that his heart broke, and he died in this way. But I think that he remained in Byblos, and because he had lain in the arms of the Divine Mother, and had passed through the purifying fire, he grew up to be a great and noble king, ruling his people wisely. Then Isis hid the coffin and set out for the city of Pe, where it stood on the floating island where her little son Harpocrates, Horus, was safe under the care of Uazet, the goddess of the north country. And while she was away, Set came hunting wild boars with his terrible dogs. He hunted by moonlight, for he loved the night, when all evil red things are abroad, and the air was filled with the whoop and holler of the huntsmen and the cries of the dogs as they rushed after their prey. And as he dashed past, Set saw the painted chest, the colours glinting and gleaming in the moonlight. At that sight, hatred and anger came upon him like a red cloud, and he raged like a panther of the south. He dragged the coffin from the places where it was hidden and forced it open. He seized the body and tore it into 14 pieces, and by this mighty and divine strength he scattered the pieces throughout the land of Egypt, and he laughed and said, "It is not possible to destroy the body of a god. But I have done what is impossible. I have destroyed Osiris." And his laughter, his evil, wicked laughter, echoed across the world, and all who heard it fled, trembling with fear. When Isis returned, she found naught but the broken coffin, and knew that Set had done this thing. All her search was now to begin again. She took a little shallop made of papyrus reeds lashed together and sailed through the marshes to look for the pieces of Osiris's body. And all the birds and beasts went with her to help, and to this day the crocodiles will not touch a boat of papyrus reeds, for they think that the weary goddess is still pursuing her search. A mighty and cunning enemy was hers, and by a wisdom only could he be overcome. Therefore, wheresoever she found a fragment of the divine body, she built a beautiful shrine and performed her funeral rites as though she had buried it there. But in truth, she took the fragments with her, and when after long wanderings she had found all, by the mighty power of her magic she united them again as to one body. For when Horus the child should be grown to manhood, then he should fight with Set and avenge his father. And after he had obtained the victory, Osiris should live again. But until that day, Osiris lives in the Duat, where he rules the dead wisely and nobly as he ruled the living when on earth. For though Horus fights with Set, and the battle rages furiously, yet the decisive victory is not yet accomplished, and Osiris has never returned to earth again. The Scorpions of Isis. I am Isis, the great goddess mistress of magic, the speaker of spells. I came out of my house, which my brother Set had given to me. For Thoth called me to come, Thoth the twice great, mighty of truth in earth and heaven. He called, and I came forth when Ra descended in glory to the western horizon of heaven, and it was evening. And with me came the 7 scorpions, and their names were Tephen, Bephen, Mestet, and Mestetef, Petet, Tetet, and Martet. Behind me were Tephen and Bephen. On either side were Mestet and Mestetef. In front were Petet, Tetet, and Martet, clearing the way that none should oppose or hinder me. I called aloud to the scorpions, and my words rang through the air and entered into their ears. Beware the black one. Call not the red one. Look neither at children, nor at any small, helpless creature. Then I wandered through the land of Egypt, Tephen and Bephen behind me, Mestet and Mestetef on either side of me, Petet, Tetet, and Martet before me. And we came to Persué, where the crocodile is god, and to the town of the 2 sandals, which is the city of the twin goddesses. Here it is that the swamps and marshes of the north country begin, and where the fields of papyrus reeds, and where the marshmen dwell. And from here to the great green waters is the north land. Then we came near houses where the marsh people dwelt, and the name of one of the women was Glory, though some called her Strength also. She stood at the door, and from afar she saw me coming, way-worn and weary, and I would fain have sat me down in her house to rest. But when I would have spoken to her, she shut the door in my face, for she feared the 7 scorpions that were with me. I went further and further, and one of the marsh women opened her door to me, and in her house I rested. But Mestet and Mestetef, Petet, Tetet, and Martet, and Bephen also, they came together, and laid their poison upon the sting of Tephen. Thus the sting of Tephen had 7-fold power. Then returned Tephen to the house of the woman Glory, who had closed her door against me. The door was still shut, but between it and the threshold was a narrow space. Through this narrow space crept Tephen, and entered into the house, and stung with the sting of 7-fold power the son of the woman Glory. So fierce and burning was the poison that the child died, and fire broke out within the house. Then the woman Glory cried and lamented, but no man hearkened to hear, and heaven itself sent water upon her house. A great marvel was this water from heaven, for the time of the inundation was not yet to come. Thus she mourned and lamented, and her heart was full of sorrow, when she remembered how she had shut the door in my face, when weary and way-worn I would have rested in her house. And the sound of her grief came to my ears, and my heart swelled with sorrow for her sorrow, and I turned back and went with her to where the dead child lay. And I, Isis, mistress of magic, whose voice can awake the dead, I called aloud the words of power, the words that even the dead can hear. And I laid my arms upon the child, that I might bring back life to the lifeless. Cold and still he lay, for the sevenfold poison of Tephen was within him. Then did I speak magical spells to the poison of the scorpion, saying, O poison of Tephen, come out of him, and fall upon the ground. Poison of Bephen, advance not, penetrate no further, come out of him, and fall upon the ground. For I am Isis, the great enchantress, speaker of spells. Fall down, O poison of Mestet, hasten not, the poison of Mestetef. Rise not, poison of Petat and Tetet. Approach not, poison of Matet, for I am Isis, the great enchantress, speaker of spells. The child shall live, the poison shall die. As Horus is strong and well for me, his mother, so shall this child be strong and well for his. Then the child recovered, and the fire was quenched, and the rain from heaven ceased. And the woman Glory brought all her wealth, her bracelets, and her neck ornaments, her gold work and silver work, to the house of the marsh woman, and laid them at my feet in token of repentance, that she had shut the door upon me. Weary and wayworn I had come to her house. And to this day men make dough of wheat flour kneaded with salt, and laid upon the wound made by the sting of a scorpion. And over it they recite the words of power, which I recited over the child of the woman Glory when the sevenfold poison was within him. For I am Isis, the great enchantress, the mistress of magic, the speaker of spells. Hope you're enjoying this so far. Aren't we having good fun talking about the ancient Egyptian legends? If you are enjoying it, give us a like and subscribe. You'll get plenty more of these in the future. Now, let's move on to the next story. The Black Pig. The reason why the city of Pe was given to Horus, I know, and I will tell you. Between Horus and Set there is enmity and hatred, war and battle. Ever the fight goes on, and the combatants rage furiously, and victory is not yet declared to either. Though the gods, well, they are with Horus. Now, Set is cunning and crafty, and seeks to conquer by subtlety rather than by courage and skill in the fray, and such power is his that he can take what form he will and deceive both men and gods. This is the power of Set, but the power of Horus is not the same, for to Horus belong righteousness and truth. Deceit and falsehood are not in him. Whoso gazes into the blue eyes of Horus can see the future reflected there, and both gods and men seek Horus to learn what shall come to pass. It came to the knowledge of Set that Ra would consult with Horus, and it seemed to him that there was an opportunity at hand to injure Horus. So he took upon himself the form of a black pig. Fierce was his aspect, long and sharp his tushes, and his colour was the blackness of a thundercloud. Savage and evil was his look, and struck fear into all the hearts of men who saw him. Then came the majesty of Ra to Horus, and spoke to him, saying, Let me look into thine eyes, and behold what is to come. And he gazed into the eyes of Horus, and their colour was that of the great green waters when the summer sky shines upon them. And while he gazed, the black pig passed by. Ra knew not that it was the evil god, and he cried out to Horus and said, Look at that black pig. Never have I seen one so huge, never have I seen one so fierce. And Horus looked, neither did he know Set in his strange form, and thought it was a wild boar from the thickets of the north country. Thus he was off his guard, and unprotected against his enemy. Then Set aimed a blow of fire at the eye of Horus, and Horus shouted aloud with the pain of the fire, and raged furiously. He cried, It is Set, and he has smitten me with fire upon the eyes. But Set was no longer there, for he had conveyed himself away, and the black pig was seen no more. Ra cursed the pig because of Set, and he said, Let the pig be an abomination to Horus. And to this day, men sacrifice the pig when the moon is at the full, because Set, the enemy of Horus, the murderer of Osiris, took its form in order to injure the blue-eyed god. And for this reason, also swineherds are unclean throughout the lands of Egypt. Never may they enter the temples and sacrifice to the gods, and their sons and daughters may not marry with the worshippers of the gods. And when the eyes of Horus were healed, Ra gave to him the city of Pe, and he gave to him 2 divine brethren in the city of Pe, and 2 divine brethren in the city of Nekhen, to be with him as everlasting judges. Then was the heart of Horus glad, and he rejoiced, and at the joy of Horus the earth blossomed, and the thunderclouds and rain were blotted out. The battles of Horus. It was in the 363rd year of the great reign of the god Ra-Horakhti upon earth that the great war happened between Horus and Set. The majesty of the god Ra, whom men call Ra-Horakhti also, was in Nubia with his army, a great and innumerable multitude of soldiers, footmen, horsemen, archers, and chariots. He came in his boat upon the river. The prow of the boat was of palm wood. Its stern was of acacia wood, and he landed at Test Hor, to the east of the inner waters, and to him came Horus of Edfu, whose name is Harpooner and Hero, seeking for that wicked one Set, the murderer of Osiris. Long had he sought, but Set had ever eluded him. The majesty of Ra had gathered his forces, for Set had rebelled against him, and Horus was glad at the thought of battle, for he loved an hour of fighting more than he did a day of rejoicing. He entered into the presence of Thoth, the twice great god of magic, and Thoth gave him the power to change himself into a great winged disk, a disk that glowed like a ball of fire, with great wings on either side like the colors of the sky at sunset, when the blue shades from dark to light, and is shot with golden flame. Men tried to copy these hues when they carve the winged disc above the temple doors, or make it into a breast ornament of gold inlaid with turquoise and carnelian and lapis lazuli. Thus Horus, as a great winged disc, sat on the prow of the boat of Ra, and his splendor flashed across the waters and fell upon his foes as they lay for him in ambush. Upon his glorious wings he rose into the air, and against his crafty enemies he made a curse terrible and fear-striking, saying, "Your eyes shall be blinded, and you shall not see, and your ears shall be deaf, and you shall not hear." And at once, when each man looked at his neighbor, he saw a stranger, and when he heard his own familiar mother tongue, it sounded like a foreign language, and they cried out that they were betrayed and that the enemy had come among them. They turned their weapons against each other, and in the quickness of a moment, many had ceased to live, and the rest fled, while over them flew the gleaming disk, watching for Set. But Set was in the marshes of the north country, and these were but his advance guard. Then Horus flew back to Ra, and Ra embraced him and gave him a draught of wine mixed with water. And to this day, men pour a libation of wine and water to Horus at this place of remembrance. When Horus had drunk the wine, he spoke to the majesty of Ra and said, "Come and see thine enemies, how they lie overthrown in their blood." Ra came, and with him came Astarte, mistress of horses, driving her furious steeds, and they saw the corpse-strewn field where the army of Set had slain one another. Now, this is the first encounter in the south, but the last great battle was not yet. Then the associates of Set came together and took counsel, and took upon themselves the likeness of crocodiles and hippopotamuses, for these great beasts can live under water, and no human weapon can pierce their hides. They came up the river, the water swirling behind them, and rushed upon the boat of Ra to overturn it. But Horus had gathered together his band of armorers and weaponsmiths, and they had prepared arrows and spears of metal, smelted and welded, hammered and shaped, with magical words and spells chanted over them. When the fierce beasts came up the river in waves of foam, the followers of Horus drew their bowstrings, and let fly their arrows. They cast their javelins and charged with their spears, and the metal pierced the hides and reached the hearts, and of these wicked animals 650 were slain. The rest fled. Now, this is the second encounter in the south, but the last great battle was not yet. The associates of Set fled, some up the river, some down the river. Their hearts were weak, and their feet failed for fear of Horus, the harpooner, the hero. And those whose faces were towards the south land fled fastest, for Horus was at their back in the boat of Ra, and with him came his followers, their weapons in hand. At the southeast of Dendera, the city of Hathor, Horus saw the enemy, and he rushed upon them with his followers, while Ra and Thoth watched the conflict as they waited in the boat. Then said the majesty of Ra to Thoth, "See how he wounds his enemies. See how Horus of Edfu carries destruction among them." And afterwards men built a shrine in this place in remembrance of the flight, and the gods of the shrine were Ra and Miri and Horus of Edfu. Now this is the third encounter in the south, but the last great battle was not yet. Then quickly they turned the boat, and swiftly was it carried downstream, following the fugitives whose faces were towards the north land. For a night and a day they followed after, and at the northeast of Dendera Horus saw them, and he made haste, he and his followers, and fell upon them and slew them. Great and terrible was the slaughter as he drove them before him. Thus was destroyed Set's army in the south in 4 great encounters. But the last great battle was not yet. Now the allies of Set turned their faces towards the lake and towards the marshes of the sea. Horus came behind them in a boat of Ra, and in his form was the great winged disk, and with him came his followers, their weapons in hand. Then Horus commanded silence, and the silence was upon them. 4 days and 4 nights they were upon the water, seeking the enemy. But none did they find, for their foes had turned their shapes into the shapes of crocodiles and hippopotamuses, and lay hidden beneath the water. On the morning of the 5th day, Horus saw them. At once he gave battle, and the air was filled with the noise of combat, while Ra and Thoth watched the conflict as they waited in the boat. Then the majesty of Ra cried aloud when he saw Horus like a devouring flame upon the battlefield. See how he casts his weapon against them. He kills them. He destroys them with his sword. He cuts them into pieces and utterly defeats them. See and behold, Horus of Edfu. At the end of the flight, Horus came back in triumph, and he brought 142 prisoners to the boat of Ra. Now, this is the first encounter of the north, but the last great battle was not yet. For the enemies who were upon the northern waters turned their faces towards the canal to reach the sea, and when they came to the western waters of Mert, where the ally of Set had his dwelling, behind them followed Horus, equipped with all his glittering weapons, and he went in the boat of Ra, and Ra was in the boat with eight of his train. They were upon the northern canal, and backwards and forwards they went, turning and returning. But nothing did they see or hear. Then they went northward for a night and a day, and they came to the house of Rehu. There Ra spoke to Horus, and said, "Behold, thy enemies are gathered together at the western waters of Mert, where dwell the allies of Set." And Horus and Edfu prayed to the majesty of Ra to come in his boat against them. Again they travelled northward, where the never-setting stars wheel round a certain point in the sky, and on the banks of the western waters of Mert were the allies of Set, ready for battle. Then Horus of Edfu delayed not a moment, but rushed upon the foe, and with him came his followers, their weapons in their hands, death and destruction they dealt to right and left, till the enemy fled before them. When the conflict was over, they counted the prisoners. 381 were taken, and these Horus slew before the boat of Ra, and their weapons he gave to his followers. Now, this is the second encounter in the north, but the last great battle was not yet. And now at last, Set himself came forth from his hiding place. Fierce and savage he is, cunning and cruel, in his nature like a beast of prey without ruth or pity. And men make his image with the head of a wild beast, for human feeling to him is unknown. From his hiding place he came forth, and he roared terribly. The earth and the heavens trembled at the sound of his roaring, at the words which he uttered, for he boasted that he himself would fight against Horus and destroy him, just as he had destroyed Osiris, his father. The wind bore the words of his boasting to Ra, and Ra said to Thoth, the twice great, Lord of magic and wisdom, "Cause that these high words of the terrible one be cast down." Then Horus of Edfu sprang forward and rushed at his enemy, and a great fight raged. Horus cast his weapon and killed many, and his followers fought also and prevailed. Out of the dust and the noise of the combat came Horus, dragging a prisoner, and the captive's arms were bound behind him, and the staff of Horus was tied across his mouth, so that he could make no sound, and the weapon of Horus was at his throat. Horus dragged him before the majesty of Ra, and Ra spoke and said to Horus, "Do with him as thou wilt." Then Horus fell upon his enemy, and struck the weapon into his head and into his back, and off came his head, and then dragged the body by the feet. At last he cut the body into pieces. Thus did he treat the body of his adversary as Set had treated the body of Osiris. This took place on the 7th day of the first month of the season when the earth appears after the inundation, and the lake, to this day, is called the Lake of Fighting. Now this is the third encounter in the north, but the last great battle was not yet, for it was the ally of Set whom Horus had slain, and Set himself was still alive. And he raged against Horus as a panther of the south. And he stood up and roared in the face of heaven, and his voice was the voice of thunder, and as he roared he changed himself into a great snake and entered into the earth. None saw him go, none saw him change, but he was fighting against the gods, and by their power and knowledge are they aware of what comes to pass, though no man tells them. And Ra said to Horus, "Set has transformed himself into a hissing snake and has entered the earth. We must cause that he never comes forth, never, never no more." The associates of Set took courage, knowing that their leader was still alive, and they assembled again, and their boats filled the canal. The boat of Ra was against them, and above the boat shone the glory of the great winged disk. When Horus saw the enemy gathered together in one place, he drove them and routed them, slew them without number. Now this is the fourth encounter in the north, but the last great battle was not yet. Then Horus of Edfu remained in the boat of Ra upon the canal for 6 days and nights, watching for the enemy. But he saw none, for they lay as corpses upon the water. And to this day, men make ceremonies in remembrance of the battles of Horus on the first day of the first month of the inundation, on the 7th day of the first month of the appearing of the earth after the inundation, and on the 21st and 24th days of the second month of the earth's appearing. These days are kept holy at Astabat, which is the south side of Andrudef, where is one of the graves of Osiris. And Isis made magical spells round Andrudef that no enemy might come near it, and the priestess of Andrudef is called the Lady of Spells to this day in remembrance, and the waters are called the Waters of Seeking, for there it was that Horus sought for his foe. And Horus sent out his followers, and they hunted down the enemy, and brought in prisoners, 106 from the east, and 106 from the west. These they slew before Ra in the sanctuaries. Then Ra gave Horus and his fighters 2 cities, which are called the Mesen cities to this day, for the followers of Horus are Mesenti, the metal workers. In the shrines of the Mesen cities, Horus is God, and his secret ceremonies are held on 4 days in the year. Great and holy are these days in the Mesen cities, for they are in remembrance of the battles of Horus, which he fought against Set, the murderer of Osiris. Now these enemies, they gathered in the east, and they travelled towards Tharu. Then was a boat launched, the boat of Ra, to follow after them. And Horus of Edfu transformed himself into the likeness of a lion, with the face of a man. His arms were like flint, and on his head was the Artef crown, which is the white diadem of the Southland, with feathers and horns, and on either side a crowned serpent. And he hastened after his enemies, defeated them, and brought of prisoners 142. Then said Ra to Horus of Edfu, "Let us journey northwards to the great green waters, and smite the foe there, as we have smitten him in Egypt." Northwards they went, and the enemy fled before them, and they reached the great green waters, where the waves broke on the shore with the noise of thunder. Then Thoth arose, and he stood in the midst of the boat, and he chanted strange words over the boats and barges of Horus and his followers, and the sea fell calm as the sound of words floated across its waves. And there was silence on the great green waters, for the wind was lulled, and naught was in sight save the boats of Ra and Horus. Then said the majesty of Ra, "Let us sail round the whole extent of the land. Let us sail to the Southland." And they knew that Ra was aware of the enemy. They made haste and sailed to the Southland by night, to the country of Tarkens. They came to the town of Shais, but until they reached Shais, they saw naught of an enemy. Now Shais is on the border of Nubia, and in Nubia were the guards of the enemy. Then Horus of Edfu changed himself into a great winged disk with gleaming pinions outspread, and on either side of him came the goddess Nekbet and Uazet, and their form was the form of great hooded snakes, with crowns upon their heads. On the head of Nekbet was the white crown of the south land. On the head of Uazet was the red crown of the north land. And the gods in the boat of Ra cried aloud and said, See, O thou who art twice great, he has placed himself between the two goddesses. Behold how he overthrows his adversaries and destroys them. Now, this is the encounter in Nubia, but the last great battle was not yet. Then came Ra in his boat, and he moored at Test Hor, where he gave a commandment in every temple throughout the two lands that men should carve the winged disk, and on the right and left of the disk should be Nekhbet and Uazet as the great hooded snakes with crowns upon their heads. And the temple at the point of Test Hor is called the House of Horus in the south, to this day in remembrance, and a great offering is made there to Ra and Horus. And Ra gave to Horus the province of the House of Fighting, and Ast-Abat, and Mesen cities at the east and west, and Edfu in the north, Taru, Gauti, the Sea of Sailing, Upper Shasu, Edfu of the House of Ra. And from the lake, south of Edfu of the House of Ra, they bring water to the two houses of the king on the day of the Sed festival. And Isis carried Ar stone of sand to Test Hor. Ar stone of star was it. And in every place in the south land to which Horus went, there is Ar stone found this day. Now some say that the last great battle is still to come, and that in the end Horus will kill Set, and that Osiris and the gods will reign on earth when their enemy is completely destroyed. But others say that the battle has already ended, and that Horus slew the great and wicked foe who had wrought misery and calamity to all. And this is what they say. After months and years, Horus the child grew to manhood. Then came Set with his allies and challenged Horus in the presence of Ra. And Horus came forth, with his followers with him in their boats, with their armor and their glittering weapons, with the handles of worked wood, and their cords and their spears. And Isis made golden ornaments for the prow of the boat of Horus, and she laid them in their places with magic words and spells, saying, Gold is at the prow of thy boat, O Lord of Mesen, Horus, chieftain of the boat, the great boat of Horus, the boat of rejoicing. May the valor of Ra, the strength of Shu, power and fear be around thee. Thou art victorious, son of Osiris, son of Isis, for thou fightest for the throne of thy father. Then Set took upon himself the form of a red hippopotamus, great and mighty, and he came from the south land with his allies, travelling to the north land to meet Horus at Edfu. And at Elephantine, Set stood up and spoke a great curse against Horus of Edfu and against Isis, and said, Let there come a great wind, even a furious north wind, and a raging tempest. And the sound of his voice was like thunder in the east of the sky. His words were cried from the southern heaven and rolled back to the northern heaven, a word and a cry from Set, the enemy of Osiris, the enemy of the gods. At once a storm broke out over the boats of Horus and his followers. The wind roared, and the water was lashed into great waves, and the boats were tossed like straws. But Horus held on his way, and through the darkness of the storm and the foam of the waves gleamed the golden prow like the rays of the glorious sun. And Horus took upon himself the form of a young man. His height was 8 cubits, and in his hand he held a harpoon. The blade was 4 cubits, the shaft 20 cubits, and a chain of 60 cubits was welded to it. Over his head he brandished the weapon, as though it were a reed, and he launched it at the great red hippopotamus which stood in the deep waters, ready to destroy Horus and his followers when the storm should wreck their boats. And at first cast the weapon struck deep into the head of the great red hippopotamus and entered the brain. Thus died Set, the great and wicked one, the enemy of Osiris, the enemy of the gods. And to this day, the priests of Horus of Edfu, and the king's daughters, and the women of Busiris, and the women of Pe, chant a hymn and strike the drum for Horus in triumph. And this is their song. Rejoice, O women of Busiris, rejoice, O women of Pe. Horus has overthrown his enemies. Exalt, dwellers in Edfu, Horus, the great god lord of heaven, has smitten the enemy of his father. Eat ye the flesh of the vanquished, drink ye his blood. Burn ye his bones in the flame of fire. Let him be cut in pieces, let his bones be given to the cats, the fragments of him to the reptiles. O Horus, the striker, the great one of valor, the slayer, the chief of the gods, the harpooner, the hero, the only begotten captor of captives, Horus of Edfu, Horus the Avenger. He has destroyed the wicked one. He has made a whirlpool with the blood of his enemy. His shaft has made a prey. Behold ye, see ye Horus at the prow of his boat. Like Ra, he shines on the horizon. He is decked in green linen, in blinding linen, in fine linen and byssus. The double diadem is upon thy head. The 2 serpents upon thy brow, O Horus the Avenger. Thy harpoon is of metal, thy shaft is of the sycamore of the desert. The net is woven by Hathor of the roses. Thou hast aimed to the right, thou hast cast to the left. We give you praise to thee, the height of the heaven, for thou hast chained the wickedness of thine enemy. We give praise to thee, we worship thy majesty, Horus of Edfu, Horus the Avenger. The bier of Heliopolis. Now the majesty of Ra reigned over the 2 lands. He was the 2nd king of Egypt, and in his reign peace was on earth, and harvests were so plentiful that to this day men speak of good things which happened in the time of Ra. By his own power he created himself, and he created heaven and earth, gods and men, and he ruled over them all. But hundreds and hundreds of years he ruled until he waxed old, and men no longer feared him, but laughed and said, Look at Ra. He is old, his bones are like silver, his flesh like gold, and his hair like true lapis lazuli. Then Ra was wroth when he heard their jests and their laughter, and he called to those who were in his train, Summon hither my daughter, the apple of my eye, and summon also the gods of Shu and Tefnut, Geb and Nut, and the great god Nun, whose dwelling is in the waters of the sky. Do my bidding secretly, lest men should hear you and see you. For then will they be afraid and hide themselves away. In secret went the messengers. Very softly they came to summon the gods and goddesses. Secretly and softly came the gods and goddesses to the mansion of Ra in their hidden place. Naught did men see or hear, and they laughed again at Ra, not knowing the punishment that should fall upon them. On each side of the throne came the gods and goddesses, and they bowed before the majesty of Ra with their foreheads to the ground, saying, "Speak, that we may hear." Then said Ra to Nun, the great god whose dwelling is in the waters of the sky, "O eldest of the gods, and all ye ancestor gods, behold the men whom I have created, how they speak against me. Tell me what you would that I should do to them. For verily, I will not slay them till I have heard your words." And Nun, the great god whose dwelling is in the waters of the sky, made the answer, "My son, Ra, greatest of gods, mightiest of kings, thy throne is set fast, and thy fear will be upon all the world when thou sendest out thy daughter, the apple of thine eye, against those who attack thee." The majesty of Ra spoke again. "Lo, they will flee to the deserts and the mountains and hide themselves, if fear falls upon their hearts on account of their jests and laughter, and in the deserts and mountains none can find them." Then said the gods and goddesses, bowing before him with their foreheads on the ground, "Send forth thy daughter, the apple of thine eye, against them." And at once there came the daughter of Ra. Sekhmet is she called, and Hathor, the fiercest of the goddesses. Like a lion she rushes upon her prey. Slaughter is her delight, and her pleasure is in blood. At her father's bidding, she entered the two lands to slay those who had rebelled against the majesty of Ra, and had turned their rebellion to jest and laughter. In the land of Tamari she killed them, and on the mountains which lie to the east and the west of the great river, to and fro she hastened, slaying all who crossed her path, and before her fled the rebels against Ra. And Ra looked forth upon the earth and cried to his daughter, the apple of his eye, "Come in peace, Hathor. Hast thou done that which I gave thee to do?" And Hathor laughed as she answered, and her laugh was the terrible voice of the lioness as she tears at her prey. "By thy life, O Ra," she cried, "I work my will upon men. My heart rejoices." For many nights the Nile ran red, and the goddess waded in the blood of men, and her feet were red as she strode through the land of Egypt as far as Henenseten. Then Ra looked forth upon the earth again, and his heart was filled with pity for men, though they had rebelled against him. But none could stop the ruthless goddess, not even the majesty of Ra himself. Of herself must she cease to slay, for neither gods nor men could compel her. By subtlety alone could this be accomplished. Ra gave command, saying, Call hither to me messengers who are swift as the blast of the storm wind. And when they were brought, he said, Run to Elephantine. Hasten, go quickly, and bring back to me the fruit that causes sleep. Be swift, be swift. For all this must be accomplished ere the day dawn. The messengers set out with haste, and their speed was the speed of a blast of the storm wind. They came to Elephantine, where the great river rages among the rocks that bar its passage. They took the fruit that causes sleep, and with the fleetness of the wind they brought it to Ra. Crimson and scarlet was the fruit, and its juice was the color of man's blood, and the messengers carried it to Heliopolis, the city of Ra. Then the women of Heliopolis crushed barley and made beer, and with the beer they mixed the juice of the fruit that causes sleep, and the beer became the color of blood. 7,000 measures of beer did they make, and in haste they brewed it, for the night was drawing to a close, and the day was about to break. In haste came the majesty of Ra, and all the gods and goddesses who were with him to Heliopolis to inspect the beer. Ra saw that it was like human blood, and he said, Very good is this beer. By this I can protect mankind. At the dawning of the day, he gave command, Carry this beer to the place where men and women have been slain, and pour it out upon the fields before the beauty of the night has passed. So they poured it out upon the fields. 4 palms deep it lay upon the ground, and its color was the color of blood. In the morning came the fierce Sekhmet, ready to slay, and as she passed, she looked to this side and that, watching for her prey. But no living thing did she see, only the fields that lay 4 palms deep in the beer that was the color of blood. And then she laughed, with the laugh like the roar of a lioness, for she thought it was the blood that she had shed. And she stopped and drank. Again and again she drank, and she laughed for more, for the juice of the fruit that causes sleep mounted to her brain, and no longer could she see to slay by reason of the juice of that fruit. Then the majesty of Ra said to her, Come in peace, sweet one. And to this day the maidens of Amu are called sweet ones in remembrance. And the majesty of Ra spoke again to the goddess, saying, For thee shall be prepared drinks from the fruits that cause sleep. Every year shall these be made at the great festival of the new year, and the number of them shall be according to the number of the priestesses who serve me. And to this day, on the festival of Hathor, drinks are made of the fruits that cause sleep, according to the number of the priestesses of Ra, in remembrance of the protection of mankind from the fury of the goddess. The name of Ra. Now the majesty of Ra was the creator of heaven and earth, of gods, men, cattle, of fire, and the breath of life, and he ruled over gods and men. And Isis saw his might, the might that reached over heaven and earth, before which all gods and men bowed, and she longed in her heart for that power, that thereby she should be greater than the gods, and have dominion over men. There was but one way to obtain that power. By the knowledge of his own name did Ra rule, and none but himself knew that secret name. Whosoever could learn the secret to that one god or man would belong the dominion over all the world, and even Ra himself must be in subjection. Jealously did Ra guard his secret, and kept it ever close, lest it be taken from him, and his power diminished. Every morning Ra came forth in his glory at the head of his train from the horizon of the east, journeying across the sky, and in the evening they came to the horizon of the west, and the majesty of Ra sank in his glory to lighten the thick darkness of the Duat. Many, many times had Ra made the journey, so many times now that he had waxed old. Very aged was Ra, and the saliva ran down from his mouth and fell upon the earth. Then Isis took earth and mixed it with the saliva, and she kneaded the clay and moulded it and formed it into the shape of a snake, the shape of the great hooded snake that is the emblem of all goddesses, the royal serpent which is upon the brow of the kings of Egypt. No charms or magic spells did she use, for in the snake was the divine substance of Ra himself. She took the snake and laid it hidden in the path of Ra, the path on which he travelled in longing from the eastern to the western horizon of heaven. In the morning came Ra in his train, and their glory journeying to the western horizon of heaven, where they entered the Duat and lightened the thick darkness. And the serpent shot out its pointed head, which was shaped like a dart, and its fangs sunk into the flesh of Ra, and the fire of its poison entered into the god, for the divine substance was in the serpent. Ra cried aloud, and his cry rang through the heavens from the eastern to the western horizon. Across the earth it rang, and gods and men alike heard the cry of Ra. And the gods who follow in his train said to him, "What ails you? What ails you?" But Ra never answered a word, but trembled in all his limbs, and his teeth chattered. Nor did he say, for the poison spread over his body as Hapi spreads over the land, when the waters rise above their banks, and at the time of the overflowing of the river. When he had become calm, he called to those who followed him, and he said, "Come to me, ye whom I created. I am hurt by this grievous thing. I feel it, though I see it not. Neither it is like the creation of my hands, and I know not who has made it. Never, never have I felt pain like this. Never, never has there been an injury worse than this. Who can hurt me? For none know my secret name, that name which was spoken by my father and mother, and hidden in me, that none might work their witchcraft upon me. I came forth to look upon the world which I had made. I passed across the two lands when something, I don't know what, struck me. Is it fire? Is it water? I burn, I shiver, I tremble in all my limbs. Call to me the children of the gods, they who have skill in healing, they who have knowledge of magic, they whose power reaches the heaven." Then came all the gods, with weeping and mourning and lamentations. The power was of no avail against the serpent, for in it the divine substance was incorporated. With them came Isis, the healer, the mistress of magic, in whose mouth is the breath of life, whose words destroy disease and awake the dead. She spoke to the majesty of Ra. What is this, O divine father? What is this? Has a snake brought pain to thee? Has the creation of thy hand lifted up its head against thee? Lo, it shall be overthrown by the might of my magic. I will drive it out by the means of thy glory. Then the majesty of Ra answered, I passed along the appointed path. I crossed over 2 lands when a serpent that I saw not struck me with its fangs. Was it fire? Was it water? I'm colder than water. I'm hotter than fire. I tremble in all my limbs, and the sweat runs down my face, as down the faces of men in the fierce heat of the summer. And Isis spoke again, and her voice was low and soothing. Tell me thy name, O divine father, thy true name, thy secret name. For he only can live who is called by his name. Then the majesty of Ra answered, I am the maker of the heaven and the earth. I am the establisher of mountains. I am the creator of the waters, the maker of the secrets of the 2 horizons. I am light. I am the darkness. I am the maker of hours, the creator of days, the opener of festivals, the maker of running streams. I am the creator of living flame. I am Khepera in the morning, Ra at noontide, and Atmu in the evening. But Isis held her peace. Never a word did she speak, for she knew that Ra had told her the names that all men know. His true name, his secret name, was still hidden in his breast, and the power of the poison began to increase, running through his veins like a burning flame. After a silence, she spoke again. Thy name, thy true name, thy secret name, it was not among those. Tell me thy name that the poison may be driven out, for only he whose name I know can be healed by the power of my magic. The power of the poison increased, and the pain was as the pain of living fire. And then the majesty of Ra cried out and said, Let Isis come with me, and let my name pass from my breast to hers. And he hid himself from the gods that followed in his train. Empty was the boat of the sun. Empty was the great throne of the god, for Ra had hidden himself from his followers and from the creations of his hands. When the name came forth from the heart of Ra to pass to the heart of Isis, the goddess spoke to Ra and said, Bind thyself with an oath, O Ra, that thou wilt give thy 2 eyes unto Horus. Now, the 2 eyes of Ra are the sun and the moon, and men call them the eyes of Horus to this very day. Thus was the name of Ra taken from him and given to Isis, and she, the great enchantress, cried aloud the word of power, and the poison obeyed, and Ra was healed by the might of his name. And Isis, the great one, the mistress of the gods, the mistress of magic, she is the skillful healer. In her mouth is the breath of life. By her words she destroys pain, and by her power she awakes the dead. And what is the true name of Ra. Only she knows. The regions of the night and the thick darkness. When the world came into being, there were two rivers, the river of Egypt and the river of the sky. Great is the Nile, the river of Egypt, rising on his two caverns in the south beyond the cataract, flooding the land of Egypt and bringing joy and good harvests to Tamari. Great and mighty is the river of the sky, flowing across the heavens and through the Duat, the world of the night and of thick darkness. And on that river floats the boat of Ra. Boat of millions of years is its name, but men call it the Manzet boat in the dawn. When Ra rises in splendor on the eastern horizon of heaven, the Mesoket boat is called in the evening. When Ra enters in glory with the portals of the Duat, where the mountains of Manu lifts its peak to the western sky. On the western horizon is the mountain of Manu, and on the eastern horizon the mountains of Baku. Vast and huge are they, raising their crests above the earth, and the sky rests upon their summits. And on the topmost peak of the mountain of Baku dwells a serpent. 30 cubits in length is he, and his scales are of flint and of glittering metal. He guards the mountain and the great green waters, and none can pass by him, save Ra and his boat. In the evening, Ra descends in majesty to the western horizon of heaven, to the portals of the Duat at the gap of Abydos. Splendid is the Mesoket boat, glorious its trappings, and its colors are of amethyst and emerald, jasper and turquoise, lazuli, and the luster of gold. At the gap of Abydos waits a company of gods to prepare the boat for the journey through the Duat, land of night and of thick darkness. Stripped is the boat of its splendor. Bare and without glory is it when it passes through the portals of the Duat, and in it is the body of Ra, lifeless and dead. Then the gods take the great towing ropes. Slowly the boat moves along the river. The portals of the Duat are flung wide, and the 12 goddesses of the night take their place upon the boat to guide it through the gloom and perils of the Duat. Pilots of the river are they, and without them, not Ra himself could pass through unscathed. Watercourse of Ra is the name of the first country of the Duat. Somber is this land, yet not wholly dark, for on either side of the river are 6 serpents, coiled with heads erect, and the breath of their mouths is a flame of fire. In the cabin of the boat is Ra, dead and lifeless. In the prows are Up-Uat, the opener of the ways, and Sa, the goddess of the hour. Round about the cabins are a company of gods. These are they who guard Ra from all perils and dangers, and from the attack of the abominable Apep. Slowly goes the boat of Ra, passing through the Duat, to regions of thick darkness, of horror, of dismay, where the dead have their habitations, and Apep lies in wait for the coming of Ra. Thus passes his first hour of the night, and the second hour is at hand. At the entrance of every country of the Duat is a gate. Tall are the walls, and narrow is the passage. Upon the walls are spearheads, sharp and pointed, that no man may climb over. The door of the gate is wood, turning on a pivot, and a monstrous snake guards the door. None may pass by him, save those only to whom his name is known. At the turn of the passage, there are two great hooded snakes, the one above, the other below. The great breath of their mouths is fire and poison mingled. Through the narrow portal on every side they send forth streams of flame and venom. At either end of the passage stands a warder, keeping watch. Then the goddess of the first hour makes way for the goddess of the second hour, and she calls aloud the name of the guardian of the gate. Flung wide are the portals. The fire and the poison cease, and the boat of Ra passes through. Ur-Nes do we name the second county of the Duat, but the Hanebu and those who inhabit the isles of the great green waters call it Oranos. The river is wide, and bears on its dark waters 4 shallops. They have no oars, neither masts nor rudders, but float upon the stream and are carried by the current. Mysterious and strange are they, and the shadowy shapes which fill them have forms like the forms of men. In this country, Ra is lord and king, and those who live here are in peace, for none can pass the great hooded snakes who guard the gates, whose breath is mingled flame and venom. Happy are those who inhabit this land, for here dwell the spirits of the corn, Besa, and Nepra, and Tepuyin. These are those who make their wheat the barley to flourish, and cause the fruits of the earth to increase. Slowly goes the boat of Ra, passing through the Duat, to regions of thick darkness, of horror and dismay, where the dead have their habitation, and Apep lies in wait for the coming of Ra. Thus passes the second hour of the night, and the third hour is at hand. Then the goddess of the second hour makes way for the goddess of the third, and she calls aloud the name of the guardian of the gate. Flung wide are the portals, and the boat of Ra passes through. Watercourse of the only god is the name of the third country of the Duat, and here in the beautiful Amentet is the kingdom of Osiris. On either side of the river are the great shapes of the gods surrounding the form of Osiris himself. Enthroned is he, appearing in splendor as king, with the white crown of the south land and the red crown of the north land upon his head. Great is Osiris, the god of the dead, for all who die come before him for judgment, and their hearts are weighed in the balance against the feather of truth. His throne is set upon a running stream, clear and deep, and from the waters rises a single lotus blossom, the color of the sky at morning. Upon the blossom stand the 4 children of Horus, they who assist Osiris at the judgment, who protect the bodies of the dead. To them belong the south and the north, the west and the east, and the 4 great goddesses are their protectors. They stand up upon the lotus blossom, and their faces are towards Osiris. The first has the face of a man, the second of an ape, the third of a jackal, and the fourth the face of a bird of prey. This is the hour which evildoers fear. By their own actions they are judged, and naught can avail them. Heavy is the heart of the evildoer, and drags down the scale. Lower and lower it sinks, till it reaches the jaws of Amemt, the devourer of hearts. Then is the evildoer driven forth into the thick darkness of the duat, to dwell with the abominable Apep, and to fall at last into the pits of fire. But some there are who have wrought righteousness upon earth, who have hurt no man by fraud or violence, who have succored the widow, the orphan, and the shipwrecked mariner, who have given food to the hungry and clothes to the naked, who have not stirred up strife, nor caused the shedding of tears. When these come to the judgment of Osiris, and their hearts are put upon the balance, then is the feather of truth the heavier. The scale with the feather sinks down, and the scale with the heart rises up. Then does Thoth, the twice great, take the heart and place it again in the breast of the man. And Horus takes him by the hand and leads him to the foot of the throne of Osiris, that he may dwell in the kingdom of Osiris forever and evermore. And now only can he see the most pure and truly holy Osiris, for the souls of men are not able to participate of the divine nature whilst they are encompassed about with bodies and passions. When they are freed from these impediments and remove into those purer and unseen regions, 'tis then that this god becomes their leader and king. Upon him they wholly depend, still beholding without satiety, and still ardently longing after that beauty which 'tis not possible for man to express or think. Slowly goes the boat of Ra, passing through the duat to regions of thick darkness, of horror and dismay, where the abominable Apep lies in wait for the coming of Ra, and where the pits of fire are prepared for the wicked. Thus passes the third hour of the night, and the fourth is at hand. Then the goddess of the third hour makes way for the goddess of the fourth, and she calls aloud the name of the guardian of the gate. Flung wide open are the portals, and the boat of Ra passes through. Living one of forms, that is the name of the fourth country of the duat, and Sokar has dominion in this land. Dreary is the waste of sand, limitless the desert, gloomy and sombre the landscape. No blade of grass is seen, no tree, no herbage, naught grows nor lives save monstrous, many-headed serpents gliding along the ground or creeping upon legs. Terrible are they of aspect as they writhe and turn and hiss and roar. They raise their hideous crests on high, and hold their dusky wings outspread, but their anger is not towards Ra, as he passes safely through their midst. Engulfed is the great river, and lost beneath the shifting sands, and where it ran is now a deep ravine. The walls of rock rise high and steep, and ever the way winds and turns between the rocks. Men call this place Re Stau, the mouth of the tomb. Even in this gloomy desert Osiris has dominion. The Lord of Re Stau he is called. Therefore none need fear when traversing the narrow path. And now the boat of Ra can no longer float upon the water, but is changed into a great and mighty serpent with glittering scales, and the prow is a serpent's head with eyes watchful and fierce. At the stern is a serpent's head with poison fangs prepared. Over the sand it glides, as a boat glides over water. Slowly goes the boat of Ra, passing through the Duat, through regions of thick darkness, of horror and dismay, to the place where Apep lies in wait for the coming of Ra. Thus passes the 4th hour of the night, and the 5th is at hand. Then the goddess of the 4th hour makes way for the goddess of the 5th, and she calls aloud the name of the guardian of the gate. Flung wide are the portals, and the boat of Ra passes through. Hidden, that is the name of the 5th country of the Duat, and in this dark and gloomy region dwells Sokar, its lord and king, god of those who are buried. Beside a turn of the winding way is his dwelling deep below the ground. Above it rises a high mountain of sand. Guarding it on either side are 2 sphinxes. Lions are they in their bodies, with the faces of men, and their claws are outstretched like the talons of a beast of prey. In the midst lies a serpent with 3 heads, and between his wings stands Sokar in the form of a man with the head of a hawk. Savage and fierce as a hawk is Sokar, and terrible is the punishment he metes out on those who rebel against him. Hard by his dwelling is a lake where water boils and bubbles with heat, as water boils in a pot. Into the boiling lake are cast the rebels, and they cry to Ra for help. But Ra lies cold and lifeless, waiting for the coming of Khepera, and their cries are unheeded while the boat passes on its way. On the farther wall of the ravine is a high and vaulted building, the home of night and darkness. 2 birds cling on either side, and round about it glides a 2-headed serpent. He lifts his savage heads, and his poison is ever ready to strike the rash intruder who should dare to try to pass. Faithful is his watch, for in the home of the night and darkness lives Khepera, the great soul of the universe, he whose emblem is the beetle, the god of resurrection. In the form of a scarab he watches the coming of Ra, and he flies upon the boat and awaits there the time when he shall bring back life to the god. And now, through the thick darkness, along the narrow passage, falls a gleam of light. The morning star stands by the gate to lead the boat onwards, for in the darkness of the night is a promise of the coming day. Slowly goes the boat of Ra, passing through the Duat, through regions of thick darkness, of terror and dismay, to the place where the abominable Apep lies in wait for the coming of Ra. Thus passes the 5th hour of the night, and the 6th is at hand. Then the goddess of the 5th hour makes way for the goddess of the 6th, and she calls aloud the name of the guardian of the gate. Flung wide are the portals, and the boat of Ra passes through. Abyss of Waters is the name of the 6th country of the Duat, and Osiris has dominion over it. Osiris, the great god, lord of the city of Dadu, the living king, creator of men, of cattle, and of the green things which grow upon the earth. Osiris, to whom all men bow in praise and adoration. The river rises out of the sand again, and the boat flows upon its waters, and those who are in it rejoice, for the hours of night are passing away. On the banks of the river are the great shapes of the gods, mysterious, wonderful. 9 scepters of serenity stand there also, and a monstrous lion looms through the darkness, faintly seen in the light which comes from the boat of Ra. 3 shrines stand beside the river, and a serpent whose breath is flame guards each one. Mystic and strange are the forms within the shrines, and to man it is not given to know the meaning of them. In one is a human head, in another the wing of a bird, in the third the hind part of a lion. Here also lives the great coiled serpent with 5 heads, and within his coils lies Khepra, the god of resurrection. On his head he places the scarab, beneath his feet is the sign of flesh. Thus does he send life into the dead, and thus he will revive Ra. For this is the farthest point of the duat, and beyond the gate lies the way to the sunrise. Slowly goes the boat of Ra, passing through the duat. Thus passes the 6th hour of the night. The 7th is at hand. The goddess of the 6th makes way for the goddess of the 7th, and she calls aloud the name of the guardian of the gate. Flung wide are the portals, and the boat of Ra passes through. Secret Cavern is the name of the 7th country of the duat. Full of danger and peril is it, for the abominable Apep dwells in this land. As a great and monstrous serpent does he appear, and with a wide open mouth he swallows the waters of the river, that the boat may be wrecked, and that Ra may perish. Then would the earth belong to the powers of darkness, and evil and wickedness would overcome the gods. But in the prow of the boat stands Isis, the great enchantress, whose magic none can withstand. Isis, the greatest of the goddesses, she who can raise the dead, and to whom all mankind pay love and reverence. With arms outstretched, she recites the words of power, calling aloud across the dark river. Over the body of Ra, the serpent Mehen casts his protecting coils, for now is the time of danger. On a sandbank in the midst of the river lies the abominable Apep. 450 cubits long is the sandbank. The coils of Apep cover it, so that naught can be seen but the river around him. Loud does he hiss and roar, and the duat is filled with the thunder of his voice, yet Isis flinches not, nor does she cease her incantations and the magical movements of her hands. Her spells prevail, and the abominable Apep lies helpless on the sand. Then Selk and her Desuf leap from the boat of Ra, and bind him with cords, and with sharp knives they pierce his flesh, hoping to destroy him. But Apep is immortal, and every night will he await and attack the boat of Ra. Yet Selk and her Desuf hold him fast, while the boat continues on its way, past the great sandbanks, where he writhes and twists and struggles to get free. But the cords are strong, and the knives are sharp. His efforts are in vain. Onward goes the boat to the burial places of the gods. These stand beside the river. High mounds of sand are they. Over each mound is a building, and at each end the head of a man who watches passing of Ra. Softly goes the boat of Ra, passing through the duat, moving through the darkness to the sunrise and the day. Thus passes the 7th hour of the night, and the 8th is at hand. The goddess of the 7th hour makes way for the goddess of the 8th, and she calls aloud the name of the guardian of the gate. Flung wide are the portals, and the boat of Ra passes through. Sarcophagus of the gods. That is the name of the 8th country of the duat, for here dwell the dead gods. Dead and buried are they, embalmed and bandaged, as men embalm and bandage the dead upon the earth. They cry loud salutations to Ra as he passes, calling to him across the vast expanse. But so far away are they that the sound of their voices is as the roaring of savage bulls, as they cry of birds of prey, as the wail of mourners, as the murmur of bees. Before the boat go 9 followers of the gods. Strange are their forms, mysterious and wonderful, like naught that there is upon the earth. In front of them march the 4 souls of Tatanen, in the likeness of rams, great and fierce, with horns wide spreading and sharp pointed. The first is crowned with high upstanding plumes, the second with the red crown of the north land, the third with the white crown of the south, the fourth with the glittering disk of the sun. Ancient is Tatanen, dweller in Memphis, where the abode of Ptah is on the south of the wall. Softly goes the boat of Ra, through the duat, through the darkness, to the sunrise and the day. Thus passes the 8th hour, and the 9th is at hand. The goddess of the 8th makes way for the goddess of the 9th, and she calls aloud to the guardian of the gate. Flung wide open are the portals, and the boat of Ra passes through. Procession of Images is the name of the 9th country of the duat. Full and strong runs the river, and the boat is borne forward upon the rushing stream. 12 star gods guard the boat, with paddles in their hands, ready to help the boat in case of need. Thick darkness broods not upon this land, for 12 great hooded snakes lay coiled upon the bank, and the breath of their mouths is a flame of fire, gleaming upon the dark water and upon those who dwell in the duat. 3 shallops float upon the sombre river. Strange is their shape, not like the boats of men, and the shadowy forms within them are in the likeness of a cow, a ram, and the soul of a man. From them the dwellers of this land receive the offerings which are made to them upon the earth, and then the star gods break into singing, and the 12 goddesses and the waving gods and the dwellers of this land chant the glory and honor of Ra, praising the Lord of the boat, the maker of heaven and of earth. With joy and singing they follow the appointed path. Onward goes the boat of Ra, through the duat, travelling to the sunrise in the light of the open day. Thus passes the 9th hour, and the 10th is at hand. Then the goddess of the 9th hour makes way for the 10th, and she calls aloud the name of the guardian of the gate. Flung wide are the portals. The boat of Ra passes through. Abyss of waters, lofty of banks, is the name of the 10th country of the Duat, and the ruler is Ra. The dwellers in this land come to meet their king as he passes by upon the swelling river. Deep and full and strong runs the stream, and the boat is borne forward upon the rushing current. Divine warriors aimed with glittering weapons of war are a guard for their king. Light is on their faces, like the light of the sun. By the side of the river are 4 goddesses. Upon the darkness they cast beams of light, making bright the way of Ra upon the gloomy river. Before the boat of Ra moves the star of morning, in the form of a double-headed serpent walking upon legs, and upon his heads are the crowns of the south land and the north land. Between his coils is the great hawk of the sky. Leader of heaven is his name, for the stars of heaven follow him. But men call him Hesper, and Lucifer also. In a shallop on the stream is a snake. Life of the earth is he called, and he watches in the Duat, the enemies of Ra. The greatest of all the countries of the Duat is this, for in this realm of wonder and mystery, Khepera joins himself to Ra, and Ra himself is created anew. Yet the dead body of Ra remains in the boat, but his soul is united to the soul of Khepera. Onward goes the boat of Ra, through the Duat, to the sunrise and the light of open day. Thus passes the 10th hour, and the 11th is at hand. Flung wide are the portals, and the boat of Ra passes through. Mouth of the cavern is the name of the 11th country of the Duat, and Ra is its ruler. Low has the river fallen, and sluggishly it runs, and the boat is drawn onward by the gods. Not with the cords do they tow it, but with the body of the great serpent Men, the protector of Ra. On the prow of the boat is a fiery star, but its light is not redder than the strange and lurid glow which fills this land. Terrible and red it is, and the sight of it is a full horror. This is the region feared by evildoers, for their punishment awaits them here. Far and near are the pits of fire. Goddesses, whose breath is flame, guard the pits, holding in their hands gleaming swords of fire. With their knives do they torment the wicked, and cast them into the pits of flame till they perish entirely. Horus stands by and beholds their torments, for these are the enemies of Osiris and Ra, doers of evil upon the earth and blasphemers of the gods. No one can help them. No help can come to them. No escape is possible. Doomed are they by their own actions to sword and fire, and the smoke and flame of their torment rise up in the Duat. On the far side of the river are the stars. Shedu is there, in the fashion of a snake. Scarlet and crimson is he, and the stars which form his body are 10 in number. There is also a shape seen, mysterious and wonderful, like a winged snake with legs does he appear, and between the wings is the shadowy likeness of man. Men call him Atmu, dweller in Heliopolis, ancient is Atmu more ancient than Ra himself, and he sends the sweet breezes of the north wind upon the land of Egypt. On either side of him, the eyes of Horus show dimly in the faint and lurid light, and now springs up the breeze of morning. Gentle is it, and slight, but with it comes the promise of the day. And onward goes the boat of Ra, through the Duat, to the sunrise. Thus passes the 11th hour, and the 12th hour, with the dawn, are at hand. Flung wide open are the portals. The boat of Ra passes through. Darkness has fallen, and births shine forth, is the name of the 12th country of the Duat. On the prow of the boat is the great scarab of Khepera, ready to make the transformations of Ra ere he reach the end of the Duat. Not like the other lands is this 12th region, for it is enclosed in the body of a vast and monstrous serpent. Life of the gods is his name, and through this great and huge frame travels the boat of millions of years. 12 of the worshippers of Ra seize the towing ropes and drag the boat onward. And here in the body of the serpent is Ra, transformed into Khepera, and is alive once more. For now, the journey of the Duat is near the end. Standing by the mouth of the serpent are 12 goddesses. To these the worshippers of Ra yield the towing ropes, and they draw the boat to the eastern horizon of heaven. And now the dead corpse of Ra is cast out of the boat, as the husk is cast away when grain is winnowed out. For the soul and the life of Ra are in the scarab of Khepera, and the transformations of Ra are complete. With shouting and singing, with joy and gladness, the boat of Ra passes out of the Duat. Glorious is the Manzet boat, speeding to the sunrise. Wide, swing wide the portals and usher in the day. Between the sycamores of turquoise comes the boat of Ra, and the mountains of Baku is flushed with light. The serpent, guardian of the great green waters, beholds Ra in glory in the eastern horizon of heaven, and the rays glitter on his scales. Glorious is the Manzet boat borne upon the river, flashing in splendor and the light of the open day. In the foam at the prow of the boat sports the Abdu fish, darting through the gleaming spray, and the antfish is seen in the whirlpool of turquoise. From the earth rises up the sound of rejoicing, for all created things praise Ra at his rising. Hail to thee, Ra, at thy rising. The night and the darkness are past. At the dawn of the day thou shinest, the heavens are filled with thy light. King of the gods art thou, all glory and triumph are thine. The gods come as dogs to thy feet, rejoicing to greet thee at dawn. Hail to thee, Ra, at thy rising. At thy coming all men are glad. In joy dost thou come in the morning. With glory thou rulest the world. The stars of the heavens adore thee. The gods of the earth exalt thee. Lord of the heavens art thou. Hail to thee, Ra, at thy rising. None can express thy glory, Lord of all wisdom and truth. The souls of the east attend thee. The souls of the west are thy servants. The north and the south adore thee. Worshipped art thou, our ruler. By those whom thou hast created, thou risest in heaven's horizon. Thou causest mankind to rejoice. Hail thee, Ra, at thy rising in beauty, O Ra.